Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1 Suchi Bang. Liu Yishu pushed open the door to the interrogation room directly. Inside sat a young man in his early 20s. His gaze sharpened. Those who often commit murder know that crime and appearance are hardly related. Yet he still found it hard to imagine that the good-looking young man before him could commit such a cruel and inhumane act. A month ago, a family annihilation had taken place in Linjiang City, leaving a family of 5 dead at home, all valuables cleanly picked. The murderer had not been found. But today, the perpetrator was suddenly apprehended. At this moment, 2 investigators saw Liu Yishu enter and were about to get up. Liu Yishu raised his hand to signal them to stay put, his gaze coolly fixed on the young man as he interrogated him word by word. 2 months ago in the family annihilation, all 5 members were killed with precise cuts, and there were no fingerprints or footprints in the house, nor did the community's surveillance capture anything but a fleeting shadow. I've been on the trail of this case, and I've found quite a few clues. He watched the young man with a deterring gaze. You're definitely not an ordinary criminal, but a dangerous recidivist skilled in knife work, with ample criminal experience, and thoroughly premeditated and planned in action. The young man faced the interrogation with a slight smile. Liu Yishu's expression slightly darkened, impressed by his composure in the face of danger. That. An investigative officer, cautious, interrupted him. Chief, you've got the wrong person. This young man isn't the criminal, he's the enthusiastic citizen who subdued the perpetrator. Liu Yishu's expression stiffened, his aura quickly fading, silent for a while, then he asked. Where is the criminal then? Suffering from 12 fractures all over his body, currently undergoing emergency treatment in the hospital. Liu Yishu stood outside a hospital's single-occupancy room, looking through the glass at the murderer wrapped in bandages, still unconscious. Tragic. Apparently, the perpetrator had soiled himself when he was put into the ambulance. Beep beep beep. His phone rang, delivering him a file. It was the young man's information. He glanced at it. Suchi, 21 years old, an orphan, hasn't graduated yet, experience. Liu Yishu suddenly paused. He realized that this young man had a broad range of interests. He had participated in various city competitions such as archery, combat sports, rock climbing, swimming, was a member of extreme sports clubs, and had won multiple community mahjong and chess competitions. It wasn't until Liu Yishu finished scanning this information that he looked up thoughtfully. It seems the statements hold no issues. The hand was slightly heavy, but the guy's got something. Bold yet meticulous, rich in experience. Painstaking in his actions. Such a person might actually be a good fit for the investigation bureau. At that moment, a call suddenly came through on his phone, and a somewhat hesitant voice spoke. Chief, I think I've found some more information about that young man. Liu Yishu sensed something off in the caller's tone. He filed a leave of absence from school a month ago, dropped out of the club, and stopped participating in any activities. Then, the voice on the phone hesitated, with an air of disbelief. He began to do some strange things. Strange? Liu Yishu raised an eyebrow. In his years busting illegal activities, he'd seen men dressed as women. How strange could this be? He said in a stern voice. Go on. There was a complaint before. Someone reported their cat went out to play and came back with its fur shaved off its forehead, and his figure was caught on camera. Might just dislike cats, not strange. He sneaked into the school's locked music room late at night and played several pieces. Could be nostalgia for the school. The behavior is not encouraged, but understandable. After Ghost House closed, he moved the body out of a coffin and laid there himself for the night? Liu Yishu eventually couldn't hold back, asking. Where did you get all this from? From the complaint calls we received before. We didn't prioritize it because it seemed trivial. Liu Yishu. Retracting his previous thoughts. Such a guy definitely shouldn't be recruited into the investigation bureau, who knows what kind of influence he might bring. Suddenly, Liu Yishu heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see 2 strangers, noticing the distinct air about them, he asked with a hint of caution. Who might you be? The middle-aged man took out his ID. Linjiang City Investigation Bureau Action Team Chief Liu Yishu, right? You've worked hard. From now on, we'll take over the person in the hospital room. Liu Yishu recognized the emblem on the ID card, belonging to a secretive department of the Investigation Bureau, a group of people who seldom appeared within the bureau and were rarely seen by others. Rumors were they didn't work yet they still drew salaries, truly enviable. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to the dreadful sight of the murderer in the hospital room, clicking his tongue in disapproval. So, you took the law into your own hands? It's a long story. I'll give you the written record later, Liu Yishu coughed, voicing his doubts. But why? Why are you guys taking over this criminal? Confidential. Not at liberty to disclose. The reason this branch was so mysterious was because its work was strictly confidential. However, the middle-aged man pushed the door to the hospital room and then suddenly turned around. You should find out soon. Right at this moment, at the side of the street with the traffic lights, Suchi looked at the wary gaze of the person across from him, trying to find the right tone to start. First, I need to clarify one thing. I'm not a pervert, there's a reason for this. Second, I don't have any peculiar fetishes either. Finally, Suchi paused for a moment before looking at the businesswoman in professional attire on the electric scooter. Would you sell me the stockings you're wearing on your feet? The office lady's face changed color slightly. PFFT. Pervert. Creep. As she spoke, she sped away. Suchi watched the scooter disappearing into the distance. See, the world is so cold and insincere. Honest communication earns no trust. A month before, he had developed a problem with his eyes. He started seeing punctuation marks. At first, he saw A above a cat's head. Out of curiosity, when he made contact, he saw a message from the inner thoughts of the kitten. What is this stupid servant staring at? Despite being insulted, Suchi wasn't angry and generously went to buy a pair of scissors to give it a haircut. From then on, Suchi knew he had acquired a special ability, which he tested numerous times in search of understanding. Currently, it was divided into two types, question marks and exclamation points. After triggering A, you could obtain some related information. Required completing a specific action beforehand, then you would obtain a hidden special item. It was like finding an Easter egg in a game, jumping along the wall in the sword battle room to make a machine gun fall, cutting off your own meridians 100 times in a martial arts online game to get an immortal body, with one palm not only breaking the martial arts alliance leader but also crashing the server. Of course, for the sake of testing his ability, he had done all these things, which resulted in his accounts being banned for cheating. Games can be illogical, after all, but reality is different. He laid down as a corpse in Ghost House, played the piano at night school, all to trigger Easter eggs, and what he got were only a finger bone and a sheet of music. Currently, I have no clue what they're for. Suchi crossed the street, and although it was already evening, the commercial center was even busier. With more people, the frequency of question marks also increased. The beef pancake shop didn't use real beef, but synthetic duck meat instead. The roadside vending machine was broken. Put in one yuan and 2 bottles of drink would fall out. There was a man and a woman in the coffee shop on a blind date. The woman said she was too busy at work to date, but Suchi could see the number 55 over her head. It can only be said that the question marks are relative. When you see a question mark, your own heart places one there as well. At this moment, the crowd suddenly buzzed with commotion. People raised their heads, pointing and saying with a hint of fear, "What is that?" On the huge screen outside a commercial building, an image of a ghost mask appeared. It occupied the entire screen, opening its crimson eyes as if watching everyone. You couldn't make out the face, but you could feel it sneering darkly. TSSS. It extended several thin, pale fingers, and blood-red words were shakily written across the screen. The grating sound of the writing sent shivers down people's spines. Do you wish to understand the true meaning of life? Such a strong sense of déjà vu. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, feeling a chilling sensation rising from deep within their hearts. Could it be that something big was about to happen? Then the screen suddenly flickered. The ghost mask chuckled lowly a few times before vanishing in the flickering light. Messages began to scroll one after another. Abyssal Paradise is going into public beta tomorrow. Developed by Mangekyō Company, this is a brand new virtual reality game in a world full of endless mysteries. Scared for nothing, turns out it's just an ad, so it's nothing. No, I do have a problem. Where can I buy pants around here? In the midst of the noisy crowd, Suchi stood rooted to the spot. Just as the ghost mask appeared, question marks and exclamation points filled the screen in utterly immeasurable quantities. It was like a vast tsunami pounding at his trigeminal nerve. As if it sought to drown him. Chapter 2, Abyssal Paradise, Activate. Suchi returned home and cooked a bowl of noodles. He didn't like soup noodles. The essence of noodles lay in dry mixing, where each strand could be fully coated in savory meat sauce, blending into the rich flavor. He brought it to his computer screen. He began browsing the official forum of Abyssal Paradise. It had to be said, the game was incredibly popular, though not yet in open beta. The number of followers had already exceeded 3 million. Some complained about Mangekyō Company on the forum, saying it was heartless to sell the game cabin and game as a bundle, and furthermore, the cabin could only play Abyssal Paradise, which was quite expensive compared to others. But defenders quickly emerged. How is it expensive? Stop talking nonsense. Sometimes you should look for the reasons within yourself. Love it or leave it. Those who don't play Abyss are doomed to a failed life. People are acting like filial sons before the game's even released. Tsuchi skipped over those pointless, jumbled, and crazed messages. He read some valuable content, summarized as follows. Abyssal Paradise had a 6-month confidential test phase with data deletion. Many of the testers posted on the forum, seemingly forming factions to attract naive new players. Additionally, the game structure was extremely large. According to Mangekyō Company insiders, the game boasted an unlimited number of instance worlds for players to explore, offering infinite possibilities. Also, the cheats that other games detested would never appear in Abyssal Paradise. Is that so? 0 cheats? It seems I must play then, as I hate cheaters the most. On the morning of the open beta, Tsuchi got up early for a run, had a bath and breakfast. Then he lay down in the game cabin, refreshed and ready to enter the game. He tapped the narrow walls of the cabin and watched the automatic door close. The designer of this game cabin must have worked in funerals before. This feels no different from lying in a coffin at Ghost House. Neural connection in progress. Connection successful. Welcome, player number 985,211, for using our company's product. Please be aware, during gameplay, you may experience nausea, dizziness, or other discomfort, as well as potential negative emotional effects. Players are expected to bear the consequences. If any discomfort arises, please cease gameplay immediately and seek medical help promptly. Have a pleasant game. After a brief moment of distraction, Tsuchi found himself in a dark room, where beyond the system's faint glowing messages there was nothing but deep darkness. Weird and mixed noises came from outside the room, monsters howling, ghostly laughter. Listening to the bizarre sounds continuously emerging from outside, he mused. Personal login space made like this, is it to make players feel immersed, or just to create a scary atmosphere? Ordinary people might indeed panic, staying motionless in the well-lit area. But Tsuchi was already making his way through the darkness, trying to open the door to find out what lay beyond. The door handle, however, would not turn. Instead, a message popped up in front of him. This area is not yet available. He could only knock on the door. Enough with the effects, it's too loud. It was unclear whether the game had heard Tsuchi's words, or if it was just the game's design, but the noises outside the room quickly faded away. Please enter your in-game username now. Tsuchi hadn't considered using his real name. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. Is the username confirmed as Subuxian? Confirmation successful. Player Subuxian, do you wish to immediately enter the single-player instance? Upon entering the instance, character panel will be unlocked. Yes. The next moment, the system's light vanished, and the room fell into complete darkness. A faint sobbing sound rose from the darkness. It seemed far away, yet suddenly it was close to his ear, a hoarse voice as if from a scorched throat. Welcome, to the abyss. After a brief wait, the darkness receded like a tide. Tsuchi, with a dark expression, touched his ear. If you're going to scare someone, why get so close? And why do I feel like I've been licked? He looked up. The original login space had transformed into a wooden cabin. The cabin was dim, with rays of sunset seeping through the gaps of the ill-fitted wooden door, casting light upon the somewhat dirty floor. Dirty and messy? Tsuchi looked down at his feet, noticing what appeared to be dried liquid on the floor, flies buzzing chaotically inside the room, and his nose quickly caught a whiff of an indescribable odor. Before he could get a clear view of the cabin's interior, his vision blurred suddenly, as the game's introductory CG screen began to slowly emerge, and a detached voice sounded in his ear. You had a flat tire and were stranded on the desolate roadside, and, with no other options, you accepted an invitation from a passing local to stay at their home. Their home is in a secluded small town nearby. The town doesn't have many residents, but each one you meet is overly enthusiastic. You decide to stay the night and deal with your car the next day. Only, the vague traces you've incidentally discovered make you uneasy. The CG showed the scenes he had passed on the way, thorny shrubs, a church used for prayers, and enthusiastic smiles on everyone's faces. The next moment, the mission prompt appeared. Mission: escape the town or survive for 3 hours. As the images slowly faded, Tsuchi finally had a moment to survey the cabin with his gaze. Apart from a bed, There wasn't much inside the cabin. It seemed to be temporary lodging arranged for visitors, but obviously, he wasn't the only outsider who had come here. Suchi touched the dried liquid on the ground and brought it to his nose to sniff. The smell of disinfectant, but there's more. There was also a faint stench that even disinfectant couldn't mask. Although he looked around the cabin, he didn't see anything. Suddenly, Suchi's gaze froze. A small question mark was quietly sitting in a corner by the bedside. Looks like you can see them in this game, too. After approaching, he saw the message. This plank is loose. Suchi pried the plank open, his eyebrows arching at the spine-chilling sight. Beneath was a hollow space filled with skeletons, a few bodies that hadn't fully decomposed, their flesh hanging more densely than the pork ribs sold at the butcher's by the entrance of his residential complex. He pinched his nose, almost knocked over by the stench as he opened it. So, it means all the outsiders who were invited here were killed. Suchi, with sharp eyes, spotted a plastic bag in the chest cavity of one of the corpses and reached out to pull it out. The bag was covered in blood. Upon opening it, he found a small voice recorder and an ID badge inside. It seems this was a journalist, who also stumbled into this place. Suchi skipped the previous voice entries and went straight to the last day. A man's voice soon came from the voice recorder. 6:26 p.m., my luck couldn't be worse, my car broke down, and reluctantly I had to seek shelter in this remote little town. But the townspeople are very hospitable, even bringing me dinner, which was delicious. 7 p.m., just as I was about to leave the house, the enthusiastic neighboring maid, Mary. It seemed like she was waiting for me, voluntarily showed me around, and I noticed that even though the town has less than 50 residents, there's a church with decorative patterns that felt strangely familiar, but I couldn't place them. 7:40 p.m., as the sun has set, it seems everyone in the town goes to the church for prayers at this time. Although it's a bit odd, it is their custom. 7:47 p.m., I can no longer stand the smell of dead mice in the cabin. Can't they detect it? I wanted to mention it, but seeing their warm hospitality, I couldn't bring myself to complain. I'll clean it up myself. The voice did not hang up, it was apparent he had found the source of the stench and was creaking the floorboards. Suchi knew what would happen next. After opening it. Snap. The recorder had a clear sound of being dropped, followed by his panicked, trembling voice, God, what the hell is this? This damn thing? The voice cut off there. Clearly, he had discovered the skeleton storage below. Suchi shifted his gaze to the last voice recording, dated 8 p.m. The voice recorder emitted a shaky voice, clearly discernible despair and fear throughout, a stark contrast to the beginning. Why? Why are there so many bodies here? Could it be? I remember now, the patterns. Damn it. Everyone here is a wicked believer, and each outsider is sacrificed to the demon. The man tried to flee, footsteps frantic, but they suddenly halted, as if he saw something terrifying outside the window. They have finished their prayers and are all standing outside the cabin with torches. His voice grew quieter, a feeble and trembling sound of ultimate despair. I'm already trapped. Crack. The sound of the cabin door being opened came from the recorder. At the same time, Suchi heard the same sound from the door behind him. Click. Chapter 3, Everyone in town has a unique skill. The woman at the door, dressed as a housemaid, pushed it open with a smile, holding a dinner plate with an exquisite dinner on it. Esteemed guest, here is your dinner. You must be famished, she said. Suchi had already put down the plank the moment the door opened and then stood up calmly to meet her. He remarked politely. Thank you. Then he glanced at the dinner, frowning. Wait a minute, why isn't there any coriander? I love eating coriander. The smile on the housemaid's face stiffened. The outsiders she usually encountered would sincerely thank her, showing a gentlemanly demeanor as they accepted their meal and then praised its deliciousness. Who would ask her about the absence of coriander? I can't eat without coriander. She was silent for a moment, then compromised. I'm sorry, if you really want it, I'll make it again. But Suchi waved her off. Never mind, I'm already too hungry. Just give it to me. The housemaid clenched her fist and handed it over. Suchi took the dinner plate and said, by the way, after I finish eating, I'd like to see if there's a place in town that can fix a flat tire. Could you show me around? Of course, guest, the housemaid bowed. I'll wait outside for you, so I won't disturb your meal now. As she was about to turn around and leave, oh, right. Suchi stopped her, asking. What's your name? Ma. Never mind, I'm not interested. Suchi slammed the cabin door shut. Mary, the housemaid, had bloodshot eyes as she clenched her fingers until veins showed. Damn it, if you're not interested then why ask at all? Rude bastard. Once the time comes, I'll tear you into pieces. Whoosh. Tsuchi immediately dumped the dinner into the hollow space beneath the plank. The dinner might or might not have been tampered with, but it was best not to eat it. He leaned back on the bed and thought to himself. It seems my guess wasn't wrong. I'm still safe as long as I don't have to pray at the church. Of course, the condition is that I can't run away or show any flaws and must appear completely harmless. While pretending to eat, Tsuchi opened his character interface. ID, Suboxian, Level 1, Vitality, 100%, Physical Strength, 100, Moving, Fighting, and using skills consume physical strength, which increases proportionally with the physical strength attribute. Strength, 10, Movement Technique, 10, Physical Strength, 10, Spiritual Power, 10, Item Slot, not opened, Skill Bar, locked. Note, non-fatal injuries first deduct physical strength. Fatal injuries can directly reduce vitality. If vitality falls below 10, a severe injury buff is applied, continuously deducting physical strength until vitality reaches 0, resulting in death. Note, spiritual skills are not included in the above. Running out of spiritual power results in death. After scanning over it, what caught his attention was the damage assessment. The term high offense, low defense came to mind. No matter how high the attack, if it's not fatal, physical strength is deducted first. But no matter how great the physical strength, a fatal injury could still lead to instant death. Encouraging players to fight and find enemies' weak spots, huh? Having roughly understood, the interface slowly disappeared. After guessing that enough time had passed, he pushed the door open and stepped out, as Mary almost simultaneously emerged from the next cabin. Not only that, but there were also several seemingly inconspicuous gazes glancing over. See, being watched like a hawk. Along the way, he also saw some skills on some of the small-town residents. The woodcutter is practicing chopping with an axe, the hunter is loading bullets into the hunting rifle, the butcher has been sharpening his cleaver for 20 minutes, good grief, each one of them had a remarkable skill. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, each person also had their own panel, with their strength attribute at around 15. After a tour around, Tsuchi finally saw the church. Just like in the recording, there were strange patterns on the pillar in the middle of the church. Looking closely, countless evil spirits with wings spread out were entwined upon it, and atop the pillar sat a sheep-head demon. This was the god worshipped by this small town. Welcome, our guest. At this moment, a warm and husky voice sounded. An old man dressed in priest robes was standing on the street corner, staring at Tsuchi with his round and pale eyes, a smile spreading across his face. I am the priest of the church and also the mayor of this town. Tsuchi also responded with a smile. Mayor, I've had a flat tire and cannot drive. Does your town sell tire repair tools? It would be even better if you have gasoline. The old priest said with a smile on his white, wrinkled face. Of course, but they're all in the storeroom, and the keyholder won't be back until tomorrow. This was a lie. Tsuchi, feeling resigned, said. It looks like I can only stay here for the night. The old priest smiled. May you have a pleasant night here. Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes watched like a hunter viewing prey. Yes. Prey. Tsuchi had already realized that everyone here seemed to regard him as prey, sharpening their knives, preparing for the harvest. And at that moment, Tsuchi also saw above the old priest's head. It read. Likes the struggle and despair of the prey, old by Eden. Tsuchi also replied politely. Thank you, I hope you all will also have a pleasant night. The old priest gently caressed the symbol of faith in his hand, a sheep head ring, and said meaningfully. Yes, we certainly will. He looked towards the distant mountains. It's getting late, the sun is about to set, and we're preparing to start the church prayers. Mary, please escort our guest back to the cabin. Okay. The maid nodded. Tsuchi offered no objections. Following the maid Mary, he headed towards the direction of the cabin. He also saw every resident of the small town, one by one, opening their doors and going out, their gazes fixated on him all the way. Against the darkening sunset, they looked somewhat excited and eerie. Tsuchi acted as if he hadn't noticed and returned to the cabin. A town full of killing demons, a moment of inattention could lead to an instant death. However, there was also a chance. Next, everyone will enter the church for a 20-minute prayer. When the bell rings at the end, it will signify the start of their hunt. That means, within these 20 minutes, I have to choose whether to run like mad or to hide. The condition for completing the task is to escape the town or survive for 3 hours. Running like mad seemed like the best choice. Even if he couldn't get out, he could still hide in the woods. But in reality, running away was undoubtedly nightmare difficulty. It was already dark, and in the jungle, there were all sorts of spikes and traps that appeared vaguely in the CG imagery. A person unfamiliar with the area daring to enter would likely die terribly. Moreover, There was someone guarding the jungle at the town's exit. Although he was extremely well hidden, Tsuchi still caught a glimpse of his hovering question mark. No matter which option I choose, both are extremely dangerous. And time was pressing. After all, every killing demon in the town would begin the hunt the moment the bell rang. But Tsuchi looked toward the deep and serene town outside the cabin, where the atmosphere of terror permeated the streets. Perhaps I could try a third option. The next moment, without any hesitation, Tsuchi pushed open the door of the cabin and walked onto the empty streets. Chapter 4. This is so interesting. Take me to play. All the villagers had already entered the church, meaning every home was now deserted. Tsuchi, following the information he'd seen today, began to break into each house one by one. Soon, he found an axe at the woodcutter's house and slung it over his shoulder. Then, at the hunter's house, he found a hunting rifle, thoughtfully stocked with ammunition by the owner. Tsuchi had no plans to flee or hide. He was arming himself with the enemy's resources. At last, in the butcher's home, Tsuchi suddenly halted, his gaze slightly startled, for he saw not only the blood-stained butcher's knife but also a mysterious symbol above it. Is there an unexpected find? It never appeared before. Upon triggering it, the information also revealed itself. If you can use it to peel an apple and keep the peel unbroken, perhaps you'll discover something. Sure enough, it's this style again. Tsuchi shook his head, yet his expression wasn't surprised. Because the previous few exclamation triggers had also been like this, the prerequisite actions somewhat abstract, puzzling, but rewarding upon completion, so he endured it. After a brief half-minute, he completed the prerequisite action. It must be said, the thing was indeed good at peeling apples, albeit a bit unnerving. The exclamation symbol flickered lightly, then gradually faded away. The next moment, the butcher's knife seemed to absorb a special aura, changing its appearance, and a panel popped up along with it. Name: 100-man slaughter blade. Type: equipment. Quality: ordinary, low quality, ordinary, excellent, perfect, immortal, legend. Function: when slashing, it can increase movement technique and strength by +15 each, also consuming more physical strength, can be taken out of the instance. Yes, note, a knife that has killed too many people, filled with a terrible sinister energy. This was the first piece of equipment Tsuchi could see the panel for. He didn't know whether it was because he had discovered its special property, triggering the equipment attribute, or because he did those things, changing from an ordinary item, directly creating it out of thin air. The former was still normal. The latter would be outright cheating. However, none of that was the most important thing at the moment. Tsuchi tucked the blade into his belt and then strode to the storeroom door, sniffing the smell of gasoline inside. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind. He was about to embark on a massacre. At this very moment, the town's church was bustling, its doors tightly shut. The space inside wasn't large, though it could accommodate nearly 50 people. They were all squeezed together. In the middle of the open space stood a column with the statue of a sheep's head on top, surrounded by patterns drawn in fresh blood. Clearly, this was a ceremony. Nearly 50 town residents were standing shoulder to shoulder in a circle. The old priest's voice echoed as he bowed his head and chanted the prayers, his tone filled with utmost devotion. Great true God, in this world, only we recognize your might. Please accept our unwaveringly loyal faith. When the bell tolls, we will offer up the sacrifice to you, completing the ritual with the flesh and blood of the desperate one. Torches burned around the column, and in their shadowy glow, the shadow of the sheep's head lengthened across the front wall of the church, reaching all the way to the hanging bell. All the residents of the small town had eyes bloodshot, their expressions brimming with immense excitement as they watched the scene unfold. Because they knew what was about to happen. The great true God would ring the bell, answering their prayers, and then the night's revelry would begin. Dang! The bell tolled, struck by a shadowy figure. The old priest watched everything, arms spread wide, his eyes lined with red veins. His devout expression appeared terrifying under the firelight as he said, "My friends, the true God's response has arrived, and today's prey seems quite promising. I hope you all enjoy yourselves." The hunters, butchers, and woodcutters raised their heads. Mary, the maid, was even more filled with madness and excitement. Yes, she had thought of 100 ways to deal with that guy, just hoping this rude and disrespectful man would last a little longer. Before, some guests would foolishly stay in the cabin, clueless even as the ritual started, and when tied to the post, still begged for mercy, ultimately being cut into pieces amidst desperate screams by each person. Some guests were smart and noticed something amiss early on, then attempted to escape, but most were wounded by traps in the jungle, and even if they barely made it into the jungle, that was just the beginning of their hunt. The prey that had lasted the longest before was an active-duty security guard, physically strong and experienced, having sensed the abnormality earlier than others. But what of it? Isn't he now just another corpse beneath that cabin? It's time. Let's see if our guest is still foolishly staying in the cabin, or is a bit smarter and has already started running. All the people stood up, their silhouettes elongated by the central firelight. They walked towards the church doors with horrifying expressions on their faces. Mary, the maid, couldn't wait to be at the front. She finally got to the moment when she could tear off her facade. She was already imagining the terrified and desperate look on that damned man's face, his constant pleading screams. Her grotesque face couldn't stop laughing maniacally. Then she reached out and pushed the door with force. Click. Mary's smile froze on her face. The door did not open as she wished, but remained utterly still. Others crowded in from behind but also felt a strong resistance. The old priest noticed this and squinted, asking, "What's the matter?" "The door won't open, there seems to be something blocking it from outside," someone muttered in confusion. "Let's push it open together." To hide the small town's biggest secret, even the windows in the church space were sealed, and the space was not large. So even if the residents all rushed forward, they could only cram against each other. It took quite some effort to crack open a small gap in the door. Through the door's slit, someone saw a blood-stained agricultural machine outside, topped with 3 heavy oil drums. It's the harvester from the storage room. Although it was a machine for harvesting crops, it had never cut grass. It was their prop for revelry, putting people inside to listen to the crunching sound of breaking bones as flesh and blood spewed out. Quite entertaining indeed. "I'll break it open." The butcher's body was all fat, and with a fierce bump, the door cracked open, and with a few more thrusts, the gap grew larger. The hunter looked out into the dark night. This seems to be a very clever fellow. Tonight might be a bit interesting. Where has he run off to now? The town entrance or deep in the jungle? The woodcutter was an old man with a face full of wrinkles, his beard somewhat grayed. He rolled up his sleeves, his voice hoarse. "No matter where he runs, it's no use, I will split him in half with my axe." "That would be so boring." "I'll do it," the butcher said breathlessly. He had already opened up enough space to pass through, his body fat jiggling as he squeezed through, trying to get out first. He snarled with a grin, while 100 cuts go down, ensuring he's not only still alive but also has the strength to scream. That's the most fun. The butcher hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly froze, his eyes fixed. Outside the church, a figure stood next to the harvester, holding an axe, with a somewhat familiar blade strapped to his waist and a hunting rifle on his back. And he was watching them. If it's that fun, count me in. Chapter 5 Emergency, Forced Log Off. The butcher's entire body stiffened, his pudgy face trembling slightly. His first thought was, how dare this guy show up here? His next thought was, what was he going to do? Because he had seen Tsuchi with a trace of a smile, the axe in his hand raised high in the dark night, gleaming with a cold light, and with a snap, he chopped off the rope tied to the harvester. The next moment, the 3 huge oil drums on top of the harvester toppled over as they lost balance. Not only did they knock the butcher back. Whoosh! A large amount of liquid also poured out from the oil drums, drenching their bodies and the ground beneath their feet, and the unpleasant smell left the other killers stupefied. "Is this gasoline?" Maid Mary, ignoring the liquid on her body, lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently ahead. She let out a sharp sound from her throat. "It's you, you bastard." All the killers looked towards that direction, their pupils glowing. The prey they had been talking about all this time hadn't been hiding or running at all. Instead, he had appeared right at the entrance of the church. Facing so many gazes, Tsuchi seemed completely at ease. Leaning against the harvester, he looked at them and sighed slightly, speaking in an accusing tone, "Leaving a guest aside while you lot are selfishly partying, is this your hospitality? American bullying just doesn't cut it." Tsuchi's figure in the darkness seemed quite lean as he watched a group of killers slipping and struggling, their eyes shining fiercely with the desire to pounce. He pulled out a matchstick, revealing a smile. "But it's okay, I'll add a bit of atmosphere to the party." The matchstick dropped onto the gasoline. The raging fire shot up fiercely. Not only the front area of the church doused in gasoline, but the surroundings of the church quickly turned into a sea of fire. "Ah! It's so hot. I'm going to burn to death. That damn beast. Kill him. Kill him." Screams and curses were incessant. The fire, as if wishing to burn everything away, enveloped everything around the church. However, this group of killers wasn't ordinary either, each one a madman. Some, ignoring the flames covering them, struggled to break through and leaped towards Tsuchi. Snap! Tsuchi swung his axe without hesitation, the axe's momentum heavy and sufficiently sharp, like cutting through a cake, cleaving the man in two. Physical strength, 3, current 75, as mentioned earlier, all actions would consume physical strength, and moving items in the storehouse had already taken a toll. Bang! Bang! Tsuchi also raised his hunting shotgun, aiming not at those burnt by the fire but at others behind, their faces filled with shock and rage. One shot, one head, no missed shots. The church was completely enveloped in flames, the walls splitting from the fire, and thick smoke billowing. Those at the forefront were already emitting the scorched smell of meat, and inside, people were falling or roaring, trying to escape through the smoke. And for those trying to break through the fire, Tsuchi was merciless with his axe. Other than the hunter, the woodcutter, and the butcher, the rest had only ordinary human physiques, and their combat abilities weren't high once attacked by the great fire, barely managing to flail before getting their heads chopped off. The butcher had fallen, his body obese, sizzling with oil as it burned. The woodcutter had his head blown off by Tsuchi's hunting shotgun at the first chance. And the hunter was vigilant, using the thick smoke and others' bodies as cover, while also finding the opportunity to leap over the flames on others' bodies. Bang! 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 Tsuchi fired 3 consecutive shots, all dodged by the hunter. He frowned, the man's body movement attribute was somehow boosted by a temporary burst. Die! The hunter towered over him, holding a spiked plank, his eyes terrifyingly ferocious as he charged at Tsuchi. Tsuchi unhesitatingly drew his butcher knife from his waist. In the instant the knife swung, Tsuchi suddenly felt quicker, stronger, and he roughly knew the score. The chill of the butcher knife slashed through under the hunter's eyes filled with shock and doubt. He tried to block with what he had in his hand, but nothing could withstand the momentum of his knife. Blood sprayed out profusely. At the same time, Tsuchi also saw the words, physical strength, 12, current 43, the consumption startling him, but the effect it brought was quite remarkable. The hunter's head hit the ground before his body fell down with a thud. He slowly sheathed the butcher knife, it was powerful, but the physical strength it consumed was too much. For now, he had to rely on this axe. 10 minutes later, Tsuchi stood among the embers, covered in blood, surrounded by charred bodies with severed limbs. The church completely collapsed, and the fire gradually dying down. Although I didn't follow the system's mission, killing them all should count as completing the instance, right? He was nearly at his limit now, with only 11 points of physical strength left, almost depleted, excessive consumption of physical strength reflected in his physical state as fatigue. Once below 30%, he could regain strength with a bit of rest. The lower the physical strength, the faster the recovery, with the chance to restore up to 30% this way. After Tsuchi's physical strength had recovered to 30, he gradually breathed evenly and walked towards the ruins holding his butcher knife. A symbol appeared on the central sheep head pillar, he decided to explore it. Along the way, he saw the tragically dead Mary and couldn't help but lament. Next time, remember to add coriander. Tsuchi bypassed the burning ruins and walked straight to the open space in the middle. Strangely, even though the church had collapsed into this state, the open space remained undisturbed. His gaze turned to the ground. The old priest lay stiff on the ground, having slit his own throat with a ring and poured a large amount of blood onto the pattern around the sheep head column. The old man had committed suicide to complete the ritual. But was the ritual finished? Tsuchi looked at the sheep head, its 2 long horns inscribed with various spells, its eyes tightly shut. Question marks appeared with information. Abnormal God's Shrine. It is a terrifying entity from the abyss, it holds ancient and evil power, it is one of the sources of the despairing world's collapse, it is now somewhat angry, its ritual was disrupted, but its power cannot penetrate this world, and it is currently observing you through the shrine with a trace of thought. One message after another appeared. No wonder I felt a chill at my back, Tsuchi said, looking at the sheep head. So it was peeping? At that moment, Tsuchi's eyebrows suddenly raised as a deep red popped up on the sheep head. The darker the color, the more dangerous it indicated, and the higher the reward would be. If you kick its head around like a ball and juggle it 20 times without letting it touch the ground, you might receive an extremely astonishing reward, Tsuchi. Look at this. There's nothing normal about this behavior. At the same time, Tsuchi also understood the malice in this message. Once he started kicking, he would stir up trouble with such a terrifying entity. But the reward seemed quite tempting. Should he give it a try? Moreover, the entity's power still couldn't infiltrate here. Tsuchi hesitated for only a second, then decided the next moment. Damn it, just do it. After all, this instance was almost over, and once he left this world, it would be goodbye. Tsuchi had indeed practiced ball games, not only basic juggling but also knee bumps, side kicks, and all kinds of fancy moves. And at this moment, a figure in the distance was staring blankly at this scene. He was the guard at the town's exit. After waiting a long time without any movement, he grew curious and hurried over. What he saw were all his companions turned into charred corpses. Most importantly, the horrifying god's sheep head that they revered was being kicked around like a ball by that young man. Tsuchi's eyes naturally noticed this guy. But he didn't pay him any mind. All his attention was now on the sheep head before him, whose was about to burst. This terrifying entity feels violated, its rage is rising, it is beyond furious, it wants to kill you, it is trying to use the barriers between worlds to send its power over, it is being intercepted, it tries again, intercepted again, it tries again, it's successful, Tsuchi. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. All of a sudden, the entire night sky turned blood red. Thick clouds opened up an abyss-like giant hole. Wild winds came from all directions. The sheephead's apparition suddenly rose from the column, forming a colossal shadow of 1,000 meters. An overwhelming evil aura shot into the sky. The guard immediately rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Tsuchi's vision became bloodshot, a cacophony of strange shrieks filled his ears, and his spiritual power dropped rapidly. This horror wasn't just for show. Just a mere apparition was enough to bring him to the brink of a mental collapse. At that moment, Tsuchi hurriedly grabbed the eyeball that had fallen from the sheep head, which should be the so-called reward. But it was too late to see what attribute the eyeball had. A warning panel suddenly popped up. Instance number 6,823,765 has encountered a severe error, data anomaly, correcting. And forcibly expelling players from the instance. The next moment, everything went black before Tsuchi's eyes. He was sent back to the login space. Chapter 6 Reward, Evil God's Eye. Tsuchi stood in the landing space, taking a while to recover. As soon as that phantom appeared, his mind felt as if it had been filled with blood, his spirit completely relegated to a lightless abyss, as if it was about to explode any moment. Fortunately, he was forcibly logged out in the end. His 10 points of spiritual power only provided him with 0.5 seconds of clarity in front of the opponent. And that was just a phantom projected across realms by the opponent. He couldn't help but say, what kind of worldview is this, where the worshipped evil spirits not only truly exist but also possess such terrifying power? Suddenly, Tsuchi felt that kicking the opponent's sheep head shrine around like a ball was not a wise decision. Wait a minute. Tsuchi suddenly realized something. Where's my clearing reward? A system notification appeared before him. Due to anomalies in the instance, compensation is granted to player 985,211 Suboxian. You have earned triple the experience and game coins rewards for perfectly clearing this nightmare level dungeon. Your level has been raised to 5, and you have earned 1 opportunity to draw a reward. Item slot has been opened, skill bar has been unlocked. Tsuchi leveled up 5 times and obtained 3,000 game coins. At the same time, he also gained 25 attribute points due to the level up. A nightmare level dungeon? Is this how they bully new players right off the bat? However, this dungeon could also be described as fraught with danger. Both running away and hiding were of hell-level difficulty, especially since he was facing nearly 50 killing demons, each with a clear role and combat strength above an ordinary person. Tsuchi's own choice had multiplied the difficulty several times. Of course, without the information from and his own combat skills, there was no way he could have managed this. A single mistake in the church, leading to a loss of physical strength, would have meant his end. After playing through this one dungeon, it's clear that physical strength is particularly important. It's not just the main cost of dungeon exploration and combat, but it also pertains to survival. Tsuchi had few hesitations and directly allocated all 15 points to physical strength. He divided the remaining 5 points each between strength and movement technique. He didn't yet know the use of spiritual power, and even if he allocated all 25 points to it, he could at best only stand before the phantom for an extra second. And the next moment, Tsuchi suddenly widened his eyes, seeing his spiritual power surge by 75 points to 85? How did this happen? He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't done anything, so why did his spiritual power increase? Tsuchi suddenly thought of something and opened his item slot. There were only 5 slots, corresponding to his levels. One slot contained the 100-man slaughter blade from the dungeon. In another slot, there was an eyeball covered in various runes. Its panel appeared before Tsuchi. Name, Evil God's Eye. Type, Quality, Function, Passive. When you allocate points to other attributes, your spiritual power increases by 3 times the same amount of points. Note, you have deprived the evil god of some of its power through improper means, and this terrifying being has sworn that it must turn you to ashes, Tsuchi. No wonder the opponent suddenly became so enraged at that time. He was puzzled, wondering why kicking its head like a ball would provoke such a reaction from a mighty evil god, even crossing realms to kill him. It was indeed a low blow. The reason lay here. However, Tsuchi also understood how powerful this item was. He would have 3 times the attribute points than other players out of thin air. Even if it only affected the currently useless spiritual power, it was more than enough. Thinking this way, The cost of being targeted by a terrifying existence seemed bearable. Settling his thoughts here, Tsuchi simply stopped thinking and walked to the middle of the room. After the upgrade, the login space had changed its appearance. Not only had it lights now, but there was also an extra box in the middle with a number on it, 1. It meant he could make a reward draw. Confirm the use of draw opportunity? Let's go. The box shook violently and, after a brief few seconds, it burst open. Inside was a sphere of light. Touching it, Tsuchi saw the information. Name, Thunderbolt. Type, consumable skill, can be used 3 times. Function, can release a burst of very fast lightning forward within a 5-meter range, which will automatically explode upon touching any solid object or reaching 5 meters. Explosion radius 10 meters. Consumption, 120 physical strength. Usage conditions, movement technique must reach 12. Note, if you're not fast enough, be careful when using this, Tsuchi remarked. What kind of kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own suicidal skill? No wonder it has requirements on movement technique. You're supposed to not outrun the range and die together, huh? He put it in his skill bar, which currently only had 2 slots. Although the skill's consumption was a bit scary, it seemed very powerful indeed. Just as Tsuchi was getting ready for the second instance match, a pop-up appeared. External interference detected. Would you like to exit the game or enter interference-resistant mode? Since this gaming pod offered a fully immersive gaming experience, it completely isolated all sounds from the real world but still detected external noises. Sounds exceeding a certain decibel level or someone opening the gaming pod would trigger an alert. Players could choose to continue or exit on their own. In the login space, however, the threshold for sound decibel detection was set lower. Alerts for phone rings, doorbells, and so on were provided, ensuring that players wouldn't miss important real-world events, a rather humanizing feature. Tsuchi exited the game and upon opening his eyes, he heard a doorbell ring. He checked the time. It's 2 in the afternoon, it's been 2.5 hours since I entered the game. In Abyssal Paradise, if an instance lasted less than 5 hours, game time would sync with real time. Once the time inside an instance exceeded 5 hours, no matter how long you stayed, be it 10 days or half a month, only 5 hours would have passed in the real world once the instance ended. This applied to all players. It ensured a degree of synchronicity among all players. Tsuchi got up, ruffled his somewhat messy hair, then went to the door and through the peephole, saw 2 faces. One was Liu Yishu, dressed in casual clothes, a man of impressive build despite being in his 30s, with well-muscled physique. The other was a young man with an unfamiliar face, who looked much younger than Liu Yishu but stood in front of him as though he held a much higher status. It seemed the young man noticed Tsuchi's gaze. The youth cracked a faint smile. He had faced many situations and could instantly notice prying eyes. Hello, we are. Just as he was about to identify himself, Tsuchi's voice came through, just leave the takeout at the door. The youth choked. We're not takeout, we are. Then it must be a delivery, leave it at the door too. The young man's expression turned urgent just as he was about to continue explaining. Liu Yishu placed a hand on the youth's shoulder, resignedly said. He's messing with you. The youth? Liu Yishu shook his head slightly. Despite the young man's remarkable talent in another world, he seemed too naive, having never dealt before with idle people like Tsuchi. He said, I'm Liu Yishu from the Linjiang Investigation Bureau. We've met before. Please open the door, we have some matters concerning your personal safety to discuss. Then he paused and added, it's regarding your personal safety. Chapter 7 Do you believe in the supernatural? Sorry, I thought it was the delivery guy. Come in, have a seat. Tsuchi warmly welcomed the two in. The young man walked through the door and sat somewhat preoccupied on the sofa beside, his gaze suddenly fixed on the gaming pod in the living room. He paused slightly and after exchanging a glance with Liu Yishu, he spoke up. You also play Abyssal Paradise? Of course, it's quite interesting. The young man said. You must have played it at least once, right? Did you clear it? How was your score? Well, let's see. Cleared, well, not really cleared, and as for the score? I don't know. Tsuchi pulled out 3 bottles of cola from the fridge and placed them in front of them. But, is this a bit off topic? Does this have something to do with my personal safety? Liu Yishu extended his hand and pulled out a photo from his pocket and handed it over. Let's cut to the chase, take a look at this. On the photo was a tattoo pattern, a circle in the center with strange lines inside, like pairs of vertical pupils. Around the circle was a ring of flames. Tsuchi squinted his eyes. I feel like I've seen this somewhere. It's from that murderer, isn't it? The young man spoke up at this point. This photo was taken from him. Tsuchi did not deny it, but it was not only the murderer. He felt that the ritual the old priest performed in the chapel of the instance town had some similarities to this. He asked. So what does this represent? It signifies some kind of evil belief. Now, take a look at this. Liu Yixu seemed to know something but did not want to say too much. He reached out and pulled out his phone, keyed in the password, and opened a video. The video showed a solitary prison cell where a man in bandages lay with open eyes on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suchi recognized him. This was the murderer. He woke up the same day he left the hospital, but he became expressionless, as if deaf to anyone speaking to him. Then something strange occurred. I need to warn you, what you're about to see might disturb you. In the video, the man's eyes suddenly bulged out, and his body began to shake violently as if possessed by some force. The restraints around him were stretched out to create noticeable gaps, showing the immense strength at play. Then his trembling became more intense, and the guards surrounding him could barely hold him down. Eventually, he broke free of the restraints. The man leapt out of bed and crashed into the wall. There was a loud bang. The wall was coated in red. The video ended there. Liu Yixu had been watching Suchi's expressions throughout. He noticed that the latter was not much affected by the bloody scene in the video. After the video, Suchi spoke up curiously. What kind of fit is he having? This is not just a fit, the young man said lightly, his expression grave and serious as he looked at Suchi intently. Do you believe in the supernatural? Suchi didn't immediately answer. You tell me first. The young man began slowly. First, you should know that this world is not as simple as you imagine. Like what you just saw in the video, strange and foul forces can erode a person's mind through a terrifying invasive power. He continued. This force isn't a figment of imagination, it's filled with terrible evil. Though it may sound vague and hard to believe, this strangeness might come after you, especially since you already have a significant connection to this person. Suchi pointed to the phone screen. You mean, I could end up like this too, psychologically broken, then smashing into a wall? The young man nodded and then added. Of course, you might also jump off a building or stab yourself, usually depends on your first impulse after a breakdown. Suchi's expression did not show fear or anxiety, he clicked his tongue lightly. Quite intelligent. The young man looked puzzled. You aren't scared? Or you don't believe it? I believe it. Why wouldn't I when 2 official agents from the investigation bureau came to my door personally? Suchi glanced at the question mark above the young man's head, knowing his identity from the start. Member of Department 9, Zhu Linqiu, he said. But obviously, you're here not just to announce my impending demise, there must be other methods to handle this, right? The young man nodded. Naturally, after all, you're not the first ordinary person it's set its sights on. But... He paused for a moment, pointing at the game pod in the living room. It seems, however, you may have already found a solution. Suchi froze, his expression changing slightly. Are you referring to Abyssal Paradise? This game is linked to the strange happenings in the real world? If this were true, then everything would be very different for Suchi. You can think of it that way. If you want to break free from the bizarre, you'd better pay more attention to your spiritual attribute, and also... The young man then abruptly changed the topic. Because you have shown a certain potential in previous cases, and it seems that you are entangled by the bizarre, so... The young man handed over a card. Like other ordinary people in the same situation, I'm offering you a chance. He paused and continued, the chance to see the other side of the world. Half an hour later, Zhu Linqiu and Liu Yixu had driven back to the investigation bureau. Liu Yixu lit a cigarette and said, I've almost made contact with 100 newcomers, but I feel this kid might actually be pretty good. Is that your definition of pretty good? Zhu Linqiu flipped through the file. Brother Liu, you don't even know anything about him, not even his performance in the game, and yet you're so positive about him? Liu Yixu laughed. Although I've only just been transferred to your department, I have a knack for sizing up people. It's a skill honed over many years, and anyway, I think he's capable. Zhu Linqiu shook his head. Among all this data we have, there are less than 10 people who have passed the difficult dungeon 3 times and scored at least 80 points on it. Brother Liu, you yourself have gone through 2 solo difficult dungeons, you know the level of difficulty. The difficult level alone has a 50% failure rate, not to mention the nightmare level. He paused. Anyway, we'll see later on. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. A set of steady footsteps walked in from the doorway. Zhu Linqiu, seeing who it was, quickly became more cautious. Teacher, you're back. Liu Yixu also stood up from his seat. Ever since he left the hospital that day, he had submitted an application to the higher-ups, never expecting to be actually approved, and thus, he had encountered a lot of unimaginable material in the past few days. The middle-aged man rubbed his tired eyes and asked, Have you finished your tasks? Yes, we are currently observing some newcomers with potential, replied Zhu Linqiu. Suddenly pausing, He noticed that the middle-aged man's brows were furrowed, his expression not very relaxed. He asked, "Teacher, has something happened?" The middle-aged man's gaze was deep, his tone not too pleasant. "Just an hour ago, there was a major disturbance in paradise. That terrifying being in the abyss suddenly burst forth with terrifying strength without any warning. Although we don't know the reason and it has been stopped, it's clear that it has caused quite a bit of turmoil, affecting many people with insufficient spiritual power." Zulinki quickly asked, "Is it serious?" "It's under control now, but what's strange is that the target of that strength turned out to be instance 6,823,765, a very ordinary low-level world. Why would it be targeted?" Zulinki was startled. "It's unclear. The data from that place has been cleared. Paradise cannot capture it, but the Black God Guard has already gone to investigate. There should be news soon." Zulinki could hardly contain himself. "I want to help. Although you're strong, your spiritual power isn't enough. That world has already sunk into the highest level of pollution. It's not possible," the middle-aged man said sternly, his face cold, promptly refusing. But just as Zulinki was about to argue, confident he had a few tools that bolstered spiritual power, he was met with the middle-aged man's serious look and could only shamefacedly lower his head. Liu Yishu, observing the somewhat silent mood, broke the silence by voicing a question. "Is the spiritual attribute really that important? Although I've only experienced a few instances, it seems that none of them required the use of a spiritual attribute." Zulinki sat back down, turned on his tablet, and found an internal set of data. "Take a look at this. It's the success rate for each level of difficulty in Paradise after today's public test. Ordinary dungeon, success rate 78%, difficult dungeon, success rate 50%, nightmare dungeon, success rate 9%, below was another line of data. All pollution-type dungeons, success rate 1%, Liu Yishu froze for a moment. What's a pollution-type dungeon? Pollution-type dungeons are directly linked to spiritual power. The middle-aged man seemed to see a distant future, saying, "Right now, although everyone overlooks it, but once they enter paradise, they'll understand the importance of the spiritual attribute." Chapter 8, Entering the New Instance. It was already noon. Suchi didn't immediately return to the gaming pod. After ordering takeout, he wandered around the house. That weird power spoke in mysteries. "I don't even know if my eyes can see anything." He wandered for a while and then discovered, to his surprise, everything in the room was normal. There was nothing special at all. Suchi walked towards the bedroom and opened the cupboard. The finger bone and a piece of sheet music were still there, unchanged, still in a state of chaos. Just as Suchi was about to put these two items back into the cupboard, he suddenly paused and looked back at the gaming pod in the living room. Then a thought occurred to him. Half an hour later, after finishing lunch, Suchi lay back in the gaming pod once again. Neural connection in progress. Connection successful. Welcome, player Subuxian, to your personal space. You have now unlocked the matchmaking feature, allowing you to select dungeon modes and difficulty levels. Several selectable modules appeared in front of Suchi's eyes. Solo dungeon mode. Note: experience and game coin earnings are 20% higher in solo dungeons compared to multiplayer dungeons. Multiplayer dungeon mode, unlocked at level 6. Note: multiplayer dungeons require players to explore together, main quest progress is shared, and any player who kills a teammate will have their main quest blocked and cannot receive completion rewards. Both modes allowed for the selection of difficulty: ordinary, hard, nightmare. Huh? Suchi noticed the nightmare option was grayed out and unselectable, with a tooltip saying, "During matchmaking, there's a 1% chance of entering a nightmare-level dungeon, and the higher the average rating of the dungeon, the higher the probability. So it turns out this difficulty can only be encountered, not sought. My very first dungeon was a nightmare level, can't tell if that's good or bad luck." After reading everything, Suchi did not rush into a dungeon. He had another matter to verify. After opening the item slot, Suchi's gaze flickered. Two familiar items had appeared in the item slot. Polluted finger bone, polluted sheet music as expected. The two special items obtained from the real world could indeed be brought into Abyssal Paradise. Suchi looked serious. What it implied was self-evident. It also proved what Zulinki had said, that Abyssal Paradise was not just a game. The other side he spoke of must be in this Abyssal Paradise. But these two items didn't seem to be equipment, they lacked attribute panels, and their purpose was unclear at the moment. He closed the item slot and began to make his selection. You have selected solo hard mode, now matching. Match found. The experience and game coin rewards for solo mode were a bit higher, allowing players to adapt to gameplay and level up while accumulating basic attributes and advantages. After unlocking multiplayer mode, players could then avoid holding other people back. Soon, the lights in the login room flickered. The next moment, the room plunged into darkness, devoid of any trace of light. A low chuckle arose, its husky tone indistinguishable between male and female. "Welcome to the abyss." The darkness in front of Tsuchi slowly receded. By the time he opened his eyes, he found himself in an apartment room, where dim light shone on the not-so-clean floor, making the surrounding bed and table seem particularly cramped. And the strangest thing? The room had no windows. Or rather, the windows had been completely sealed off, not just clumsily welded shut with sheet metal, but even the cracks that revealed glass were painted over with black paint, blocking any view outside the window. This time, the CG image gave no explanation. "It seems I have to explore on my own before I can trigger the main quest." Tsuchi looked around the room, found nothing but a suitcase on the bed, and it appeared he had just moved in, not even having a chance to clean up. Click. After he opened the suitcase, aside from some clothes, there was only a rusty-looking small clock. Name, clock, type, dungeon tool, quality, low quality, function, turning the clockwork will grant you 90% immunity to pollution for 5 minutes, can be used 3 times per day, can it be taken out of the dungeon? No, note, always hold it tightly, it will be the key to your survival, this thing could not be stored in the item slot. Tsuchi hung it around his neck and searched the suitcase again, finding nothing else. It seems there are no more clues in the room. Tsuchi's gaze naturally fell on the room's door. He was curious about what was outside, and the current eerie atmosphere seemed to tell him not to act rashly. He reached out and cautiously pushed the door open. Outside was a deep, dark corridor, lit only by the room's light, barely revealing 5 other closed doors beside his own. Each door seemed to have a number. Tsuchi was number 5, and directly opposite was number 4. At that moment, A suddenly appeared on the door opposite his own, number 4. It displayed, "The occupant of door number 4 is peeking at you through the peephole. Is someone there?" Someone isn't necessarily a good thing. It is waiting for you to knock on the door. The information on the question mark changed again. The character it made him wonder how he could possibly knock. The entire apartment exuded a strangeness, and these other 5 occupants were likely no ordinary people. Without understanding what was going on, it was generally best not to do anything unnecessary. Just then, a bell rang out from the stairwell at the end of the corridor, like a bronze bell shaking. Sounds like these often signaled information, such as gathering, meal times, or class notifications. Immediately after, footsteps could be heard from the corridor stairwell. The sound was heavy, like walking in wet shoes on wooden planks. The rhythmic sound echoed in the deep, dark corridor. Tsuchi looked over, with a premonition of what might happen next. And the next moment, something unexpected happened to Tsuchi. The door of room number 4 suddenly opened, and a tentacle reached out. It pulled Tsuchi straight over. Without any hesitation, Tsuchi held the butcher knife in front of him, but then he heard a voice. "Don't be rash, I mean no harm." The next moment, with a thud, Tsuchi was pulled into room number 4 and the door was shut behind him. But Tsuchi was not someone who liked being passive. The moment he entered, he swung his knife. With explosive power he pinned down the being that had pulled him in against the wall, holding the murderous butcher knife at their throat. This creature with tentacles turned out to be a human, and even wore glasses, looking somewhat refined. His pale face trembled with fear as he immediately knelt down without hesitation. Don't kill me." Chapter 9. Are all apartment residents abnormal? Tsuchi kneeled so abruptly that he didn't even have time to react, and his first thought was that this brother must have practiced this motion, as it was executed seamlessly. He didn't lower his knife and was about to speak. At that moment, the footsteps and ringing in the corridor became increasingly prominent. Tentacle Man's face was ashen, filled with fear and anxiety. He struggled to make a shushing gesture with his tentacles, signaling Tsuchi desperately not to make a sound. It was as if the owner of the footsteps outside might skin him alive. Tsuchi didn't make any sudden moves. He too sensed a dangerous aura. He still wasn't sure about the worldview of this world, but judging from the tentacled man in the room, there was definitely a presence of strength beyond ordinary people, no longer just the killing demon type from the town. Soon, the footsteps and the ringing gently faded. Tentacle Man finally heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at Tsuchi, only to become tense again. Because Tsuchi's knife was still positioned at his throat. Although his smile seemed harmless, his tone carried an icy indifference as if saying, "If you don't explain, I might just make my move, so, can you explain to me now what exactly is going on?" Tentacle Man, trembling, said. "Didn't you read the apartment notice when you moved in? Such as? The apartment manager prepares food on the first floor. The ringing bell signifies a call for all residents to gather in the dining hall on the first floor to eat. Moreover, the apartment manager dislikes people seeing its face, so it returns to its own dwelling on the third floor during meal times. What happens if someone sees it?" Tsuchi asked with a hint of curiosity. The previous tenant of room 5 didn't make it back to his room in time, and then I never saw him again. Next thing, you moved in. Tsuchi mused. So it seems you saved me just now? Thanks for that. Don't mention it, Tentacle Man replied with a tearless sob, but could you please put the knife down while you're saying thank you? At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from outside, and footsteps resumed one after another in the corridor. It's time to go eat, Tentacle Man hurriedly said. The apartment notice is on the first floor, you can go and take a look. Tsuchi stowed the knife in his item slot. Inside an instance, retrieving something from the item slot didn't conjure it out of thin air, it automatically connected to various pockets or linings of the clothing, making the items accessible from a spot invisible to others. The same logic applied to storage. After the door opened, they saw a bandaged monster, its body wrapped entirely in bandages with only one eye peeking out from the gap. It showed no reaction to Tentacle Man, but upon spotting Tsuchi next to him, the monster's eye suddenly widened, displaying extreme madness and greed. It didn't say a word. Then headed towards the staircase down to the first floor. Tsuchi observed the "it wants to eat you" above the bandaged monster's head and, without changing his expression, followed Tentacle Man down to the first floor. Tentacle Man whispered. Be careful, don't mess with the others, they are very terrifying. There were 6 tenants in total. 2 of them had already taken their seats. One was a woman with split mouth, whose body was sewn with various threads, and her eyes gray and lifeless. The other tenant was Swollen Man, whose back was covered in clusters of abnormal growths resembling abscesses. The last one, arriving last, wore a long robe that covered their face, but one could vaguely see their body was rotten, emitting a foul stench, much like a corpse. This guy seemed to live in room 6, the one closest to the 3rd floor. The commonality among them was evident the moment Tsuchi appeared. Their gazes all converged on him, expressing astonishment at first and then a greedy desire. They all want to eat you. Okay. Everyone's purpose is aligned and simple. Tentacle Man sat down with his head bowed, trembling, not daring to speak in front of these abnormalities. But Tsuchi pulled out a chair, did not sit, and facing the many greedy eyes that looked down on him as if they were ants, he smiled. Everyone, look at me, I have something to announce. I am the new resident, Suboxian, and am happy to be neighbors with all of you. I have many usual hobbies and hope to get along well with everyone. Tsuchi's words elicited a few low chuckles from the abnormalities, their expressions appearing to mock. Happy to be neighbors and interact, huh? Only Corpse Man kept his head down, emitting a hoarse voice. Let's eat first, otherwise it will get cold. The food in front of each person at the table was covered with a lid, with a knife and fork placed beside it. Tsuchi lifted the cover, and the food inside was beyond his expectations. The aroma of red wine wafted through the sauce, poured over half a steak, which surprisingly seemed appetizing. The others, as if starved, were the first to begin eating. Bandaged Monster held the knife and fork, cutting the steak forcefully, making a squeaky sound, his gaze firmly fixed on Tsuchi. It was as if he was not cutting that piece of meat, but Tsuchi himself. Split-mouth woman opened her mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, chewing on the steak with the sound of chewing wax, also staring intently at Tsuchi, as if he was about to take him as a dish. Swollen Man and Corpse Man did not look towards Tsuchi, just ate somewhat voraciously. Tentacle Man, however, was quite inconspicuous, even refusing to make a sound while eating. Tsuchi picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak. This was a normal piece of meat, but rather special, as a system message popped up. After eating, your spiritual power will decrease by 1, but you will gain a special ability. Note, death occurs, return to login space to recover, when spiritual power reaches 0. Decrease by 1? Tsuchi looked at his 85 points of spiritual power, no big problem. After eating, spiritual power indeed decreased by 1, but at the same time, Tsuchi felt a strange and peculiar strength beginning to activate. A niche, bizarre eye slowly appeared in the middle of his palm. You have gained a temporary ability, Palm Eye. When activated, it will emit a blinding light. Great. Useless ability. When the others saw the eyeball appear in Tsuchi's palm, none of them showed a strange expression. Instead, their looks were cold, as if mocking. Tsuchi noticed this. He had a guess. At this moment, everyone else finished eating, and Corpse Man spoke in a raspy voice. Whose turn is it for the duty today? Tentacle Man shuddered, frightened, lifting his tentacles. Me. Then it's up to you, Corpse Man revealed an ugly smile, terrifyingly terrifying. I hope you don't become the next person to disappear. Corpse Man stood up, under Tsuchi's somewhat strange gaze, stepped on the stairs, and returned to his room on the 2nd floor. The others gradually departed as well, all turning back to look at Tsuchi once more, not hiding their greedy eyes. Soon, only Tentacle Man, busy collecting plates, and Tsuchi, reading the apartment's notice board, were left. Chapter 10, Main Quest Trigger, Apartment Notice, 1. Do not make any contact with the manager, 2. The manager is responsible for cooking and will notify residents when meals are ready, 3. Every day, according to room number, a resident is designated for duty which includes cleaning up the dining hall plates, cleaning the first floor, and purchasing groceries for the next day, 4. No resident is allowed to enter the third floor area. This notice was somewhat old, and the handwriting on it was not fresh, meaning these rules had been set in place a long time ago. Even though the residents of the apartment might have changed several times, they had never been altered. It looks fairly normal, but considering the bizarre circumstances within the apartment, each rule seems to have deadly dangers, like. Tsuchi turned his head to look at today's on-duty resident, Tentacle Man, who was trembling with plates in his tentacles, standing outside the kitchen too scared to enter, wearing an expression of fear. You keep shaking like that, and you're going to drop the plates. Tentacle Man jumped with fright and, seeing Tsuchi still on the first floor, said in a quivering low voice. You should go back to your room. It's my duty today, there's no need to drag you into this. Tsuchi replied. Then you. Tell me what exactly is going on here. And this palm eye of mine. His palm eye was tightly closed, it would only open when activated. Tentacle Man gave Tsuchi a strange look, fell silent for a moment. It seems you are an outsider, no wonder you don't know anything and haven't been contaminated. He waved his tentacles. We have all been contaminated. While pollution has given us special abilities, prolonged exposure leads to mental breakdowns, and eventually, we become monsters completely. There are many terrifying things inside the first floor, and every resident on duty has to be extremely careful. If one isn't careful, their contamination will worsen. Tsuchi quickly understood what he meant by pollution. Because when some sauce from the plates accidentally spilled onto the carpet, a terrifying low growl emitted from the kitchen. Then, Tentacle Man became rigid. Tsuchi also felt a ringing in his ears that made him feel faint. Spiritual power, 1, so that's it. In other words, it's a loss of sanity value, reflected numerically, it means decreased spiritual power, and the lower the spiritual power, the more severe the transformation into a monster. But Tentacle Man's reaction seemed even more intense, not only was he trembling all over, but his tentacles were spraying water. Did he just wet himself? Tsuchi dodged the water and then steadied the plate in his hands, otherwise, if the plate broke, more terrifying things were likely to happen. Thankfully, the low growling only lasted a few moments. Tentacle Man came back to his senses, his face deathly pale. It's over, I'm definitely going to die, definitely going to die. Tsuchi looked toward the dusky kitchen. You won't die, just complete everything properly without making mistakes, and you'll be fine. No. That's not the point, it's going out to find groceries next that's the scariest, Tentacle Man trembled. Although we have to be careful of pollution in this apartment at all times, it's already the safest place. The city outside has long since collapsed. We can only gain abilities by being contaminated, gaining the strength to survive. Tsuchi paused and then asked. What happens if you don't find any groceries? Tentacle Man was silent, opening his parched lips, and said faintly. I will become food. Everything became clear, so this is the world view of this world. At the same time, after learning this information, the system also popped up an information panel. Main quest triggered, survive for 10 days, investigate the third floor room, find the source of the ruin, choose one of the 3 main missions to pass. The main mission finally appeared. Tsuchi looked over, and the difficulty of the 3 missions was obvious at a glance. Surviving 10 days was the simplest, but of course, that was only relatively speaking. Whether it was the duties of the day or going out to forage for food, there was a risk of losing spiritual power. Most importantly, he had also been targeted by the guests. To explore the third floor room meant he would become enemies with the manager. And finding the source of the breakdown was the most difficult mission. The source was definitely in the city outside, which had fallen into complete pollution, likely filled with all kinds of monsters everywhere. Tsuchi suddenly asked a question. By the way, do you know why those guests are targeting me? Because you're normal, Tentacle Man said with a bitter smile. Being normal here makes you an anomaly, and it also means you haven't been contaminated. If they eat you, they can alleviate the symptoms of their contamination. I see. Tsuchi's gaze flickered slightly. He didn't say which mission he would choose first but seemed to think of something. How about this, I'll take over the duties for today, alright? Why? Tentacle Man was shocked. Because I'm a bright and cheerful big boy, always happy to help, Tsuchi patted his shoulder. Plus, I have something I want to verify. Tentacle Man trembled, wanting to agree, but then violently shook his head. I can't do that. You've just gained your ability and you know nothing. You will die. Suchi smiled and said, "You're not a bad person at heart, but are you sure you can get through today? Don't worry, leave it to me." Tentacle Man looked hesitant, but ultimately, his fear of death won over. He reached out his hand, took out a notebook, and gave it to Suchi. "This has all the things you need to be aware of during my time on duty. You must read it carefully. You've just become contaminated. As long as there aren't any major problems, you won't run into trouble." Suchi took the notebook and nodded. "I'll keep it in mind." Once Tentacle Man returned to his room on the second floor. Suchi opened the notebook and flipped through it, then picked up the plate and went straight into the dark kitchen. Kitchen notices: make sure to wash the plates thoroughly, and never look up while washing them. Make sure the freezer door in the kitchen is locked. Suchi placed the plate under the faucet and turned on the running water. But instead of looking down, he did the opposite. He lifted his head and looked up, where a bizarre monster's body was impaled, hanging on a hook, staring back with its unblinking oily green eyes. In an instant, Suchi felt a sting in his eyes, as if various strange hallucinations appeared before him. Spiritual power, 1. The weirdness disappeared after he looked away. Suchi had a strange expression, somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, there's a problem here. Is this pollution damage not a bit too low? Why is it all 1? Didn't they see my 85 points of spiritual power? How long will it take to reduce that? Suchi fell into deep thought. He didn't try again, though. Although the cost of trial and error was low, there was no need to waste it. And he realized something. My spiritual power seems to be higher than the normal level for this instance. If it were other players, such an intensity would be reasonable. Normal players have limited attribute points and would definitely prioritize physical strength, and movement techniques, which can be quickly converted into real power. No one would initially put attribute points into spiritual power, which doesn't seem to have much use at present. So players generally only have the initial 10 points of spiritual power, allowing only a very few mistakes. But Suchi. Clearly, he was an exception. Chapter 11 The Source of Collapse. Every resident had a special ability that grew stronger with the worsening of their pollution level, and this also greatly altered their appearance and mind. So, they were very greedy for themselves. The ability of Tentacle Man was to secrete a potent toxin from his tentacles, which was also his reliance for survival. This was something Suchi had learned from his notes, which also contained cautionary advice on how to stealthily avoid powerful abnormalities when going out and how to ambush them, among other things. To survive, he really put in a great deal of effort. Suchi had also finished cleaning the first floor. The apartment's contents were indeed dangerous. Shadows lurked in the bathroom mirror, blood boiled in the toilet, and the freezer in the kitchen seemed to contain something alive. Well then, it's time to go out and buy groceries. Suchi was not afraid. Although this was a spooky instance, shopping for groceries was one of his favorite activities. The joy of haggling with the aunties and uncles at the bustling market, driving down the prices, was a pleasure in its own right. Only this time he was facing abnormalities, and the price would have to be slashed in a more physical sense. He put the 100-man slaughter blade in his hand and stepped out with confidence. Stepping outside, he could see the desolate city streets, the cold wind blowing from unknown corners. The streets were littered with abandoned cars and mottled walls, signaling that this condition seemed to have persisted for quite some time. Occasionally, he could hear a heavy panting sound, like that of a wild dog shaking itself, coming sporadically. Upon stepping onto the street, Suchi saw the information. Every minute spent in the land of pollution, spiritual power will be 1. From this, it seemed he could at least stay here for a little over an hour, and he also had a timepiece that could isolate 90% of the pollution on him. Looking for ingredients is just one part of going out. The more important thing is to see if I can find the source of collapse. With Suchi's supermodel-like spiritual power, he naturally would not settle for just surviving 10 days or entering the 3rd floor. He was a grown man now. He wanted all 3 tasks. He continued along the street. Soon enough, Suchi saw an abnormality resembling a hyena. It was half the height of a person and pierced with various metal scraps, its flesh turned inside out, yet this did not impede its movements in the slightest. Name: Level 1 Pollution Abnormality, Strength, 20, Movement Technique, 20, Physical Strength, 500, Spiritual Power, 0. It twitched its nose and noticed Suchi, then lunged with a crimson tongue, in a brainless, frenzied manner. Swoosh! The 100-man slaughter blade radiated a malevolent aura, brimming with cold light. Suchi did not hesitate to charge forward. His physical strength was full now, and he could fully wield the deadly blade. The abnormality was extremely fast, but lacking in brain cells, it charged straight into the blade. Suchi's wrist twisted, and with the attribute bonus of the blade, the sharp edge sliced swiftly and accurately through, like cutting through tofu, easily claiming its head without any resistance. Although its strength and speed are greater than that of an ordinary person, without a brain, it can't even compare to the killing demons of the little town. He kicked away the abnormality's head and kept walking along the street. Although some abnormalities appeared along the way, they were all about the same level as the first hyena-like creature, dangerous, but not enough. But when he reached the next block, level 2 pollution abnormalities started to appear, their strength and movement technique averaging around 30, although Tsuchi managed to deal with them. Now his strength and movement technique attributes were both 15, and with the bonus from the 100-man slaughter blade, he could burst forth with comparable might. Plus, the most important thing. Combat was not just about comparing attributes for victory or defeat. If the opponent wasn't bulletproof, sometimes it was a matter of a single blow, especially since Tsuchi also possessed a powerful skill called Thunderbolt in his hand. Tsuchi moved on. This is the third block, the pollution is even more apparent, and the abnormalities are getting stronger. That means I'm not going in the wrong direction. The closer I get to the source of collapse, the more severe the pollution. Tsuchi could already distinctly hear various spiritual pollution-like screams, resonating with his heart, making them hard to ignore. He looked at the prompt in front of him, spiritual power, 4, then did not retreat but instead turned on the watch to activate it. You will be immune to 90% of pollution, duration 5 minutes, instantly. He felt a clarity wash over his mind, the surrounding screeches diminishing to a mere whisper. The area up ahead is lethal now. Tsuchi looked toward the end of the block and could also see some huge vague figures in the mist, standing 5 to 10 meters tall, some carrying objects as big as buses, footfalls thundering on the ground. They are all monsters now. He quickened his pace, sprinting down the streets. This time, he must acquire the information he needed. Tsuchi never returned empty-handed. The massive aberration moved slowly and didn't notice Tsuchi following behind, allowing him to quickly reach the end of the street. At this dilapidated intersection, Tsuchi controlled his movements, then peeked out, and at that instant, he felt as if the hissing sound was a horde of demonic spirits howling into his brain. But with the immunity from the watch, he was instantly clear-headed. At the same time, he could finally see the streets a kilometer away. That was the city center. All the buildings were flattened, surrounded by astonishingly huge monstrosities. Jellyfish-like tentacle monsters shrouded the sky like black shadows. Disproportioned human-shaped monsters, their heads like 2 sirens, moved slowly. And a mountain of flesh full of abscesses, every lump of its flesh sprouting eyes. Spiritual power, 1, even the watch couldn't completely ward off the sight. And at the center of it all, there seemed to be an item placed there, unclear from this distance. Is that the source of pollution? Tsuchi could see, and appear, but was too far away to glean more information. However, Tsuchi withdrew his gaze. Now that he knew where the source was, the information he had gathered was sufficient. What came next was to return and plan, because each of those terrifying giant monsters was exceedingly dangerous, far beyond what he could currently contend with. Relying solely on the watch and the Thunderbolt skill to bypass these monsters and reach the center had a success rate of perhaps less than 1%. 10 minutes later, Tsuchi, carrying the body of a level 2 abnormality, returned to his apartment. He placed it in the kitchen freezer, which was filled with various abnormal parts, eyeballs, tentacles, ears studded with rusted nails, and so forth. It seemed these were leftovers from what the administrator had cooked. And at that moment, a series of heavy footsteps began to echo, followed by a terrifying, deep voice. "It doesn't seem to be your turn to be on duty today, what are you doing?" Tsuchi turned around, the full body bandages making the identity of the person before him clear. The bandaged man. But the nevermind. It stared at Tsuchi, issuing a strange laugh, while holding a sickle in its hand. "Knowing you're a hot commodity and still daring to wander alone. I'm really quite lucky." Chapter 12, entering the third floor. Bandaged man's scythe, swift as lightning, swept out an impressive cold gleam, aiming straight for Tsuchi. Tsuchi sensed trouble and quickly retreated. The opponent's strength was at least around level 2 pollution, not just an ordinary monster, and most importantly, it was intelligent. The scythe fiercely embedded itself in the nearby wooden board. This guy seemed to be a long-time resident of the apartment, well aware of the kitchen's taboos, knowing what was safe and what would trigger punishment. Seeing that Tsuchi had dodged, it grew even more excited. "I'll thoroughly sever your limbs and slowly savor them inside." Bandaged man charged again, his entire body's bandages whipping out as if alive, coiling towards Tsuchi. This appeared to be his ability. Tsuchi chopped off the bandages surrounding him, but the scythe stirred up a cold wind in the dark kitchen, aiming to cut Tsuchi at the waist with a lethal arc. Bang! Tsuchi blocked with his sword, retreating several steps. At the same time, physical strength, 30, current 120, bandaged man tore off the bandages from his face, revealing a lipless mouth and a row of blood-red teeth. "Those guys not taking action, allowing me to enjoy this alone. Ha ha ha. What luck." Ha ha ha, your mom. Suchi burst forward, choosing not to use Thunderbolt since the skill had a high consumption rate, which would deplete his physical strength. He stretched out his palm, revealing the palm eye on his left hand. Snap. The palm eye opened, erupting with a blinding burst of light. Suchi originally intended to cover its vision and then strike. However, unexpectedly, at the moment the light appeared, Bandaged Man trembled violently, showing an extremely pained expression. Suchi was surprised. Is this thing holy light? And in that lightning-fast moment, it was enough for Suchi. He stomped forward, thrusting his long sword from the right wrist and plunging it into Bandaged Man's chest. His eyes widened, filled with bloodshot. He screamed. SSSS, it hurts, it really hurts. Pain is normal, it's always like this the first time. Bandaged Man didn't understand, but he went insane. Killing me won't let you escape. Those guys are all watching you, you've only got one way out, death. With blood on his face, Suchi pulled out the sword, his expression unreadable to Bandaged Man. Don't worry, I'll be visiting each one in turn, no one will escape. As Bandaged Man shuddered and collapsed, convulsing continuously, his body gradually lost life. Looking at the corpse on the floor, Suchi already had an idea, a dangerous and bold idea. Of course, he needed assistance. Suchi placed Bandaged Man's body in a freezer, then cleaned the blood off himself and walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Just as he reached the second floor corridor, a massive appeared. They are all watching you, wanting a piece of you, so they held back because they feared each other? No wonder Bandaged Man was excited when he found himself alone. Suchi ignored this information, walking straight to the door of Tentacle Man at number 4. Without even knocking, Tentacle Man cracked the door open, nervous yet somewhat pleased. You made it back alive? In his eyes, Suchi was just an ordinary person who had recently acquired special powers. Although proficient with a knife and capable of handling a weakling like him, he was no match for the other residents and the monsters outside. Let's talk inside. Suchi didn't hesitate, pushing the door and entering. You're injured? Tentacle Man saw the blood on Suchi and immediately reached out. I can secrete a coagulating slime. Suchi. Stop. I'm not injured, this blood belongs to some unlucky guy. So you're saying, you found some ingredients? Tentacle Man said excitedly. His duty was replaced by Suchi, but if Suchi hadn't succeeded, he too wouldn't have escaped death. Suchi nodded, narrowing his eyes. That's not the point. First a question. How potent is the toxin in your tentacles? What level of abnormality can it affect? Tentacle Man was stunned. I don't know. Tentacle Man hurriedly said. Because I only dare to attack the abnormalities around the apartment. If it's that kind, it would knock them down instantly. Then lend me some, I'll give it a try. A little bit is totally fine. Tentacle Man's voice suddenly cut off as he stared wide-eyed at Suchi pulling out a large jar stolen from the kitchen, a 2 liters one at that. Tentacle Man's face turned green. Is this borrowing a little? This is killing me. Bite the bullet, you can do it. Suchi revealed his pearly white teeth, smiling sincerely. Tentacle Man, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears, could only extend 2 tentacles, continuously secreting poison. 1 minute later. 1/10 is done, I can't take any more. Hold on a bit longer. 5 minutes later. 1/3 is done. I'm really going to die. A man must not say he can't. Under Suchi's urging, more and more poison filled the jar, eventually reaching halfway. Tentacle Man had already turned pale, his face gaunt as if he had lost a lot of weight, collapsed on the floor. Suchi, satisfied, hugged the jar and opened the door. He turned back and said. Oh, just a reminder, come out 10 minutes later during tomorrow's mealtime. I need to discuss some matters with these neighbors. Tentacle Man stared blankly at Suchi's smile. He didn't know what the other planned to do, but intuition told him something big was going to happen tomorrow. The next day, the manager, dragging his heavy body, appeared from a door on the 3rd floor, his steps slowly touching the ground. The dim corridor was comforting to him. In this apartment, he was the existence everyone feared, nobody dared defy the rules stated on the apartment notice. Nor did anyone know his true face. Now, he was going downstairs to cook, make food from the ingredients, then pick some things he needed. As the manager walked down the 2nd floor's spiral staircase, door number 5 cracked open slightly, then a figure walked out from inside the room. This figure was Suchi. He looked towards the dark end of the corridor, sniffing the scent still lingering in the air, and without turning his head, walked toward the 3rd floor. Suchi aimed to use the time the manager was cooking to thoroughly check out the 3rd floor. Time was tight, at most only 10 minutes. Suchi arrived at the stairs. The 3rd floor was an attic, currently firmly locked with thick chains. Although I don't have the key, but... Suchi saw the displaying, insert a thin wire, Move it up and down, left left right right, then rotate clockwise 3 times to open. 10 seconds later. There was a click from the lock and the chain visibly loosened. Tsuchi slowly pushed the door open, his hand also holding a butcher knife and a clock, ready to ward off danger. But the next second, the anticipated danger and horror did not appear. Tsuchi frowned intensely as he looked into the attic, as if he had seen an unbelievable sight. He stood in the midst of the attic, his gaze gradually calming down. If this is the truth, I can only say, in a world that seems mad, even this bit of warmth is crazy. It was a pink room, without a hint of darkness or horror. The room was filled with cute dolls and girls' dresses. On the table, there was a photo frame. The photo framed inside displayed a beautiful little porcelain doll-like girl holding her father's hand and smiling sweetly. But now, the girl's corpse lay in a cradle, with a head intact. The rest entirely made of other abnormalities, body parts. Chapter 13. The true identity of the administrator. The bell rang. The manager, dragging his heavy steps, moved along the corridor after finishing the meal preparations. A minute after his footsteps had disappeared, the doors of the rooms began to open one after the other. Swollen Man and Split-Mouth Woman headed downstairs. The door of Tentacle Man was tightly closed. He had heeded Tsuchi's advice and stayed in his room obediently. Another minute passed. The door to room number 6 opened, and Corpse Man, dressed in a thick black robe, slowly walked out of his room. As he stepped out, his gaze slightly trembled. He saw Tsuchi, who was leaning against the corridor wall, apparently waiting for something. Waiting for that tentacle guy across the door? Corpse Man remained calm. These two were weak, it was normal for them to stick together, a smart choice. But in the face of so many dangerous abnormalities, it was hardly useful. It should be soon now to see the other residents making their move on this new guest. This had nothing to do with himself. After all, the tenants in the apartment would constantly change, and he was pleased to watch these people fight, though he was still unaware that one of them, Bandaged Man, was already gone. Tsuchi placed the butcher knife inside his lining and, after checking his fully recovered physical strength from resting the whole day, got up and moved. I hate beating around the bush, I prefer simplicity and brutality. Next, it's time to have a proper chat with these neighbors. Tentacle Man sat nervously on the edge of his own bed, occasionally glancing towards the door, wanting to go check the situation, but recalling Tsuchi's advice from yesterday, he sat down worriedly again. He said yesterday he wanted to talk to the neighbors. But those guys are all crazy, terrifying abnormalities. How could he talk calmly with them? As someone who had been there for a while, Tentacle Man didn't lack ideas like Tsuchi's. He had indeed gifted some of his valuable possessions to other residents, although it hadn't been much use. But fortunately, these monsters didn't care about someone as insignificant as him. What was the situation outside now? Tentacle Man's gaze turned towards the door, because the floor between the second and first floors was very thick and added to the spiral staircase. He couldn't hear a thing. It had been 5 minutes now. He wondered what the situation was. He might have already been killed. Tentacle Man actually had some guesses. Although he was timid and not strong, he could tell Tsuchi was not an ordinary tenant. He had guts. But guts didn't serve as food. 10 minutes finally slowly passed. Tentacle Man stood up, gradually opening the door. The hallway was still engulfed in darkness. He tiptoed towards the spiral staircase. His mind already began to panic wildly. Perhaps the next scene he would see was Swollen Man, Corpse Man, Bandaged Man, and Split-Mouth Woman sitting at the dining table, knives and forks in hand, cutting into Tsuchi on the table. Tentacle Man crouched down, holding his breath as he peeked his head out from beside the mahogany staircase. What he saw next was beyond belief. The entire first floor hall looked as if it had just gone through an explosion. The carpet and surrounding walls were charred, and as for the dining table in the middle, it had long been blasted into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. And at this moment, on a patch of open ground, 3 figures were lying there. Swollen Man was bloody all over, hanging by his buttocks on the wall lamp, but being an abnormality, he still gasped for breath. Split-Mouth Woman's teeth had all fallen out, with disheveled hair, she looked utterly miserable, one arm blown off like a rag doll far away. The final Corpse Man had been torn apart, one piece east and one piece west. And as if that wasn't secure enough, their entire bodies were tightly bound with white bandages, rendering them unable to struggle. Meanwhile, Tentacle Man stood still as a statue. What happened, Tsuchi? At that moment, footsteps slowly approached, and Tsuchi emerged from the kitchen, wiping the blood off his hands with a rag. Stop loitering there, come down. His tone was oddly normal, as if he was calling me down to dinner. Tentacle Man didn't know how he got to the first floor. All he felt were those 3 pairs of crimson eyes piercing his body like knives. He was trembling and tearless. What exactly happened here? Nothing much, just some food laced with poison, coupled with a screech that activated all the pollutants in the apartment, and a small thunderball. Tentacle Man didn't understand but was greatly shocked. What on earth happened in those 10 minutes? The poison must have been the same one he had handed out yesterday. Activating all pollutants on the first floor of the apartment. How horrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it, yet Tsuchi acted as if nothing were wrong. As for the final thunderball, it was no longer significant. I've already put all the pollutants back where they belong, there won't be any problems now, Tsuchi said indifferently. With a mere twist of a clock, activating all the apartment's pollutants only cost him a minor 1 in spiritual powers. But for the others, it was lethal. What about the bandaged monster? Tentacle Man suddenly realized someone was missing and muttered. Don't you find the bandages on their bodies familiar? Tentacle Man suddenly understood. You made a deal with the bandaged monster. Tsuchi pointed overhead. Tentacle Man looked up and saw a body that had been dead for some time, hung upside down from the ceiling by bandages. It was originally hidden inside the chandelier on the ceiling, but it fell out due to the explosion being a bit too intense. Tentacle Man shuddered as he trembled, looking at Tsuchi. He was terribly wrong. He thought this new resident was just an ordinary person. Now, it seemed he was the most dangerous entity, kneeling before the boss. He had already knelt, so no harm done. After the shock, Tentacle Man remembered there was still an unknown horror in the apartment, and hurriedly said. So what do we do now? Clean up first? Otherwise, when the caretaker comes out tomorrow and sees this, he'll explode. He looked with a grim expression at the ravaged first floor. But how do we clean this up? Tsuchi looked at the eager and anxious Tentacle Man, seeming genuinely considerate. He smiled. Don't worry, the caretaker won't be coming out. Huh? He has always been here. Tentacle Man started, shrinking back in fear. Where? We should hide quickly, the notice clearly prohibits any contact with the caretaker. Tsuchi slowly moved his gaze towards Tentacle Man. The anxious Tentacle Man, somewhat scared, adjusted his glasses, looked back, saw 3 shadows behind him, and hurriedly said. Could it be one of them? Tsuchi simply smiled, glancing above Tentacle Man's head where he had been hovering since day 1. The message simply read 5 words, Apartment Caretaker, Chapter 14:14. I said we should have a good chat. Tsuchi's gaze slowly fixed on Tentacle Man. After what seemed like a few seconds, Tentacle Man's face stiffened slightly, and he let out a forced chuckle. Are you saying I'm the one? You're not kidding me, are you? He flicked the tentacles off his body, shaking his head innocently. How could I possibly be the apartment manager? Tsuchi sniffed. Why not? There's a damp, sticky smell in the air of the hallway, and I've also found drops of liquid on the floor of the corridor. Tentacle Man said helplessly. People go downstairs every day, of course, there will be traces left behind, and it's too dark in the hallway to see anything clearly. Tsuchi gently lifted his palm, revealing the tightly closed palm eye on it. Then I'm sorry, I specifically went to check during the manager's cooking time, and you forgot, didn't you? My eyes, they can glow. Upon hearing this, Tentacle Man wasn't swayed but instead his bitter smile deepened. Then it's even less likely to be me. Yesterday, while the manager was cooking, I was clearly in the same room with you. Tsuchi mused to himself. That's also something I found puzzling at the start, until I saw it. He walked towards Corpse Man, using the butcher's knife to cut open the black robe on the body. Instantly, a foul stench hit them. You could also see that all the parts on Corpse Man were stitched together, and the flesh on them was starting to rot, oozing putrid blood. Tentacle Man, witnessing this scene, didn't speak and slowly adjusted his glasses with a tentacle. His voice began to change. What about it? As if he hadn't seen it at all, Tsuchi spoke softly. It's just a patched-up puppet. Just like that little girl in the 3rd floor room of yours. No sooner had he finished speaking. The veins on Tentacle Man's face surged out like pulled-up tree roots, his expression raging to the extreme. 2 tentacles, which previously seemed harmless, now violently swelled by several meters, a mass of sticky fluid mixed with poison hurtling towards Tsuchi. The palm eye in Tsuchi's hand suddenly burst open, a fierce flash incredibly dazzling, stopping the deadly tentacles in their tracks from lunging further. At this moment, the originally refined face of Tentacle Man now turned unspeakably fierce and mad. You went in there? Of course. Tsuchi sighed. I saw a lot inside. Tentacle Man's face twisted, his eyes full of murderous intent as he stared fixedly at Tsuchi. You deserve to die. Die, die. His frenzied demeanor was as if Tsuchi had defiled that little hut. The tentacles struck again, now faster and more ferocious. This guy had been hiding his true strength all along, wanting Tsuchi to think he was weak, to foster a sense of shared enmity. But in fact, his strength was stronger than all the other abnormalities, otherwise, The previous batches of residents wouldn't have been replaced time and again. Tsuchi's form retreated swiftly. He knew well that the tentacles were covered in poison. Once ensnared, he wouldn't even be able to utter a cry of resistance before being knocked out. Probably how those people before had disappeared. Tentacle Man growled. You can't run away. Run? Hardly necessary. Tsuchi, instead, watched the approaching tentacles with a calm expression. Actually, there's one more thing I didn't mention, or rather, I lied to you about. Apostrophe? That is, I never put the pollutant back. Tsuchi's eyes shifted to the kitchen behind Tentacle Man. And I let all the pollutants in the kitchen out. Tentacle Man's eyebrows twitched violently. The air behind seemed to stir in response, as though some ancient fierce beast was lurking there, a horrifying roar erupting in the small first floor. Despair. Terror. Filth. Unspeakable. Spiritual impact. In this instant, the massive impact instantly engulfed the first floor. Tsuchi activated the clock in an instant, yet even so, his spiritual power dropped by 2 points, sufficient to understand the terror of this impact. Tentacle Man fared even worse as his entire body collapsed to the ground, convulsing non-stop. He couldn't withstand such a horrifying pollution either. Every time he cooked, he would toss the core part of the abnormality into the fridge, which explained the extremely terrifying accumulation of pollutants there over such a long time. It was truly a case of reaping what one sows. What do you say? Can you still stand up? Tentacle Man, having suffered a great impact and nearly having his spirit shattered to the point of unconsciousness, clenched his teeth and lifted his head, his eyes full of hatred staring at Tsuchi. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. I will never let you defile my daughter. Tsuchi, with a dark expression, said. How can you slander someone out of thin air? When did I ever say I wanted to defile your daughter, and besides? Your words make me sound like the villain. He walked up to Tentacle Man and said. Didn't I tell you just yesterday? I wanted to have a proper talk with you. Tentacle Man shivered slightly, looking at the young man in front of him. The madness in his eyes faded halfway. He had thought Tsuchi was overestimating his capabilities by wanting to confront the abnormal residents. Yet he hadn't expected those words were addressed to him. It was really quite ironic. So, can you calm down? Tentacle Man's expression fluctuated, looking at Tsuchi strolling leisurely in front of a pile of ruins. He knew he probably couldn't outplay this guy. In the end, he compromised, his voice hoarse as he said. What do you want to talk about? Do you want this apartment? Or is it something else? Tsuchi replied calmly with a smile. Of course, it's about cooperation. I seem to recall saying at the dinner table yesterday that I hope to get along well with all the neighbors, rather than fighting and killing. It's just that one after another, you've been provoking me, leading to the current situation. Tentacle Man stiffened, then gave a faint and miserable smile, as if that indeed was the case. It seems. Everything is self-inflicted, just like it was back then. His tone of voice was slow as he lowered his head, sinking into memories. Actually, this city was normal up until 2 years ago. Back then I was an ordinary doctor, with a perfect and happy family. Why had we suddenly entered a storytelling session? Just as he was about to continue, Tsuchi suddenly waved his hand, interrupting him. Stop, no need to go on, I've seen it on the 3rd floor. It's nothing more than that your daughter and wife were in a car accident, your wife died on the spot, and your daughter, barely clinging to life, was rushed to the hospital. Unaware, you were called to attend to the victims, and at the operating table, you saw your own daughter covered in blood, and before you could save her, you became twisted. After the descent of pollution, you moved into this kind of apartment, along with your daughter's corpse, trying to resurrect her using the special ability of your tentacles and your medical knowledge. He added one more sentence. Such a story, if put in a novel, is really quite cliché. Tentacle Man. If he could move, he would have flung out his tentacles once more to slay Tsuchi. I know it's tragic, and I do sympathize, said Tsuchi. But what you're doing is pointless. Tentacle Man's expression became agitated. How could it be pointless? You've seen it. He pointed towards Corpse Man. I've made significant progress. After I created it, it can move, speak, and even cook. Tsuchi ruthlessly interrupted him. It's just a rotting shell, you know that better than anyone, so why bother? Tentacle Man's face showed alternating expressions of light and shade. You don't understand. You just don't understand. Tsuchi looked at him. I'm not here to discuss philosophy like the nature of consciousness and existence. I'm here to talk about cooperation. To put it simply. Tsuchi calmly said. I can let you and your daughter talk. Tentacle Man's head jerked up, his eyes bulging, his expression one of disbelief, his voice trembling. Really? Of course, it's true. It's more hopeful than messing with these things, but... Tsuchi then spoke a sentence that made Tentacle Man show a look of fear. You have to help me with the source of the collapse. Chapter 15:15 Preparations for going to the source of collapse. Tentacle Man limped down the corridor, his facial expression uncertain. Do you really want to go to the source of collapse? It's an extremely dangerous place, filled with completely polluted abnormalities. No living creature dares to approach it. I know, I took a detour to the city center yesterday. Tsuchi knew the dangers there even better. That's why I've come to collaborate with you. Tentacle Man. All the previous guests were monsters, each one crazy and abnormal, yet, even so, they were all extremely fearful of the outside world. Finally, there came a normal Tsuchi. But it turned out, he was the most abnormal of all, showing interest in the source of collapse and possessed a must-go attitude. Tentacle Man sighed and walked to the door of the apartment's storage room. I understand, I'll help you with all my strength. But, can you really let me communicate with my daughter? Tsuchi replied. I never deceive anyone. Bullshit, you just said you had released all the pollutants back. Tentacle Man's face veins bulged, his limping was due to being too severely impacted, almost collapsing. Tsuchi. He said lightly, relax, put your heart into your pelvis. He hadn't lied to him. When he was on the third floor, he had seen information on a little girl. It displayed the lingering soul trapped in this polluted world, unable to be freed. Place an old item she used in the attic and draw a pentagram. You might discover her wishes, Tsuchi speculated. This was a side mission of exploring the third floor. Without much thought, it was clear the wishes were related to her father, either to resolve his emotional conflicts or to free her. Then he would gain her assistance, gradually uncover the identity of the manager, reveal the truth, engage in a massive battle, finally reform the crazed Tentacle Man, witness a father-daughter reunion, tearfully. And roll the movie's end credits. The general process for ordinary players to clear the game would be like this, otherwise, they couldn't contend with Tentacle Man. Unfortunately, Tsuchi didn't follow the process. When Tentacle Man opened the storage room, a terrifying presence emanated. The air seemed much colder, sending shivers down one's spine. He said in a deep voice, I'm not a good person, but I never kill indiscriminately. Over the last 2 years, I've provided each guest with food and shelter. Only when a guest breaks the rules or becomes completely polluted do I dispose of them. And the parts generated from their pollution are preserved as pollutants. Tsuchi looked around. The storage room had numerous glass jars, all filled with various pollutants, containing some residual power from their original owners. If you want to head toward the source of collapse, consider 2 things. One is how to approach the source without collapsing, and second, how to avoid those huge abnormalities. Tentacle Man looked at Tsuchi. The first, you've evidently solved, but the second can only rely on me. Tentacle Man adjusted his glasses, his demeanor not crazed, a hint of intelligence shining through. Based on my 2 years of research and experiments, I've almost completely understood the pollutants and abnormalities. The power they contain is bizarre, like a virus. Even if the host dies, they don't immediately dissipate. Once they gather together, they become extremely powerful. Tentacle Man offered Tsuchi 2 options. Your Pomai might not be a combat ability, but it's very effective against the abnormalities. If you could absorb these pollutants, you might grow to an extremely powerful state, perhaps creating a gap in time to reach the source of collapse. Of course, you know the side effects too. You'll turn into one of those monstrous creatures and lose your sanity. Tsuchi decisively passed. The second option? That would be creating an abnormality using all the pollutants I've collected, something terrifying, that could create an opportunity for you to approach. Tsuchi's eyes flickered, assessing its feasibility. He quickly nodded. We can give it a try. The two struck a deal and began to make plans. In the following days, Tentacle Man remained in the storeroom, constantly beginning new experiments. Tsuchi wasn't idle either. He went out to extensively collect various abnormal bodies, aiming to preserve the remaining 70 points of spiritual power. He only left the house once a day, and his time outside was controlled to be within 15 minutes, timed precisely to return to the apartment by the clock. This way, his spiritual power remained entirely unspent. Meanwhile, Swollen Man and Split-Mouth Woman had not yet died, being held captive by Tentacle Man with toxins. Although their bodies were immobile, their consciousness was exceptionally clear. They had never imagined that Tentacle Man was actually the most terrifying manager in the apartment complex. And the young man beside them, who was considered highly desirable, not only played with them at will but also did not spare the manager, all while chatting and laughing. Now, in their eyes, there was no madness left, only deep fear when they looked at Tsuchi. The 5th day. The pollution entity finally took shape and could carry out certain autonomous movements after Tentacle Man injected a large amount of neurohormones. The 6th day. He gradually started incorporating a large amount of pollutants and various abnormal flesh as energy. The 7th day. Tsuchi activated the exclamation mark, allowing Tentacle Man and his daughter to have a conversation. After the first 10 minutes where Tsuchi asked a few questions, he left the rest of the time to Tentacle Man. The 8th day. The pollution entity turned out to be larger than imagined. It couldn't completely fit in the entire first floor of the apartment, but Tentacle Man was not satisfied. What he wanted was speed, the ability to lure the tiger away from the mountain. At the same time, Tsuchi discovered something. The other party did not slack off at work after contacting his daughter but became even more diligent and determined. What had happened during the time he was not on the 3rd floor? The 9th day. There was nothing problematic with the pollution entity any longer, and Tentacle Man immediately began to modify Split Mouth Woman and Swollen Man. By the 10th day, everything was ready. Tsuchi also saw that one of his main mission objectives, surviving for 10 days, had been marked as complete, and he could teleport out of the instance at any moment. I am getting ready to leave, Tsuchi said with a smile, extending his hand to Tentacle Man. I won't be coming back this time. These past few days have indeed been hard. Tentacle Man also extended his tentacle, but instead of reaching for Tsuchi's hand, he picked up the backpack from the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Tsuchi paused, then shook his head. You don't need to do this, I am not like you, and our cooperation ends today. He could complete the task alone at any time and leave the instance. But it was different for Tentacle Man. If he died, he would really be dead. However, Tentacle Man's expression remained very calm, as though he had already made his decision. I have 2 reasons I must go. One is this pollution entity, which I can only control within 100 meters radius. Secondly, over the past days, I have spoken with my daughter numerous times. She is in a lot of pain and is very scared. This polluted world has imprisoned her, and she wants to be freed. Tsuchi looked at him, slightly surprised. Such a realization? You've come to terms with it. This Tentacle Man was a bona fide daddy's girl, a psychologically dark version. How could I bear it? Tentacle Man's eyes reddened, his voice raspy. It's just. When I was creating the pollution entity, I seemed to foresee a wrong ending. I am afraid of myself, whether I truly want to relieve my daughter from this pain or selfishly keep her in this world to suffer. And what's most important is. Tentacle Man, trembling, lifted his head. My daughter is crying out to me for help. I couldn't save her on the operating table back then, how could I bear to watch her in pain now? He gritted his teeth, grabbed Tsuchi by the shoulders, his face showing unprecedented determination, so no matter what, I must go. Chapter 16:16, reaching the end. Tsuchi and Tentacle Man stepped out from the doorway of the apartment complex. Outside the door stood the mountain-like structure reminiscent of a cement monster, comprised of various flesh and pollutants. It was a pollution abnormality. It was only as big as a basketball court at the moment. But as they proceeded, it would devour everything on the streets and grow gradually. Besides that, there were 2 elite monsters, Swollen Men and Split Mouth Woman, who were bloated with a considerable amount of pollutants filling their bodies. Tentacle Man had used his ability to secrete a large amount of tranquilizer to stabilize their minds. Remember, once you 2 get there, just run, it's your chance to survive, Tentacle Man said coldly, his gaze revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Otherwise, I'll throw you in right now. Both monsters trembled all over and hurriedly nodded. Let's go, we're moving out. Everyone boarded the body of the pollution abnormality which rolled down the street like a tide, swallowing the surrounding monsters, abandoned cars, and broken street lamps at an extremely fast pace. It was loud, but indeed unstoppable. Level 1 and 2 pollution monsters couldn't even escape in time, and level 3 and 4 monsters, which averaged 100 attribute points, had no choice but to flee hastily. In just a 5-minute journey, they had already reached the vicinity of the end of the block. At the same time, they also felt various deep moans, whispers, and impacts of spiritual power. I can't go any further from here, exclaimed Tentacle Man, taking a deep breath. He extended his tentacles, which developed spikes and viciously stabbed into the head of pollution abnormality, injecting a mass of green fluid. It will run forward as hard as it can, creating noise to divert attention. The rest depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. No problem, leave it to me, Tsuchi nodded. Tentacle Man jumped down, attracting attention with Split Mouth Woman and Swollen Man. Of course, they had also been injected with a large amount of hormones, otherwise, merely standing kilometers away from that horrifying source would cause their minds to collapse. Charge. The pollution abnormality was injected with a large quantity of stimulant hormones, doubling its speed in an instant. Tsuchi, holding on to a part of the pollution abnormality, hid underneath it and then immediately activated the clock. The large pit at the center was a kilometer away. Its speed was extremely fast, nearly 50 meters in a second, recklessly charging forward under the influence of hormones. Its massive body naturally drew the attention of those horrifying monsters, comparable to evil spirits. Cloud-like jellyfish tentacles, a 50-meter-tall siren head, and a mountain of flesh covered in eyes all took notice. In that instant, every cell in Tsuchi's body seemed to suffocate for a moment. His mind briefly went blank, and then the notification, Spiritual Power, 2, Current 65, appeared. These were true evil spirits. Merely catching their gaze resulted in such terrifying spiritual impact. Without the clock's 90% immunity, Tsuchi probably wouldn't have lasted 5 seconds. Here they come. Tsuchi noticed that the 3 terrifying evil spirits, as if seeing an amusing toy, were all attracted by the mutated combination and started to move, chasing after it. At that moment, the mutated combination dashed forward, already having advanced 300 meters. 400 meters. 500 meters. Boom. A jellyfish tentacle fell from the sky like a skyscraper being directly thrown down, violently shaking the ground. The eyes on the flesh mountain emitted a strange light, dyeing the sky dome blood red. And finally, the siren head, whose headgear was not just for show, emitted a vibrating terrorizing sound. At this moment, Tsuchi felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, blood streaming from all his orifices. Even the clock's immunity couldn't hold up. At the same time, Spiritual Power, 5, Current 60, PFFT. Tsuchi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes regaining clarity. This evil spirit is still much weaker than a shadow illusion from the last instance. He could still hold on. But the mutated combination couldn't. It stopped in the last 300 meters. The hormones made it go mad, but the might of the 3 great evil spirits instilled it with extreme fear. It directly changed direction and started to frantically flee. It seems we can only get this far. Tsuchi jumped off of it and, the moment he landed, burst forth with all his strength, starting to run toward the center. The 3 evil spirits were distracted and did not notice him, just a dot as insignificant as an ant. Tsuchi kept moving closer to the central crater. But the closer he got, the more visibly his spiritual power decreased. Spiritual Power, 2, Spiritual Power, 3, Spiritual Power, 4, only 100 meters left. Tsuchi's whole body surged with vital energy. Despite various spiritual impacts, his gaze was unwavering, and he moved as fast as an arrow released from a bow, without stopping. Finally, he rushed to the edge of the gigantic crater at the city center, then turned his gaze into the pit. At that moment, his mind exploded. Whether his eyes were open or closed, they were filled with incomprehensible dark hues. Countless voices whispered in his ears as though various phantom limbs were pulling at his body. His consciousness seemed to be dragged into hell, or buried deep in the abyss, then thrown into a black hole. Even the clocks were clicking, with numerous cracks forming. In the next second, his spirit was about to be torn apart like fragile paper. At this moment, the evil god's eye in Tsuchi's item slot suddenly flashed with a bright red light, emitting an even more terrifying and astonishing aura. Boom. It was like 2 tides clashing. Tsuchi's whole body shook violently, as if he was suddenly pulled from the bottom of the sea, his mind and spirit instantly clearing. He was drenched in sweat, his gaze astonished. What just happened? The moment he saw what was inside the pit, he had already lost consciousness, something no clock could withstand. The feeling was exactly the same as when the first instance's phantom arrived. But now he was pulled back. However, now was not the time to think about that. Although his spiritual power was still rapidly declining, Tsuchi could now look directly at the object in the pit. It was a massive heart, weakly beating in a 50-meter-wide crater. Is this the source that polluted the world? Tsuchi stared in shock. Who would have thought that a thing that created so many terrifying abnormalities, destroying the entire city, was just a nearly dead heart? And this heart had been beating here for 2 years. At this moment, Tsuchi could finally see the content under, and the question mark told him. This is the heart of an ancient god, while the exclamation mark showed. Pierce it, and the pollution of this world will end, while also obtaining a heart of an ancient god on the verge of collapse, so that's how it is. Tsuchi's gaze intensified, and without time to hesitate, as his spiritual power was descending shockingly fast, he produced his slaughter knife in his hand, and charged up directly along the slope. At that moment, something unexpected happened. In this crater where no one but Tsuchi was supposed to be present, suddenly there came a voice, sounding taunting as it laughed, "Mortal, your knife cannot pierce the heart of an ancient god." Chapter 17:17 There's always a traveling merchant in every game. Who is it? Although the unexpected voice was a complete surprise, Tsuchi quickly looked up. Then he saw a figure sitting on the edge of the pit. The man wore a top hat and a purple tailcoat, with orange amber pupils in his black eyeliner. Sitting at the edge of the pit, one hand propping his chin, he cast his gaze over. Friend or foe? Tsuchi didn't know, but the fact that the other party could sit there unscathed and smiling meant his strength was certainly not low. But no matter what, even if you were Ultraman, it wouldn't matter. Tsuchi, Right now, couldn't afford to respond or linger. Every second of hesitation only drained his spiritual power more. The figure's gaze followed Suchi, seemingly appraising him, his pupils taking on an interested expression. As Suchi approached the ancient god's heart. Finally, the figure made a move, reaching for his top hat, and, like a magician, pulled out a small knife. With a flick of his fingertip, the fruit knife disappeared right where it was, as if it had traversed space. Use this. As Suchi was running swiftly, he reached out instinctively and caught the small knife flying at high speed. He looked down. This knife. Wasn't this just an ordinary fruit knife? But in the next moment, the panel popped up. Name, fruit knife, type, equipment, quality, immortal, note, it was originally just a common knife, but with the endowed strength, it has the divine power to slice through anything. Suchi's expression turned sharp. Who was this person, giving him immortal quality equipment just like that? He didn't have time to hesitate as he firmly grasped it and stabbed it fiercely towards the ancient god's heart, which was within arm's reach. At this very moment, the heart, as if instinctively sensing danger, began to beat more violently, and a terrifying aura burst forth, as if it could block out the sun and cover the sky. The three evil spirits, as if suddenly going mad, rushed towards the crater. It seemed they were there to protect the heart from harm. Their roar was deafening. The whole sky dome changed color, the ground shook, and the clouds split apart. The might of the evil spirits. Terrifying to such an extent. And the man sitting at the edge of the pit, his amber pupils flickering with light, uttered an unsatisfied remark. Too loud, don't disturb my business. He put his top hat back on and pointed with his hand. Boom. The ground in the center of the city cracked. A huge hand made of molten lava burst forth from the ground and fiercely grasped the three evil spirits. Then, these horrifying evil spirits, that ordinary people couldn't even gaze upon, now completely lacked the ability to resist. Amidst their struggles and low growls, they were pulled by the lava hand down into the ground, never to be heard from again. Suchi, at this moment, was unable to notice any of this. He was standing next to the heart, his spiritual power hitting its limit. The next moment, he plunged the small knife in his hand into the ancient god's heart with all his strength. Those thick blood vessels, filled with faces of ghosts, emerged, wailing and trying to pounce at Suchi. But the power emanating from the knife released a suppressing aura, protecting him. Ah! Ah! In the city, countless pollutants screamed as if they too felt agony. A multitude of ghostly faces and evil auras vanished at a pace visible to the naked eye. Suchi had only heard a boom. Centered around the ancient god's heart, a massive amount of dust was suddenly swept away, as if a gust of wind had dispersed all the wails, and in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left but utter silence. The screams and roars that filled his ears also came to an abrupt halt. Snap! The fruit knife in Suchi's hand cracked apart, and as he gradually regained his focus, he watched the small knife turn to dust in his hands. And there it was. The heart before him that had become dilapidated and dull. Is it over? Suchi no longer felt the onslaught of spiritual power. He was left with barely 3 points of spiritual power. For a split second, it felt as if his soul was about to be snatched away by those entities. Suchi suddenly closed the panel and looked towards the distant figure, waving his hand. Although I don't know who you are, thanks for just now. A thank you? There's no need for that, the man replied with a light laugh. After all, this was a trade, and I never make a loss-making deal. Suchi's gaze shifted slightly. May I ask for your esteemed name? You can call me Traveling Merchant. Suchi's brows rose. Traveling Merchant? In many games, once an instance was cleared, there was a very small chance that a merchant who sold special items would appear as a hidden reward. So that's it. Suchi glanced at the 3 main quests that were all completed and that he could leave the instance at any time. He was in no rush. What do you want from me? Indeed. Having just punctured the ancient god's heart without the aid of this mysterious individual claiming to be the traveling merchant, he wouldn't have been able to complete it. But if the other party demanded too much, Suchi would decisively teleport and flee, now that the main quest was complete. He quietly placed his hand on the ancient god's heart, ready to collect it into his item slot at any moment. The traveling merchant seemed to see right through Suchi's thoughts, chuckling. Thinking of running away? I am not, Suchi replied without blushing or skipping a beat. I have traveled countless worlds, you have no idea how many people long to meet me, how many wish to make a trade with me. The traveling merchant looked at Suchi, his eyes narrowing. And you are thinking of running away? Also, stop trying to put the ancient god's heart into your item slot. I really am not, stop making things up, I'm just tired and leaning here, Suchi coughed, releasing his hand, surprised that the object couldn't be added to his item slot. The traveling merchant adjusted his hat, rising from the edge of the pit. He leaned on his cane, donned his gold-rimmed glasses, and stood there, The very picture of a gentleman. Fate is a wonderful thing, and I give each person I meet a chance. After all, some might never encounter me in their lifetimes. For someone as weak as you to have such an encounter of strength with me, isn't it an interesting affair? The help just now, I could consider it free service, but if you want to take this heart, there will be a price to pay. Tsuchi watched the ancient god's heart before him. Without a panel or any other information, this item seemed to have something special about it. Or perhaps the traveling merchant before him had tampered with it. It seemed he had no other means to take it with him. Tsuchi decided to listen. So, what is it you want? The traveling merchant smiled lightly. It's interesting, usually when people meet me, it is I who ask what they want, yet now you ask me in return. And what do people generally give you? Many things, some that pique my interest, items of equivalent value, interesting pollutants, or they might also trade their own lives, souls, and so forth. Tsuchi suddenly paused. You mentioned interesting pollutants. He took out a finger bone from his item slot that he had acquired from the real world through. Does this count? Chapter 1818, Pay More. The finger bone was obtained while lying in the ghost house, along with a sheet of music from playing the piano at night school. Both had been of unknown use until the public test of Abyssal Paradise when Tsuchi discovered he could bring them into the game. And the only thing displayed on the panel was their simple name. Contaminated finger bone and contaminated sheet music. It was only after the traveling merchant mentioned interesting pollutants that he remembered to take them out casually. The traveling merchant's gaze turned to the piece of finger bone in Tsuchi's hand. After barely a glance, he clicked his tongue lightly and shook his head. Such a weak pollutant, with barely any breath, is absolutely not worth collecting or trading. The traveling merchant stopped mid-sentence, suddenly furrowing his brow, as if sensing something, his figure disappearing in place and reappearing beside Tsuchi. He didn't reach out directly but politely requested. May I have a look? Of course, Tsuchi handed it over without any hesitation. Although the traveling merchant dressed like a shifty dealer, he was indeed a gentleman, with strange principles when it came to trading. The traveling merchant adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, colors flashing in his pupils. It seems somewhat interesting. This is not an ordinary pollutant, it appears to have been tainted with a trace of another power, nearly imperceptible, but clearly spiritual. He suddenly realized something and didn't continue. Instead, he handed it back to Tsuchi, calmly saying, "All right, this thing seems a little interesting, it has slightly piqued my interest, you give it to me and I will take the ancient god's heart off your hands." Tsuchi looked at the calm-faced traveling merchant who seemed utterly indifferent. He shifted his gaze upward to the words hovering above the traveling merchant's head. He is very excited, he is determined to get that finger bone. Tsuchi narrowed his eyes. Sly dealer, acting all coy. But knowing the other party's thoughts, he now had an idea. Tsuchi first put it into his item slot, a move that made the traveling merchant's brow twitch almost imperceptibly. Don't you want to trade anymore? Tsuchi sighed with a sorrowful tone. That's the thing, I really want to trade, but this finger bone is of great significance, it's something left by my grandfather when he was cremated. He took great care of me since I was little and we depended on each other for 20 years, it is the only thing left in this world from my relative. So, I can't give it to you. For the first time, the traveling merchant was caught off guard, opening his mouth without knowing what to say. Fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary person, and after a moment's daze, he regained his composure, quickly saying, "You must understand the value of that ancient god's heart. Although it is a deceased object, very frail, it still possesses a trace of the ancient god's lineage, and, if you own it, you might be able to reactivate it in the future, gradually grow, and obtain the might of the ancient god. Don't you want it?" The traveling merchant urged. Tsuchi took all this in. He shook his head still. "You misunderstand, that finger bone is the possession of my most important relative, I see it as an irreplaceable treasure." Tsuchi paused, then added, "You'll have to increase the price." The traveling merchant looked lost, falling into a prolonged silence. He had to do this because, in that instant, he had nearly broken his countless times upheld trading principles. That was to toss this guy into the chaotic sea. He took a deep breath. "Don't go too far. I am the traveling merchant whom countless people beg to trade with." Tsuchi spread his hands. "Then there's nothing to discuss, goodbye." With that, he was about to end the instance and leave. Naturally, the traveling merchant couldn't see his instance, but clearly knew he was about to teleport away, and hastily said, "Wait." Tsuchi, however, didn't stop as the other had hoped. Instead, he was already preparing to confirm whether to leave the instance and, while confirming, he said, "Bro, I've got other things to do, so I'll stop chatting. I still have to light incense for my grandpa. I'll add." The traveling merchant almost spat out these words through gritted teeth. He actually got read and pinned down by this weak individual, and this guy wasn't giving him any chances. He had no choice but to comply. Suchi smiled, halted his actions, and quietly waited for him to continue. The traveling merchant took a deep breath. He never thought his emotions would fluctuate so much. First off, I want to tell you that this finger bone isn't anything powerful. The pollution and strength on it are so weak they're almost negligible. I want it because it contains a trace of information that's very important to me. Suchi took note of this information and didn't interrupt. This ancient god's heart is even more important for you. However, it still has some residue of pollution and aura, which you naturally can't take with you. You need me to process and refine it. This job isn't as simple as it may seem. Suchi nodded in sudden realization. I see. That'll be a lot of work for you then, and... He paused for a moment. What about the extra charge? Traveling merchant. He wanted to say something, but instead sighed helplessly and then took off his top hat. He pulled out an old-fashioned speaker from inside. It looked quite old, all black, with only 3 buttons for play and pause and track selection. What's this? I've unlocked the shielding, take a look for yourself. The traveling merchant seemed to have dealt with many players like Suchi and knew they had their own ways of inspecting the items. Suchi looked over. Name, horror nursery rhyme, quality, perfect, function, when it plays the sound of the past, strength, movement technique, and physical strength will double, lasting for 3 minutes, cool down time 1 hour. Note, in my BGM, no one can beat me. His eyes instantly lit up. Nice item. Does it need batteries? No need. The traveling merchant said expressionlessly. Though I really don't want to remind you, as a matter of principle for a merchant, I need to tell you that this also has side effects. When the music plays, the sound of the past will also reduce your spiritual power. Can it change discs? Yes. The traveling merchant gritted his teeth. But that way, it'll just be an ordinary speaker. Is that sound the key? Suchi suddenly thought of his piece of sheet music, which seemed to have a few tunes preserved on it. The traveling merchant no longer cared about Suchi. He went over to the ancient god's heart and began to clean the residual aura and pollutants. 2 minutes later, the traveling merchant withdrew his hand. It's done. Suchi tried it out and, indeed, was able to store the heart in his item slot. The trade is now complete. The traveling merchant flicked away the residue he had collected from the ancient god's heart. Appreciate it. Suchi passed over the finger bone readily. I hope the next time we meet, you'll keep my grandpa's finger bone well preserved. The traveling merchant's mood had returned to calm. He opened a void channel and turned around saying, there'll be no next time. I travel between various worlds, and the probability of us meeting again is virtually 0. Although this is our first meeting, it's also our last. And it was the most unpleasant one at that. With that said, he disappeared from this place without any hesitation. Chapter 1919. Leaving the instance and completion rewards. He just walked away, not even leaving a cloud behind. Suchi stretched lazily as he watched the other leave, and surprisingly, he didn't immediately teleport out of the instance. After climbing out of the pit and walking about a kilometer on the street, he saw Tentacle Man standing in the distance, appearing dazed and lost. Suchi waved his hand. Tentacle Man's eyes widened as he looked at Suchi, and he ran over with great excitement. You really did it. Suchi looked around the city. So what's the situation now? All the completely polluted monsters inside the city have vanished, but a massive amount of pollutants still exist, and others like me, who are not fully polluted abnormal people, should also be alive, Tentacle Man muttered. But I never thought the terrifying pollution source that has existed for 2 years would be dealt with just like that. I just saw those 3 evil spirits get grabbed by the lava giant hand. Could it be that you are the savior sent to this world? Don't slap labels on me carelessly. And even though it's been dealt with, it's not completely resolved. Suchi spoke softly. In these 2 years, this city must have spawned countless pollutants and abnormalities. Other areas have probably fallen as well, losing large tracts of the city. He reached out and pulled out the pocket watch. It was an instance tool and couldn't be placed in the item slot. Since he couldn't take it with him, he might as well leave it to Tentacle Man for self-defense. The rest is up to you now. I'm about to leave this world. Tentacle Man was startled, his expression becoming solemn as he took the watch seriously. I understand. Suchi. What do you understand? But he didn't say anything more, as he couldn't stay in the instance for too long. A countdown had already begun. Goodbye. He waved his hand, his whole figure turning into a shadow and disappearing from the spot. Tentacle Man's gaze turned towards the ravaged city, clutching the pocket watch tightly in his hand, and then he made a certain decision. Player Suboxian has cleared pollution instance number 2,137,897. Game difficulty, hard, game rating, 100, settling rewards, Awarded perfect level clearance experience and 1000 game coins, along with 1 lottery chance. Your level has increased to level 7. Awarded 10 points for attribute distribution. Epilogue. Others achieve 100 points through performance, but you, because the maximum is only 100 points. In this world, not only did you perfectly complete the triple line tasks, but you also accomplished content beyond the main mission itself. Whether it's luck, strength, or choices, it's hard to replicate. At the same time, you've left new hope for this half-collapsed world. Perhaps one day, this land will undergo a complete transformation and establish a new order. Luck. Tsuchi was not pleased, but upon reflection, there indeed was a stroke of it. It was the sudden appearance of the traveling merchant that enabled Tsuchi to obtain something that could pierce the ancient god's heart. Tsuchi allocated all his distributable points to physical strength, raising it directly to 35 points. At the same time, his physical strength value also increased to 350 points. Although it seemed enough, in reality, as attributes increased, so would the consumption of physical strength. After all, the energy consumption of a child fighting is different from that of a superhuman in combat. The principle of conservation of energy must still be followed. But that wasn't important. Tsuchi stopped focusing on the panel and opened his item slot. He had obtained 2 items this time. One was an old-fashioned speaker and the other was that ancient god's heart. Name, Dead Heart. Type, Quality. Function? A question mark also formed on Tsuchi's forehead. The panel might as well not be there. But at least there was a note. Note, mortal, though this heart has died, it still possesses a trace of the ancient god bloodline. Even so, it's not something that you, in your current weak state, can't tolerate. So, until you activate it, all you can do is stare. A post-sale advice from the traveling merchant, unseal at level 20, Tsuchi frowned, annoyed. The note clearly had a personal touch. It seemed it wasn't far off. Tsuchi still had 1 lottery draw left, but he wasn't in a hurry and disconnected, leaving the gaming pod. Lottery draws were quite mystical anyway. He had already won a nice skill today, and according to family tradition, luck refreshed once a day. Saving the draw for tomorrow's game seemed wise. Just as Tsuchi was about to head out for a meal, Liu Yishu sent a message. Meet up tomorrow? There are others, and I have important things to discuss. With the intention of understanding the strange world, Tsuchi arrived at the agreed location the next day, on time. This hotel could be considered the largest in the city. The space on the first floor was ample enough to play soccer, he noticed, eyeing the elevator entrance crowded with people. And there, the slightly overweight man in the middle, with a question mark over his head, showed. He's strenuously holding in that fart, but he doesn't realize it isn't just a fart. Tsuchi decisively abandoned the idea of taking the elevator. The floor wasn't that high anyway. He pushed open the door to the stairwell and found several teenagers sitting on the steps, absorbed in their tablets and playing games noisily. Arg, dead again. This instance's boss is too hard to defeat. There's nothing we can do, we've given it our all. Maybe we should cheat? That's not allowed, I heard cheating kills your whole family. The teenager grit his teeth. I'm an orphan, I'll do it. Tsuchi stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling on the game they were playing, which displayed A. And he read the information on it. He bent down and said. Cheating isn't recommended. If you just keep hitting this wooden box, you can skip the level. The teens tried it out, and it worked. Excitedly, they said. Bro, do you play Primordial Spirit too? I've never played it. They looked puzzled. But how do you know about this Easter egg? I heard about it by chance. The teens' excitement waned, and with indifferent expressions, they gave way. Well, there's no point in discussing it then. After all, those who don't play Primordial Spirit lead relatively unsuccessful lives. Tsuchi observed them silently, then chuckled wryly. After reaching the floor, he also took the opportunity to report to the hotel staff about the teens blocking the emergency exit and playing an 18+ game. After asking for the private room's location, Tsuchi reached the door, and before he could knock, a weak voice arose from behind him. Are you also invited to the club? Club? Tsuchi turned around and saw a girl not exceeding 1.6 meters in height. He knew at a glance that she was extraordinary, not only for her heavy dark circles but also for the hoodie she wore, and judging by the few strands of hair peeking out, they hadn't been washed in at least a week. Her eyes were lackluster, and she was yawning. Yes, Tsuchi pondered aloud. A police officer called me over. 2 days of being disturbed is a bit annoying. It's not nice to speak ill of someone behind their back, but I agree with you on that, the hooded girl nodded. Click. The door opened, and Liu Yishu stood at the entrance with a dark expression. At least don't talk about me when I'm present. Tsuchi smiled lightly. Well, there's still a door between us, isn't there? He walked in to find Zulinki seated at the head of the table, alongside over 10 other people, looking like an examiner, calmly focusing on the files in her hands. Tsuchi took a careful look around. There were all types of professions. He guessed these people must be on the Investigation Bureau's assessment list, apparently gathered here to be notified about something. Now that everyone's arrived, Zulinkiu was unfazed. She tapped the table lightly and said, "As members invited to join the club, let's start by introducing ourselves to one another." Chapter 2020. The so-called club. Since Tsuchi had walked in, he'd heard the word club 3 times, now reiterated by Zulinkiu, an official insider, raising his suspicions. At that moment, Liu Yishu winked at Tsuchi. "Are your eyes dry?" Liu Yishu silently took out his phone. "What's the matter?" Tsuchi's phone vibrated slightly, and he checked it. "Your situation is a minority. Other players are normal and oblivious to the weird happenings, including our investigation bureau, so we're not intervening officially, but in the form of a club to make offline contact." So that's how it is. Because he'd encountered something weird, Tsuchi was contacted by the investigation bureau ahead of time, disclosing a small fraction of the information. The others must have their exceptional traits to be considered by the investigation bureau. At this time, the self-introductions began. Of course, listing everyone's introduction in a group of over 10 people would end this chapter. Let's just mention a few notable ones. A shy-looking young man sitting across from Tsuchi, a broadcaster on a gaming platform, rubbed his head sheepishly after being recognized. "I'm no gaming god, just enjoy constantly challenging myself. My game ID and platform name are the same, both known as Old Tomato." Sitting to the right of Tsuchi was a youth wearing glasses, his eyes deep with calm and wisdom shimmering, speaking succinctly. "I hold the speedrun record for escape rooms. My gaming name is Jun Moen." On the left, a young man in a duckbill cap adjusted the brim, revealing a smirk. "Interesting, it seems we're all experts or top contenders in our fields. My name is Nightwatch." Before he could finish, someone nearby spoke up with a hint of confusion. "Wait, you seem familiar. Are you the adventure god known as Nightwatch, who explores abandoned houses and cemeteries at night hunting for the supernatural?" The young man in the duckbill cap smiled and nodded. "I don't have many strengths, but I've got guts." Finally, it was just the girl in the dress and Tsuchi left. Due to extreme tiredness, she just yawned and said, "My name is milk tea with 70% sugar. I don't excel in any field, sorry, pulled an all-nighter playing games." The others didn't seem to recognize her. However, Zulinkiu was looking at something in the files, his gaze flickering slightly. Tsuchi felt there was something off about the feng shui where he sat. Despite the seating being random, he was the last to introduce. But when it was his turn, he had to say something. Everyone else was a master in their respective fields. Gaming nickname, Suboxian. Tsuchi started. "I'm good at playing instruments and singing. My achievements aren't too few or too many. Just last half year, I won the local shuttlecock competition, and during my stint as a community service volunteer, successfully solved a neighborhood adultery case. Uncle Wang cheated on Uncle Lee. Then 2 months ago." People paused. His resume was extensive but seemed disconnected. Liu Yishu, who knew the scoop on Tsuchi, couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" And that sounded indeed like reality. "You've been slacking up till now, huh?" "This concludes my self-introduction," Tsuchi said modestly. "Thank you, everyone." Old Tomato scratched his face, looking around at the silent crowd, and offered a sympathetic chuckle. "Brother Su's resume seems quite extensive indeed. Forcing praise only makes things weirder, my friend," Nightwatch laughed. "But, you're not wrong, Brother Su, true to his name, really can't sit still." "No trouble at all," Tsuchi responded with a light-hearted smile. "No trouble my ass." Liu Yishu sighed. He almost couldn't resist pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. This guy had just taken down a murderer a few days ago, far more ruthless than these so-called masters of various domains. Zulinkiu didn't respond, although he wanted to make a comment while Tsuchi was speaking. He wasn't here today to represent the official stance, he was merely the president of a gaming club. He gently tapped on the table. "Everyone has introduced themselves. Those capable of being here today all have their strengths. Thank you for accepting the invitation to join my club, and I hope, in the game Abyssal Paradise, you can find what you're looking for." After saying those meaningful words, Zulinkiu paused. "As president and also an internal tester in the game, if any of you have questions, I'll provide answers as best I can, and each official club member will receive a piece of equipment issued by the club." "Equipment? What quality?" Some faces showed visible emotion. "Ordinary quality, with a specific attribute or ability that should be of great help to you right now." "Ordinary quality?" Most people showed an excited, surprised expression, clearly understanding the potential of this game and just how valuable the equipment was. Tsuchi was stunned. Why was everyone so excited? Was he the only one who didn't know the value of the equipment? It made sense. He seldom read forums, nor had he actively searched for any game strategies. His main approach was to skip, to play first and ask questions later. Nothing much of importance followed. Everyone ordered food and enjoyed a joyful, offline meet and eat. The masters earlier had naturally attracted others to initiate conversations with them. The renowned and the unknowns were treated differently, as was the case everywhere. At this moment, Tsuchi was quite comfortable eating, while he took out his phone and logged into the official forum. Although the open beta had just started yesterday, the forum was already bursting with discussions. Many who played felt the game was extraordinary, unmatched in immersion and realism by any other game in the market, continuously sharing their experiences. Of course, there were also those showing off their scores, with new players rarely scoring above 80 even on ordinary difficulty. And many posts read, "Buying equipment and skills at high prices, PM to discuss." Tsuchi scrolled through. Many savvy big-time players or wealthy gamers had seen the potential in this game, constantly buying up various items, equipment, skills, even game coins, at high prices, as the game had yet to implement a recharge and trading system, forcing many cash players to spend real money. An ordinary quality piece of equipment could sell for tens of thousands of yuan. This made Tsuchi think of his evil god's eye and ancient god's heart. Both items were extraordinary and beyond valuation, especially since the former should not be discussed with outsiders. And the means of transaction currently is through DuoQ, to exchange items within game instances, right? Tsuchi seemed to smell hints of underhand dealings. But that wasn't any of his concern. At the same time, Tsuchi realized why these people were so ecstatic. An ordinary quality piece of equipment, worth tens of thousands of yuan, just for becoming an official club member. It was a complete steal for them. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Liu Yishu. Why the ambiguity? Why a message when he's so close? Liu Yishu, you've seen it, most here are on the assessment list, gathered together to meet each other, and besides you, there are others who've experienced strange occurrences. Don't you want to know who the other person who encountered something strange is? Tsuchi looked at the messages popping up on his phone and replied. Although you're beating around the bush, I've known it since I walked in the door. Liu Yishu was slightly taken aback. Tsuchi had already turned his gaze to the girl who had fallen asleep at the table next to him. Those who don't know your identities wouldn't acknowledge when I mentioned the word police officers. Chapter 21. Entering the team instance, Zulinki sat in his place, but his gaze was observing others. Old Tomato was socially anxious, but once the topic shifted to games, he would open up like a floodgate, detailing strategies and insights with extreme clarity, showcasing his innate sharp intuition. He had cleared the difficult dungeon twice, with a highest score of 88. Junmoen, unpretentious in speech, interacted with others sincerely and wasn't aloof, he just preferred silence, a player driven by intellect. He had completed Nightmare Mode once, scoring 79. As for this Night Watcher, Zulinki gave him a glance, and the latter, while chatting with others, stealthily flashed a peace sign at him. No mistake. This guy was actually an internal member of the Investigation Bureau, now reluctantly under his command. Why reluctantly? Because this fellow was backed by significant figures within the Investigation Bureau, and after the public beta of Abyssal Paradise, he was assigned to his team. Additionally, this fellow wasn't just leveraging connections, his talent was truly exceptional, having cleared the difficult dungeon 3 times with an average score of 81. The game's rating system actually encompassed many aspects: combat power, luck, understanding of the world, completion of tasks, and so forth, complex yet comprehensive. And these 3, they were the promising newcomers he was currently focusing on. As for the other 2 who had unusual encounters with the supernatural, Zulinki turned towards a girl in a connected hat and Tsuchi, he could understand why one would sleep throughout. After all, the girl was plagued by anomalies, and sleep deprivation was normal. He twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. But damn, the other 8 from start to finish. Were you reincarnated from a starving ghost? Tsuchi, seemingly aware, looked up and locked eyes with him, offering a slight smile. Zulinki helplessly withdrew his gaze, having been outfoxed when he first met this guy. He admitted. He was better suited for combat, unable to handle this fellow. And a particularly strange point. He was unable to find Tsuchi's dungeon clear records and rating. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. It seemed Tsuchi's data was disrupted, needing time to recover. Could it be that a bug occurred? Yet Zulinki found it far-fetched. Forget it, this isn't a real game. I'll check later using higher authority from the teacher. The offline meeting thus hastily concluded, and after everyone added each other as friends, they were eager to leave early. In the early public beta phase, everyone was desperate to level up sooner, expand their advantage, and pass the club's assessment to become official members. Suchi also took a cab home, and upon entering his community, he spotted a white cat with distinct features. The cat looked unique, prompting Suchi to take a few extra glances. For its forehead fur had been cleanly shaved. And upon his appearance, it fixed him with a dark, unblinking stare. It shouldn't be the same one from before, this one's clearly fatter, but the owner of this cat has some interesting ideas, giving it such a hairstyle. Mumbling to himself, Suchi walked past the cat. The white cat scratched its claws fiercely and growled lowly, yet did not dare to pounce. Once back, Suchi lay down in the game pod. Neural connection in progress, connection successful, welcome player Subuxian to the game. Suchi didn't immediately start matchmaking but went straight to the draw. The prize box, after shaking back and forth, burst open with a bang. Inside, instead of a sphere of light, was a piece of equipment. Name, Dark Wind Boots, type, equipment, quality, ordinary, cost, 100 physical strength points, function, after activation, it will enter a 5-minute stealth state. In darkness, all movement and noise are reduced by 90%, movement speed is increased by 30%, movement speed and body movement attribute are the same, with a maximum bonus of 50. Note, on nights when the moon is black and winds are high, murder leaves no trace. It seems pretty good. My metaphysical lottery theory has been proven once again. Suchi equipped it directly, but he didn't set it to show. His character's clothing remained his usual outfit. After all, many equipment styles are quite flashy, and mixing them randomly could result in an unknown style, but when activating its function, it would briefly display a phantom for 1 second to indicate it was working. Player Subuxian, level 7, matching for team difficult dungeon in progress, team dungeon confirmed, number of players, 6. This time, the lights in the personal login space didn't flicker, and from the doorway, vast expanses of darkness surged in like tide water, yet silently. Then, it engulfed the room along with Suchi. Since it's the first time entering a team dungeon, this mode will provide a common main mission for each player, and will evaluate and reward based on individual completion degrees. Note, any act of killing a team member will result in a ban of the main mission, and no related rewards or experience can be obtained. After a brief trance, Suchi felt as if he had fallen from the high sky to the ground. His first thought was, I didn't hear that voice this time. Then, he sniffed, unpleasant smell. Suchi smelled a foul stench of blood and decay. He slowly opened his eyes. He was now on an abandoned bus, and the source of the foul and bloody odor was a uniformed corpse in the aisle, which had been dead for some time, judging by the dense swarm of flies around it. And on this bus, there were 5 other living people, all of whom had also opened their eyes and whose nicknames appeared above their heads, indicating they were players in this team dungeon. However, Suchi paused slightly. 2 classmates, we meet again. A youth in a duckbill cap and another slightly shy-looking young man were sitting across the aisle, although both had slightly changed their faces, the IDs above their heads exposed their identities. Dark Guardian, and an old tomato, both were level 7, and upon seeing Suchi, they also paused. Subuxian? It looks like you guys are duo queuing. Yes, Dark Guardian replied, somewhat surprised. Brother Tomato and I added each other as game friends after getting home, planning to duo queue, and we didn't expect to see your nickname as soon as we entered. What a coincidence. Suchi, it really is a coincidence, and it seems it's not just the 2 of you duo queuing. Don't the 2 in the back have something to say? The 2 in the back were also duo queuing. One named Aki, and the other named Ati. Aki paused briefly, then let me introduce myself. My name is Aki, level 6. He pointed to the man with a buzz cut beside him. This is my son. The buzz cut man glared. Back off, I'm your father. Forget about me bringing you food this afternoon. Wrong, Dad. Oh. Suchi understood. These 2 were clearly roommates. Your dorm room can fit gaming pods? Asked Old Tomato curiously. Yeah, we live in graduate dorms, there's quite a bit of space. As they chatted, a voice rang out, calm yet somewhat profound, although I don't want to interrupt. Haven't you noticed what's going on outside the bus? Chapter 22 Brother Su, what are you doing? This person is named Xianxiahuan, and his gaze had a certain sharpness as he wore a tight-fitting black tank top and utility pants, his muscles defined and his demeanor distinctive. His level had also reached 9, the highest among everyone. According to the team instance's matching mechanism, the level difference between players wouldn't surpass 5 levels. After all, the higher the level, the more attribute points could be allocated, which could lead to significant differences in strength. No need to worry about being held back by weaker players, nor about being overwhelmed by players with much higher levels. Only after Xianxiahuan's reminder did everyone turn their attention outside. At that time, outside was a highway littered with abandoned cars and a mass of staggering zombies walking on the road. The remnants of the setting sun shone through the blood-red clouds onto the rotting flesh of their faces, appearing both terrifying and disgusting. Is this a zombie instance? No one had answered yet when the system displayed a message. Instance CG and introduction loading, ZZ. ZZ, then a series of sounds came from the walkie-talkie, slowly sounding in everyone's ears. This is ZZ. This is a city named Srilin, now turned into a city of death, with countless infected zombies wandering every corner of the city. In this silent and tragic city, the living struggle in despair as the remnants of the sunset fade, and you might become one of them. Or their food. Subsequently, the sound ceased, and everyone's hearing returned to normal. It seems like it really is a zombie instance, Old Tomato pondered. With our level, dealing with those cinematic zombies should not be difficult. Night Guard also looked at the zombies outside. Not only that, these guys are even slower, easier to cope with, but it must not be that simple. At this moment, Xunziahuan spoke softly. It seems like it's all your first time entering a team instance. The difficulty of team instances is a bit easier than solo instances, but it also correlates with the number and strength of the players, he said calmly. Here we are, 1 level 9, 3 level 7s, and 2 level 6s. This indicates that the hidden difficulty of this instance is higher than we might think. I advise you not to take it lightly and be cautious. Also, definitely don't do anything weird, like him. Everyone followed Xunziahuan's gaze to see Suchi squatting next to a corpse, and Night Guard could not help asking. Brother Su, what are you doing? I was thinking there should be some information on him. Suchi turned the rotten, disgusting body over and then ripped open the blood-stained clothes to reveal the corpse's hollow chest cavity. Old Tomato squinted, not used to seeing such gore, and coughed uncomfortably. Well, clues usually aren't on corpses that are so heavily decayed, and instead of searching this, why not try the bus's storage compartment first? It seems there's indeed nothing in the pockets. Suchi looked for a few moments and then incredibly reached his hand into the hole in the chest cavity. Damn. Aki and Ati's eyes widened. Stop this. The others' expressions changed as well. Although they had played several instances, they were still normal people after all. You guys are together? Xunziahuan also felt somewhat uncomfortable and looked askew towards Night Guard and Old Tomato. No. They both shook their heads quickly, desperate to distance themselves from such a bizarre act. But in the next moment, Suchi pulled out a blood-stained key, waved it in front of everyone. See, I told you there was something. Everyone's faces stiffened. There actually was something. This should be the bus key. It can be used to open the bus doors. Suchi inserted it into the driver's slot, gave a slight twist, and the circuit connected, but the bus had no fuel. After pressing a button, the tightly closed bus doors opened. Ati couldn't help saying. Actually, I think we could have just smashed the door to get out. No need to do something so disgusting. Suchi looked at him. True, but then we would be immediately surrounded by zombies. Why? Aki wondered. Old Tomato frowned slightly, then seemingly understood something and relaxed his brow. Because the intro in the script already hinted that this is a silent city, making even a little noise could attract the nearby zombies, and then we would have to fight our way out if we wanted to leave the bus. Of course, that just means killing more zombies, Suchi said. But before we understand this world, I think it's very necessary to conserve our strength and physical strength. Also, 2 things, direct contact with blood won't lead to infection, although it has become common knowledge in zombie movies, but the new environment might be different, and after the chest cavity is gouged out, zombies will not die? Isn't it already dead? Aki was surprised. Suchi shook his head, pointing to the driver's seat. This is where it was bitten. You can see the obvious large bloodstains. It wobbled back and forth in this narrow bus aisle, and after how long, its cellular activity completely died, then it finally fell here. Xunziahuan looked at Suchi a bit surprised. Night Guard gave a thumbs up. Brother Su. Can I duo with you? Hey. Old Tomato called out. Then next. Suchi smiled and pulled out a small flag from the item compartment, waving it. Ladies and gentlemen, please gather yourselves and get off the bus. Follow your guide suit to explore this city. Everyone. I was wrong, Brother Tomato, he's not sane. I'll duo with you instead. Night Guard grabbed Old Tomato's shoulder, expressing his apologies. Everyone got off the bus. But Suchi noticed, aside from Xunziahuan and Night Guard, one holding a flying knife and the other a fire axe, the others hadn't taken out any weapons from their item slots. Where are your weapons? Us? We don't have any. Ati shook his head. Old Tomato scratched his face. Such weapon class equipment is hard to get, and in solo instances, you can't even take a sharp knife out. Then first let's see if there's any place that can supply you with some cold weapons. We're not in a rush. We really are in a rush, Tsuchi looked at the distant sunset. Do you still remember the phrase "the remnants of the sunset are fading"? Nightguard narrowed his eyes. Does it mean we might face something terrible if we don't find a safe spot before dark? Yes, so spending some time to find a few weapons is worth it, not only preventing you from being helpless viewers but also speeding up our search for a safe spot. As soon as Tsuchi finished speaking, an interface with their mission appeared to everyone. Main Quest 1 activated, Find the Tower Before Dark, Chapter 2323, Nightfall. Frantic Escape. Tower? Looking at the main quest appearing in everyone's line of sight, Old Tomato said. It's mentioned in the intro that there are others struggling in this city, indicating the existence of other survivors. Their location is probably this tower, and we need to get inside before nightfall, otherwise something terrible is likely to happen when it gets dark. But we don't know where the tower is? Aki was a bit perplexed. That's a bit troublesome. Yeah, she looked towards the sunset glow at the edge of the sky. The sun looks like it's going to set in at most half an hour. My suggestion is that we should head to the nearest station, find out our current location. Then there should be a city map at the station. We can see if we can find the tower on it and then plan our route. Yeshu's analysis was on point, stemming from his experience. After all, before playing this game, he had already been adept at exploring various environments and regions. Everyone thought there was no problem and nodded in agreement. Yeshu then earnestly said, "Since there's no issue with anyone, let's not delay and set off now." "Wait." Tsuchi softly said. "The tour guide has something to say." Yeshu. "Brother Su, do you have any suggestion?" "I suggest we follow this street straight to the end, then turn after 2 blocks, and on the way, pick up some handy weapons in a car repair shop, then continue south. We should be able to reach the tower." Yeshu was stunned and asked blankly, "Why are you so sure, Brother Su?" "Because." Tsuchi paused and spoke calmly. "I found a map in the driver's compartment of the bus." Ati roared. "You should have said something like this earlier, damn it." Tsuchi looked at them strangely, shaking the flag in his hand, which had an old city map printed on the other side. "I showed you from the beginning. Anyway, we've found the location. Everyone, let's hurry up and set off." Tsuchi's expression turned a bit more serious as he looked towards the distant sunset. "I seem to have a bad feeling." The twilight, flickering in and out from behind the clouds, had vanished. The edge of the sky had already turned dim, and a massive darkness was descending, as if to engulf the city. Tsuchi and his group were running down the streets. "It's only been 20 minutes and the sun has set." Clutching a broken iron hook, Aki said with some unease. "How much further is it to the tower?" The horde of zombies wandered around them. Although their pace wasn't fast, there were so many of them. As soon as they spotted the group, they were attracted and rushed towards them with bared teeth and claws. "There's a 10-minute walk left, but..." Yeshu roared lowly, as he swung out a fire axe. These zombies seemed to be getting more troublesome. As night fell, the zombies' ability to move suddenly increased significantly. Although they had enhanced physical attributes and were far stronger than ordinary people due to their attribute allocation, they still hadn't reached a superhuman level, and their physical strength was also limited. Xunziahuan proved worthy of being the highest level member of the team. His flying knife was an impressive piece of equipment, able to be instantly thrown and then swoosh controlled to return. He seemed to have a wealth of combat experience, dealing with all kinds of zombies with ease. At that moment, Xunziahuan's face wore a serious expression as he looked into the distance. "You guys must speed up now, I think I just heard some strange noise." "It's not just a feeling." Tsuchi's figure dashed forward, the cold light from his butcher knife reflecting the moon, as he charged and pierced through several zombies blocking the way. "That thing is approaching us at 80 kilometers per hour, it will catch up to us in at most a minute." "Really? Can a zombie run that fast?" "I personally think that's not a zombie, but a new kind of monster." Tsuchi turned to look at the shadow flickering atop a distant skyscraper. Although he could not see its form, the exclamation mark above its head was glaringly bright. Its shape frighteningly swift, it leaped from the high-rise and crashed heavily onto the ground. With a loud bang that made everyone's scalp tingle, now they truly heard it. Aki couldn't help but look back and screamed. "Fuck." Under the moonlight, they could see a skinless monster of flesh and blood. It was tall and clearly bigger than the sedan next to it, with muscles and blood vessels visible all over its body, while its face seemed to have been pieced together from parts of the organs of the world's 10 ugliest people. Its tail was thick and powerful, sweeping the sedan away with a single flick. Immediately afterward, its pupils glowed a faint green as it let out a low growl, then it started crawling on all fours before launching itself off the ground and charging over at an even faster speed. "Shit, it's coming." Everyone instantly felt chills down their spine. Xunziahuan's complexion also changed, and, disregarding the surrounding zombies, they all turned tail in panic and fled desperately. We thought we only had ordinary zombies during the day. I thought this hard mode wasn't too difficult, but then comes this shit show at night. Stop yapping and run." No one dared to look back, listening to the monster's increasingly closer growls behind them. They were scared out of their wits. The oppressive feeling from that monster was just too strong. "I see the tower," Old Tomato called out urgently. On a flat area, there stood a tower of over 20 stories, its bottom windows completely sealed off with steel plates, leaving only one entrance at the front. And from the entrance emanated the glow of ultraviolet light. "Quick, get inside." Xunziahuan's flying knife whizzed out of his hand, embedding itself into the monster's skull, but the creature was so terrifying that this wound didn't threaten it at all. It simply pulled the knife out with its claws and tossed it aside. And when its blood flowed out, it corroded a hole in the ground like strong sulfuric acid. Fuck, even its blood is that terrifying. And the next moment, the monster grew even angrier and roared as its body suddenly leapt up more than 10 meters, soaring toward them. In that critical moment, everyone's hearts pounded at 200 beats per minute as they dashed into the tower's passageway. With a horrifying and ferocious face, the monster tried to follow, but the moment it stepped in, the surrounding ultraviolet light burned its skin like a laser. In pain, the monster shielded itself with its claws and backed away. Pant. Pant. Everyone gasped for air with unsettled souls. Night Guard, panting heavily, said. "Just as I thought, the ultraviolet light is the monster's weakness. It can't come in here, otherwise, we'd all be wiped out. This is too terrifying. Are we supposed to fight monsters like this?" Aki and Ati nearly ran themselves ragged with their physical strength dropping to critically low levels, and it took several deep breaths to recover to 30%. "Probably, maybe," Xunziahuan panted, with a sharp glint in his eyes that clearly showed his wariness toward the monster. "Wait a minute." Old Tomato wiped the sweat from his forehead, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "Did you guys notice that we're missing someone?" Only 5 people had run into this passageway. They looked at each other, and silence fell for a moment. "Suchi didn't make it in?" Chapter 24:24, The whereabouts of Suchi. "Weren't we all running together? Why isn't Brother Su here?" The Night Guardian's expression stiffened. "I didn't notice. But if he isn't here, then there's only one possibility." They looked toward the outside of the corridor with grim expressions, and they also heard the monster's roar. At that time, everyone was terrified by the monster. Each of us wished for an extra pair of legs to run faster. Who would have noticed Suchi suddenly go missing? "What do we do? Can he still get in?" "That monster is still outside, I'm afraid." A heavy feeling settled in everyone's hearts. Given how terrifying that monster was, Suchi's chances were slim at best. Aki couldn't help but say, "Should we try to save him?" Roar. Suddenly, several roars like that of the monster echoed from a distance. There are more of its kind. The people couldn't help but step back a few paces, sweat rolling down their foreheads. "It's no use." Xunziahuan leaned against the wall and said calmly. "The monster is waiting right outside, and you've also heard that there's more than one. Going out now would be suicide. If he's smart, he should choose a place to hide, but I advise you not to get your hopes up too high." Xunziahuan looked outside. "In such a deadly night, I don't know how he could survive." The Night Guardian sighed. He and Old Tomato also knew this point. There was no way out given the current situation. This instance is even more perilous than we had imagined. Don't lose heart, everyone. Currently down one person, we need to cooperate even more. The Night Guardian was now taking on the role of leader. He pointed to the tower. "We should first go in and see what the situation is like." Everyone nodded, as there seemed to be no other option. They all headed towards the passageway to the tower. Meanwhile, in the dark of the night, several monsters were crawling through the streets, their saliva giving off a foul stench, dripping onto the ground. Their crimson eyes flickered through the darkness, as if searching for delicious food. And Suchi, who everyone thought was most likely finished, was stealthily following behind a monster, and in a curious turn of events. It seemed like the monster hadn't detected him at all and continued to crawl towards the front streets, roaring. It seems these monsters mainly rely on their hearing to locate things. Their vision is limited in the darkness. As long as someone isn't foolish enough to stand right in front of them, they won't be discovered. Of course, this was mainly because Suchi had activated the special effect of the Dark Wind Boots. At the cost of 100 physical strength, one could enter stealth state for 5 minutes. Suchi's form was like a shadow in the darkness, making not a single sound. He could now easily find a way to enter the tower safely without issue. But he didn't do that. Suchi looked towards a distant monster's head, where a dark red exclamation mark was displayed. Following this night demon may lead to a discovery. This really is a dangerous dilemma for me. Suchi was on full alert. The Dark Wind Boots equipment lasted only 5 minutes per use, and although there was no cooldown time, each activation cost 100 physical strength. In theory, with his 350 physical strength, he could only use it 3 times. But once the physical strength dropped too low, it would trigger an automatic recovery until it returned to 30%, which is 105. With this ability, Tsuchi could use it an unlimited number of times, but the instant he activated it, his physical strength would be at an extremely dangerous level. His current behavior was like walking on the tip of a knife or backflipping at the edge of a cliff. Once discovered, it would be game over. Now, I must calculate to the second, there's no room for even the slightest error. Tsuchi's gaze was intensely focused in the darkness, his expression as calm as ice, his footsteps heavy yet silent as he moved through the streets like a ghost. He didn't need to follow too closely, just keeping it in sight was enough. The monster wasn't fast as it roamed, occasionally grabbing a few zombies to tear apart and toss into its mouth in the darkness. And then it gradually moved in a certain direction toward the center of the city. The monsters must have their own lair, and it's probably heading there now. This wasn't hard to guess since these creatures seemed unable to appear during the day, only wandering at night, which indicated they must have a hiding spot. Tsuchi followed cautiously, always mindful of the time in stealth state. As his physical strength dropped to 5, he would experience dizziness and need to catch his breath to recover. And after an hour of this cat-and-mouse game, the monster finally stopped its wandering outside an abandoned parking lot. It had the intelligence to move the massive heap of scrap metal at the entrance to the lot, revealing an opening. Then crawled inside. Tsuchi's eyes lit up with the prospect of new developments. Yet he wasn't in a rush, but waited silently for his physical strength to recover. These creatures aren't like the ones in the last instance. They possess a certain level of intelligence, even the ability to think. As Tsuchi observed the creature along the way, it seemed to have some human consciousness in its actions, yet not much. Once his physical strength had recovered to 30%, Tsuchi, holding his butcher's knife, stayed concealed as he approached the parking lot. The interior of the parking lot was vast, with moonlight cascading through the windows in the darkness, allowing some outlines to be visible. The monster went his way, said Tsuchi, following the traces on the ground deeper inside. The further he went inside, the more he realized the parking lot was deeper than he thought, and the deeper it went, the more complex it seemed to be inside. Soon enough, he heard the monster's horse roaring, but the sound wasn't ferocious, it sounded like it was licking something. Tsuchi squinted his eyes and peeked around the wall. He saw a very strange scene. The horrible, flesh-covered monster was crouched outside a reinforced steel door, tearing into a piece of raw meat placed in an iron basin. And behind the steel door, there was a faint light, casting the shadow of a person watching in silence. After a minute, the monster swallowed all the meat, then the rotting head began to sprout hair inch by inch, the dreadful, fleshly body also grew skin, and its crimson eyes seemed to turn black. The monster let out a low growl, but this time it wasn't as wild. Instead, it portrayed a hint of pain, then quieted down, collapsed on the ground, and began to gasp heavily, with a hint of a human touch. This situation lasted for a minute. But then, the monster's body suddenly convulsed, the hair all fell out, and the skin that grew over its body rapidly decayed, its pupils turned back to a bloodthirsty red, emitting a terrifying roar. The figure behind the steel door sighed, then the surroundings lit up with an abundance of ultraviolet light, scorching the monster, forcing it to painfully flee. Once it was confirmed that the monster had left the parking lot, that figure slowly deactivated the protections and pushed open the steel door. Just as he crouched down, ready to collect the hair and skin on the ground with tweezers, Tsuchi was already silently standing beside him, a butcher's knife resting against his neck. Don't move. Chapter 25 Are you outsiders? Tower's 12th floor. Night guards and the others were walking up the stairs, all the while feeling uncomfortable as they looked around. A large number of survivors were peeping out through the cracks in the doors with their eyes, revealing numbness, fear, but also a hint of expectancy. Are all these tower survivors? Why do they all seem so weak, and their gazes so strange? Aki said softly. Some seem frightened. Yet as if they're expecting something. The bearded big man leading them into this place looked back at these people and only said, because you are outsiders. The group looked slightly stunned, exchanging surprised glances with each other. Outsiders? What does that mean? However, Xunziahuan, walking at the back, remained calm, not perturbed by this statement, and instead asked, where are you taking us now? To see the tower's leader, he will explain the situation to you. The bearded man's attitude was a bit odd. He was not very welcoming and even seemed a bit wary, but he also appeared to need something from them. Their expressions changed again, but they chose not to ask further questions and followed him upstairs. When they finally reached the top floor of the tower, they then entered a rather decrepit spacious room, where an old man in a wheelchair was reading a book by a crude desk. Only when they entered did he gently close the book and look at them. "Hello," the old man greeted them with a kind smile. "Sorry, it's a little cramped here, and we're short on supplies, so there's not much with which to entertain you." Night Guard looked at the man. "Old sir, are you the tower's leader?" "Yes," the old man spoke slowly. "My name is Loren, and you want to understand the situation of the tower and the outside world, right?" Night Guard nodded hesitantly. The other party seemed to know about them and had anticipated their next move. "I can tell you," the old man spoke gently. "But it will be a bit inconvenient for you. Be careful." Xunziahuan suddenly frowned and warned. In that room, roughly a dozen people armed with firearms emerged from hidden places, their dark barrels aimed at everyone's heads. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and Night Guard quickly spoke. "Respected tower leader, we mean no harm." "Neither do we," one of the gunmen rasped out. T couldn't help but say. "You call this meaning no harm, pointing so many guns at?" His gaze shifted, and he abruptly stopped. Because in that room, a majority of the armed individuals turned out to be elderly, infirm, diseased, with rotting parts on their bodies. Some couldn't even hold their weapons steady. The few young people there were also bandaged up with wounds. "Why?" Night Guard was somewhat shocked and puzzled. "Because we fear you might have malicious intent," the bearded man said calmly. "I'm sorry, but let's have our conversation like this for now." "Understood." The Night Watch pressed down on some agitated teammates. "We're all ears. Thank you for your understanding." Cough. Cough cough. The old man's health was not good, evidenced by the coughing fits that spattered blood on his handkerchief. He extended his hand to stop the others, who were getting anxious, from coming closer. His face, lined like entwined tree roots, reflected on the past, his voice a bit more hoarse than before. 20 years ago in this city, Swirlin, a terrible infectious virus burst forth, turning every infected person into those zombies you've seen outside. And among these zombies, another terrifying monster was born, which we call the Night Demon. You must have encountered this powerful creature as well," he continued. Indeed very powerful," Night Watch spoke in a deep voice, noting they had also lost a teammate to it. "These monsters are beyond human resistance, but fortunately, they can only move at night and are extremely fearful of the sun. So, we use the tower as our base, scavenging for supplies by day, and warding off night demon invasions with ultraviolet light by night." The old man kindly looked towards one of the armed young men. "Like this generation, they grew up in such an environment." "That's not right." Old Tomato suddenly couldn't help but interject. "On the bus earlier, we saw a decaying dead body, that of the bus driver. If it's been 20 years, logically, he should have been reduced to bones long ago." "That's the terrifying part of the virus," the bearded man said gravely. "All of the zombies it infects never completely die, even if you chop off their heads during the day. But as soon as night falls, those fallen zombies will come back to life." The complexions of Night Watch and his companions changed. It's as if they've been cursed. Endless zombies, dreadful night demons, this was like hell indeed. "We have been trapped in this terrible despair for a full 20 years, the old man said, his eyes growing slightly cloudy. "We thought it would just continue like this forever, but then, 10 years ago, a group of outsiders suddenly appeared in the city." "Outsiders?" Their expressions flickered slightly, having already heard this term from the bearded man before, sensing something amiss. Now it seemed. "They appeared abruptly like you, wearing clothes completely different from ours, speaking a language that no one could understand, and every one of them possessed weapons and individual strength beyond ordinary people. Many zombies were no match for them." Everyone except Xunziahuan showed a look of astonishment. "That's right, those people were players like them. Back then, we thought the savior had come. They were so formidable, perhaps they could save us," the old man sighed, "but unfortunately, they failed. And every year, such a group of outsiders would appear. Although we don't know where they come from, for everyone in the tower, this is the only hope, and we naturally gave our full support," the old man said calmly. "There was a time we almost succeeded, but after paying a heavy price, we still faced failure in the end." Night Watch frowned. "If that's the case, why treat us this way?" "Because last year's group of outsiders." Someone clenched their teeth tightly, letting out a low growl. "They were all a bunch of demons." Night Watch noticed the look of fear and anger in the eyes of others. Unable to hold back, Old Tomato asked, "What did they do?" "If they were players, they usually would follow the main quest line, seeking local forces' help, and wouldn't do excessive things to NPCs." The bearded man's voice was hoarse and trembling uncontrollably, his tone filled with anger. "They treated all of us as if we were insects, coercing us with their overwhelming force to be bait, taking ordinary lives for experiments for amusement, introducing the infection virus into our food, even leading zombies into this tower that we've defended for 20 years, and watching us fight to the death as they laughed. Even as the leader, at this moment his fingers grasped onto the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, but the old man let go with a sense of helplessness, his voice dry and heavy. Last year the tower's population was 311 people, but this year, there are only 139 left. Chapter 26. Suchi is already stealing crystals in a dimly lit space. A figure, similar in shape to a night demon but with messy hair and wearing a white lab coat, sat on a small stool, staring intently at the young man before him. I understand. Suchi sat on the sofa, taking a sip of tea, appearing more like the owner of the space. He softly said, "It was those terrifying outsiders last year who transformed you into this form, but miraculously, you haven't completely lost human consciousness. Each night, you regain your thoughts and have discovered in your blood an antibody that can heal that virus." Suchi had just sat down here, listening to the gruesome human night demon recount the events that had taken place in the city of Sirlin over the past 20 years. "Do the people in the tower know of your existence?" It shook its head, then added, "After all, I'm quite dangerous now. I lose consciousness and turn into a night demon during the day, and at night, when many night demons appear, it seems they see me as an anomaly. I can only experiment on my own." "So that night demon just now was a product of your experiments?" "Yes, unfortunately, it can only recover for a certain amount of time. And it wasn't successful." It sighed. "I'm missing something very important." "What is it?" Suchi had already sensed the essence of the main storyline. It's the original entity of the virus, the cause of the calamity and the terrifying infection. And it's located within the night demon nest, inside the tower. After hearing about the experiences from this city, everyone understood their desperation and predicament. Old Tomato showed a sympathetic look. He knew that triggering the next key part of the main storyline was now crucial, so he asked, "How did those outsiders from before help you?" 20 years ago, the virus outbreak wasn't without warning. The sky suddenly turned red, as if stained with fresh blood. Then a large oak tree under this cloud layer suddenly sprouted blood vessels and, from that tree, the virus started to spread. And those outsiders said, as long as the tree is destroyed, the source of the virus annihilated, everything could end. I see. The Sharp Knight Guardians immediately knew what needed to be done next and promptly asked, "Where is it?" Bearded Man grimaced and said, "It is in the night demon nest." Upon hearing this, their expressions stiffened. How could this possibly be accomplished? Aki's voice trembled slightly. One night demon was already so terrifying, not to mention a whole group. He was reluctant to face those horrific monsters again. Fortunately, the Night Guardians, Old Tomato, and Xiaohuan were all still able to keep their composure. This is a difficult dungeon. Logically, the main storyline wouldn't issue a zero-probability success mission. There must be some other way. Old Tomato spoke. Night demons fear ultraviolet light. This is a very important countermeasure. Indeed, said another Night Guardian calmly. We don't necessarily have to fight the night demons, just lure them away from their nest. The real target is still the virus source. With a plan in mind, everyone felt slightly more relieved, but it was just a slight relief. It's still too difficult. During the day, nearly all the night demons stay in their nest, so they can only operate at night, and at night, they now lacked even the courage to step outside. I want to ask, can the tower help us? Night Guardian looked towards the Elder Sense. If their own strength wasn't enough, perhaps they could rely on the power of these people. The old man did not immediately agree but instead sadly commented with a wistful smile, "We, too, wish to kill the night demon, destroy the tree, but we can't afford to be worn out anymore. Today, out of over 100 people in the tower, less than 30 can fight." The gaze of the Night Guardians darkened. Indeed, they had no assurance of victory, and it was hard to persuade the other party to take the risk. "But we will provide you with all the information provided by other outsiders." The old man handed a notebook to Nightwatch. It contains quite a lot of information. Nightwatch looked through it, and inside were not only various detailed points within the city, but also a lot of annotations and analysis on the night demon's habits and weaknesses. He looked at the signature. Gran. Is this the owner of the notebook? Is he still in the tower, to be able to understand night demons in such detail? He is already dead. The old man silently shook his head. He was a respected, great scholar, who had been studying night demons and ways to heal the infection for 20 years, but last year, he was captured by those demons. They injected him with a large amount of infected blood, and after he transformed into a night demon, he never appeared again. And at this moment, an information pop-up appeared before everyone, and the main mission refreshed again. Main mission 2, 1. Using the notebook, find the remaining armory. 2. Find something Gran lost, which might reveal something new. Choose one of the missions. It seems like there indeed is a turning point. Gran is the key figure. Nightwatch's eyes lit up. Since the main mission didn't send them directly to the night demon nest, it means there are other means to lower the difficulty. Xunziahuan shook his head. Don't get too excited, we don't even know where to find the things Gran left behind. Bearded man whispered. If it's about that, it should be written in the notebook. Let me see. Ati leaned over, flipped through, and then his hand trembled. Here's Gran's note, he says. Even though night demons turn into monsters, they seem to retain some human consciousness and often return to familiar places. Maybe I can heal them and bring back their consciousness. Damn. Aki's eyes widened. So we have to find the night demon Gran turned into, and then follow it? He wears a white lab coat and has a birthmark on his back. He's easy to recognize, supplied bearded man. Is that something easy to recognize about? Aki shouted. How is that even possible? Night demons only appeared at night, meaning they had to act at night. Identifying that particular night demon was like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone amidst a multitude of other wandering night demons. Indeed. The first task is more practical and simple, able to enhance our combat strength quickly, but the second task is a steep increase in difficulty, although it looks like it would definitely make a breakthrough progress or even provide rewards, but... Nightwatch deeply sighed. Too hard. And at that very moment, in that dim, enclosed room, Suchi sat drinking tea, flipping through various notebooks provided by the host, all filled with records about night demons. He paused briefly, looking at the mission box that suddenly popped up in his view. Suchi's eyes flickered, and he spoke. Oh, Mr. Night Demon. Could you pour me another cup of hot water? Of course. This night demon, who looked just like any other but still maintained human consciousness, nodded gentlemanly and poured Suchi a cup of hot water. They had already established cooperation and were planning. It gave a slight, bitter smile. Also, calling me a night demon still feels a bit odd. Could you please change the title? How so? Just call me by my old name, Gran. Chapter 27. Things that were once lost. Gran, clad in a white lab coat, had a terrifying appearance, but was extremely serious when it came to work. He carefully placed the previously collected night demon hair and skin into a vessel and began analyzing the ingredients bit by bit. That night demon was my main experiment subject. In the beginning, I could only bring back its consciousness for a few seconds with injections, but that was half a year ago. Over 6 months, I constantly collected samples and developed modifications, and gradually, it could regain some consciousness at night and instinctively came to me for potions without me having to search for it. Gran looked up from the microscope and said softly. Deep inside, they all have a heart yearning to become human again. Suchi did not speak. He had realized the different options of the main quest very early on. The first type was the destruction route, where one would destroy the great oak that was the source of the virus, thus completely eradicating all the zombies and night demons, just like the pollution abnormalities in the previous instance, leaving only the survivors in the tower. The second type was the healing route, where the key person was Gran in front of him. Suchi had to assist him in developing potions that could cure all zombies and night demons, thereby saving the entire city. The second route is obviously much harder. You have to enter the night demon nest to retrieve the pathogen sample from the great oak, and... Suchi looked at Gran and asked. Have you lost anything important? Or something you can't retrieve now? Gran was slightly stunned, not understanding why Suchi suddenly asked this. He lowered his head and pondered. When I was 18, I fell in love with a girl and I lost her. Suchi paused for a moment. Believe it or not, I might kick you to death. What? I'm asking about specific items you lost that are at least somewhat related to night demons, the virus, or the great oak. I thought we were going to talk about some emotional issues late at night. Gran showed a bit of melancholy. Are you an emo boy online? His expression brightened somewhat. If we're talking about the past year, I've barely left this place, let alone lost anything. What about during your time in the tower? Gran gave a wry smile. That's even more complicated. I'm a research scientist and hardly participate in search and retrieval missions. I spend about 300 days a year inside the tower, and the things I've lost are minor, like a beer bottle opener, hairdryer. In 20 years, I really haven't lost anything too significant. Suchi watched Gran struggle and frowned. Was he asking the wrong question? Or should he approach this main quest from another direction? Actually, my life hasn't had many ups and downs, except for the appearance of zombies, becoming a night demon, and I've always just been an insignificant nobody. Gran's expression showed some sorrow. That's why the girl I loved left me in the end. Suchi looked at Gran's emo demeanor and knew this topic was inescapable. He temporarily set aside the main quest. A tragic storyline. Did she fall in love with someone else and run away? Or did you do something wrong to her? I've worked in a matchmaking agency for a while, this isn't uncommon. He wasn't joking, he had really worked there. Cran put down what he was holding, wanting to light a cigarette, but sighed instead. Actually, neither. One afternoon, she asked me to go hiking, saying she had found something interesting on the mountaintop. We were talking and laughing all the way, she even kissed me. That sounds like a good relationship. How did you lose her? She accidentally slipped and fell off a cliff, Cran said mournfully. Tsuchi. Was it a physical misplacement? There was no then after that. The zombie crisis erupted the next day, and searching for her body was impossible. Cran finally lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Although it's been many years and I have let go, every time I think about it, I just wish we hadn't gone to that mountain. Tsuchi raised an eyebrow. The day after she fell, the zombie outbreak erupted? Yes. Do you know what the interesting thing was that she mentioned? Cran recalled. She really liked some oddly shaped stones, mentioning that she once climbed a mountain and saw a huge red stone at the bottom of a cliff that even glowed. But when I went there later, I didn't find anything. Tsuchi's gaze slightly sharpened. What's wrong? I'm thinking, would the system really go to such great lengths? And keep the clues so refreshingly unique? I don't understand, but you better watch the time, it's almost daylight. Cran looked at the nearby clock. I'm about to turn into a crazed night demon. I need to lock myself up. For your safety, you should leave here first. After the first ray of sunlight faintly penetrated through the clouds in the early morning, Tsuchi came down to the ground. He decided to first check out the place Cran mentioned. It was a good opportunity to split efforts. His teammates should be following the first route while he, unsure and facing many dangers, was quite happy to work alone. Half an hour later, Tsuchi arrived at the mountaintop, located some distance from the city center, where zombies were surprisingly scarce. He surveyed his surroundings but indeed did not see any huge red stones. Looking down the cliff, it was a very steep ravine, overgrown with wild plants obscuring everything in sight. He tried throwing a stone down, and only after a while did a deep distant thud echo back. Quite high. After observing, Tsuchi analyzed the good landing spots and decisively activated the dark wind boots, starting his descent from a less steep slope on the other side. He wasn't ill-prepared. He had taken a UV dual-use flashlight, a pistol loaded with bullets, and a hand grenade from Cran. The place was deep and poorly lit. Tsuchi shook his flashlight, then saw the ground below the steep slope, his gaze subtly shifting. In that dark corner, he indeed saw a... Moving closer. The content of the... became clear. It's lurking and staring intently at you? Tsuchi's gaze hardened as he directed his flashlight straight at it. Obscured by the corner, a night demon was crouching there with blood-red eyes staring at him. Then in the next moment, it howled and pounced directly at him. In that instant, Tsuchi saw more information above its head. It's the first zombie infected with the virus and the first night demon born. It has been here for 20 years. It decided that the terrifyingly dangerous object must not see the light of day again. Chapter 28. Triggering the Hidden World Line Quest. Tsuchi felt that even though night demons were powerful, as long as one found a method, killing a night demon wasn't too difficult. Ultraviolet light on, speakers audibly set, combined with dark wind boots and a 100-man slaughter blade, he had instantly boosted his attribute to 60 points, far exceeding his current level. Along with the weaknesses recorded in the little notebook Cran had given him. It only took him 3 rounds to brutally pierce through the chest of the night demon, creating a bloody hole. It screamed and fell to the ground, and without hesitation, Tsuchi pointed the ultraviolet flashlight at it. It struggled to crawl into a corner, covering its face with its claws, trembling, even appearing somewhat pitiful. Tsuchi roughly knew the identity of his opponent. It was likely that woman Cran had mentioned. However, it seemed somewhat different. Although its eyes were blood red, completely that of a crazed night demon, it was wearing its own patched clothes, and there were signs of fire-making around. It's like Cran, able to recover consciousness in the night? Tsuchi's gaze turned to another side, where there was an entrance to a cave. He walked over and became even more certain that this night demon could recover human consciousness. There were built beds and tables, and even an old notebook. He picked it up, opened it, and flipped through. Although well preserved, it had aged considerably. The papers were mottled and yellowed. I had intended to record everything here after I ended, but I had no idea I would have to write about such matters. After the fall, I didn't die immediately, but I was close to death. I'm sure my femur broke and I was bleeding severely both internally and externally. There was no way I could live. But at that moment, I saw that red boulder. It wasn't a rock at all, but a huge red flower bud. The fruit it sprayed actually healed all my injuries. Not only that, my body felt extremely strong, and my strength and speed were beyond ordinary. I felt like I could leave this place, and of course, I took the fruit with me. It's truly miraculous, and maybe it could even cure my mother's cancer. From here, a page was skipped, and the handwriting changed, becoming somewhat fearful and anxious. I must have killed someone. I returned to the city, my body rotting, consciousness as if invaded, feeling terrifyingly thirsty. I only remember pouncing on a woman, then biting through her throat, and then I remember nothing. When I returned here covered in blood, I had regained my consciousness, but the fruit was no longer on me. Why would I do such a thing? And my body was still changing. As Suchi continued to read, it seemed the person would lose self-consciousness during the day or if she strayed too far from the flower bud. She struggled and researched, trying to leave the pit. But when she finally found a way to briefly preserve her consciousness and leave this ravine after a month, she had seen a hell on earth. The entirety of Srilan City had fallen completely. The speed of the fall was definitely not just because the bitten turned into zombies, it seems. It's mainly because of that fruit she brought out, Suchi pondered. The destination of the fruit was clear. It was the great oak tree in the night demon nest. Didn't expect the source of everything. Wasn't in the night demon nest, but here. Suchi closed the notebook. To prevent going out to harm others and to stop that thing from harming others, he just stayed here for 20 years. Now, let's see what exactly this so-called flower bud is. Suchi walked towards another direction, roughly more than 10 steps. Next to a shadowy area, he too caught a glimpse of the huge red flower bud. 20 years had passed. It was no longer in the shape of a flower bud. Its diameter was now a whole 10 meters, rooted on the ground like a giant brain, surrounded by dense red branches, intertwining and twining like blood vessels, even pulsating. Suchi felt his heartbeat being affected, and his ears ringing with a buzzing sound. Spiritual power, 5, his gaze sharpened as he found the source of this familiar sensation. Is this stuff a pollutant? And it reduces this much so quickly? Meanwhile, system information popped up in Suchi's eyes. Congratulations, player Subuxian, you have triggered a personal hidden world line task. The hidden world line task is not restricted by instances, gameplays, or plot. The progress of the task does not reset at the end of the instance and still exists when entering a new instance. Note, this task is related to the new version of Paradise. Completing it will provide related information. Suchi frowned. The next moment. Please process this level D pollutant. Method of processing. Destroy all the flowing liquids. Note, the pollutant is a flowing liquid. Once a large amount leaks, it will cause the pollution source to transfer. Progress 0 out of 1. Rewards can be obtained upon completion. Suchi had seen pollutants before. The last instance involved the ancient god's heart, which seemed to be a pollutant of a ridiculously high level, impossible to display. It was only with the help of the traveling merchant that they managed to treat and recover from the pollution. And now, to his surprise, he encountered it again and even triggered a special hidden task. So the question now is, how do I handle so much polluted liquid? Suchi immediately started pondering. Destroy it? And prevent it from seeping elsewhere? Suchi found it to be a thorny issue. This 10-meter diameter bud was filled with the liquid pollutant, and the surrounding thick blood vessels resembled the tentacle hell from certain comics, which was sanity-dropping to look at. He opened his item slot, wondering if he could collect it there. It seemed not. The item slot rules had many restrictions, no loopholes to exploit. Suddenly, Suchi's gaze stalled, looking at the ancient god's heart in his item slot, which seemed to have just beat momentarily. And A appeared on it. Dying heart, weak bloodlines, these liquids seem to nourish it. Transfer the pollution source into this heart container? After having fully witnessed the terror of the previous pollution, Suchi was considering the risks. And there was another line after the low pollution level. It won't affect it. Suchi squinted his eyes. Interesting. He had planned to keep this dying heart and unseal it later to see what effect it had, but now it seemed to have more recovery vitality than he had imagined. It looks like I must reach level 20 soon. Otherwise, Suchi was also afraid he couldn't suppress it. He took out the ancient god's heart, and at that moment, the bud seemed to get startled, emitting a friction-like piercing scream. All the red liquid started boiling as it were. It all surged towards the heart in Suchi's palm. Chapter 29. Everything is exceeding teammates' expectations. The ancient god's heart absorbed the pollutants at a slower pace than expected since it lacked consciousness and could only absorb instinctively. Nearly all this daylight, Suchi had spent with it. Night descended stealthily. The red glow in the eyes of the night demon in the pit gradually faded, and slowly, she regained her consciousness. She quickly recalled vaguely what had just transpired. It seemed someone had arrived here. Her body trembled slightly, fearfully wondering if she had torn him apart. Then, she saw near the brain of that flower bud, countless blood-red liquids gathering in a young man's palm from all directions. And then, she grew even more frightened. The young man, realizing she had regained consciousness, turned and smiled. Miss Night Demon, you're awake? Get ready, I'm about to finish up here. What does that mean? Her voice was hoarse, as if piecing together words like a child, clumsy and stiff. Meanwhile, Suchi had finished, and a copious amount of polluted liquid had flowed into the heart of the ancient god. The size of the heart didn't change but now held a faint pulse. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Suchi. Successfully contained D-class pollutant. Congratulations to player Subuxian for completing the Hidden World Line mission. Progress 1 out of 1. Reward, Blood Demon Fruit. Suchi saw a bright red fruit on the ground and picked it up. Name, Blood Demon Fruit. Type, Consumable. Function, after consumption, provides night vision, expands maximum physical strength recovery to 40%, doubles recovery speed, enhances poison resistance, and increases strength and movement technique by 30 points in darkness or dark environments. Note, this effect grants permanent enhancement to personal attributes of the player, not restricted by instance rules, unaffected by level, and not recorded by matchmaking mechanism. Unrestricted items are extremely rare, please handle with care. Is this the fruit that has been rid of pollution? It doesn't have the side effects of the night demon, nor does it cause loss of consciousness. Suchi immediately recognized the value of this fruit, not because of its effects, but because of the various restrictions not applied to it mentioned in the note. For instance, some instances might exist with restrictive rules, like not being able to use equipment or skills, level reductions, limits on abilities that make players lose a sense of security. But after consuming it, the effects are permanent and won't be restricted, and it's explicitly reminded me that this kind of thing is very rare. Suchi picked it up. At this moment, Miss Night Demon saw this and panicked, her hoarse voice growling. No. Don't eat that. Otherwise, you'll become a monster like me. Suchi simply smiled. Don't worry. I train in sports, my physique is different from ordinary people. Saying this, Suchi took a bite. The taste was alright, a bit like rotting leaves mixed with sand during a rainy day, with a sensation of fluid bursting from the middle section of a caterpillar. The moment he swallowed, he felt a shock. Every dark environment he looked at instantly brightened, and most importantly, his physical strength also rapidly recovered, stopping only when it reached around 40%. Feels good? For Suchi at this moment, whether it was ongoing consumption or combat or using skills in the future, all were greatly enhanced. Moreover, Suchi's gaze returned to Miss Night Demon. She suddenly shivered, as if a wave of fear rose within her blood, and startled, she retreated. Could this also naturally suppress night demons? Suchi mused. This was to be expected. After all, night demons were born from pollution fruits that blossomed from pollutants, and all night demons were merely derivatives, whereas the fruit he consumed was the primordial fruit, purified of pollution. It's time to go, Miss Night Demon. Go. Where? She asked, somewhat fearfully looking at Suchi. Off to meet your old flame, Suchi replied as he picked up the flashlight and stuffed it into his bag. Miss Night Demon was confused, but the words old flame still made her body shudder, and she said excitedly, Are you talking about Kale? Suchi almost stumbled and was about to mourn for Kran in his heart for 3 seconds when he suddenly paused. What's his full name? Kale Kran. Oh, then it's okay. Suchi, having been fed a mouthful of dog food, said expressionlessly. Let's go, we need to hurry. We'll make a plan tonight, prepare, and then head to the Night Demon Nest tomorrow. Going to the Night Demon Nest? Why, that place is full of monsters. She said with a quivering voice. Of course, to wipe them out and end all this, Suchi replied gently. Don't you want to see the city as peaceful as it was in the old days? To end all this. Upon hearing this, Miss Night Demon seemed a bit stunned. She looked at Suchi's figure, her gaze shifting, no longer minding the inexplicable fear. She couldn't help but ask. Who are you? Me? Suchi smiled, the savior of Srilin. The third day, daytime. The night guard set off urgently to various warehouses to find more residual firepower. They decided to start their final operation that night. 2 days, we've gathered all the firearms, ultraviolet, useful and useless. This amount of explosives should be able to destroy that big oak tree. As the night guard used a fire axe to chop down approaching zombies, he shook his head, but the problem is how to get close. During the day, they went to the outskirts of the Night Demon's Nest to probe, and the conditions inside were like a map of hell. After yesterday's daytime investigation, we also know the general situation inside the Night Demon Nest. There are at least 200 night demons in the nest, and even though some wander outside at night, half of them will still stay in the nest. The situation wasn't very optimistic. Xunziahuan was very serious. I suggest everyone lay all their cards on the table and make a detailed plan. This is no minor skirmish, a slight mistake could wipe us out. Okay. Old Tomato said. I have a bundle of rope from a solo instance that can bind ghosts. It can only be used once per instance, and with my current physical strength value, I can probably bind 5 night demons for about half a minute. Night Guard spoke up. I have an offensive skill, but once it's used, my physical strength value will drop to 10, although it should clear a path. Xunziahuan spoke calmly. I can handle 10 night demons myself. But Aki and Ati, the lowest in level, have no equipment or skills. Sorry, we're not that useful, they said, somewhat embarrassed. Night Guard patted their shoulders. Don't sell yourselves short. We're a team. Your job is to manage the ultraviolet lights, which are also a great threat to the night demons. Aki and Ati were energized. Understood. It's a pity Brother Su got killed off so quickly, otherwise, another person would have brought more strength. Old Tomato shook his head. During the daylight of yesterday, they didn't wait for Suchi to return to the tower and knew then that he must be gone. They swiftly returned to the tower with their collected items, and Night Guard decided to try and convince the leaders of the tower to support them. Although he didn't hold much hope. But as they went upstairs, they saw the tower's combat personnel all gearing up, donned in battle outfits and armed with various firearms and explosives, a formidable ensemble. They were startled. What's happened? The bearded man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a heavy machine gun on his back, spoke calmly. Right after you guys left, a strange young man came to the tower and convinced our leaders. Tonight, everyone will go all out and strike at the Night Demon Nest. Chapter 30, the final battle tonight. Night Guard and the others had some difficulty adapting to the survivors within the tower. One by one, they had shed the previous air of despair and were instead filled with excitement, most looking like they were ready to fight the night demons to the death or until victory. What on earth is going on? Why are the people of the tower willing to go now? Muttered Night Guard and his group. They couldn't understand. It was completely beyond them. Before, they had an attitude of you go and get killed, we won't follow, but now they had completely changed their tune. Bearded Man didn't explain what exactly had happened, only telling them to go to the top floor of the tower, where the leader of the tower was waiting for them. While on the stairs, Aki couldn't help but whisper. Who do you think that person is? Why was he able to persuade the tower leader? It's not just about persuading. Night Guard looked toward the survivors. Didn't you see it? There was a light called hope ignited in their eyes. He was extremely curious about who that person was. Could it be a plot-relevant character? Such as that guy named Kran from the main storyline, but hadn't he died? Or perhaps Subuxian? This question was answered after they met an old man who handed them a note. This is from that young man, a note he left for you. We couldn't understand it, but he said you would. They took the note and saw what was written. 1,000 words are not enough. Tonight precisely, the decisive battle in the Night Demon Nest, do not enter lightly, wait until the time is right. Signed, the tour guide. Everyone. I only saw the last 2 words tour guide, and based on the style of this note, it must indeed be Brother Su, coughed Night Guard, handing the note to Old Tomato. He's actually still alive. Old Tomato awkwardly shifted his gaze, quite honestly. Don't give it to me. I've long forgotten my former knowledge. Xunziahuan simply closed her eyes. The 2 college students are up to you now. Aki, Ati. Aki and Ati's heads came together. They mentioned tonight at midnight, near the Night Demon Nest, waiting for an opportunity. He seems to have a plan? Subuxian? Xunziahuan hadn't interacted much with this person, and he said. I'm more curious about how he survived. Night Guard looked at the tower leader. What did he do, and why have you agreed to support him, and? There was a trend of staking everything on one throw. The old man's voice was hoarse and, unlike before, mixed with various other emotions, because that young man brought us hope that we can actually see. His arms were clearly trembling slightly, but he handled a small glass bottle very carefully. It was filled with a blue liquid. What is this? The young man brought this. It can restore those infected back to their normal state. Bearded Man, who appeared at the doorway at some undetermined point, spoke solemnly. I've seen it with my own eyes. An infected zombie regrew flesh and regained a human appearance. Though still unawakened, it showed no symptoms of infection. The old man spoke softly. He told us that the dawn of this city will not fade with the arrival of night, that everyone can be redeemed after the sun rises. These were words those outsiders who come every year never said. The old man seemed to have gained some resonant strength, his gaze no longer murky but clear and firm, and tonight, the tower will put all its strength into joining the battle. This isn't just my idea, but the unanimous decision of everyone. Night silently fell. Night Guard and his 4 companions, along with 30 young and capable fighters from the tower, quietly waited by a cave entrance. Behind them was a large array of weapons and equipment as well as 3 armed vehicles and large functioning ultraviolet searchlights and more. They had set up this place during the day in preparation for the night battle. What time is it now? Half an hour more. They were now carefully waiting for most of the night demons to leave the nest, as fewer night demons in the nest meant a greater chance of success. Subuxian still hasn't shown up, Aki couldn't help but say. He's still unclear about our battle plan. Don't panic, Night Guard said calmly. Brother Su has already helped us a lot. Otherwise, with just 5 people the situation would be even more bleak. We'll just follow the original plan. At that moment, Xunziahuan suddenly extended his finger, signaling everyone to silence. Outside, a raspy, abnormal roar came. Everyone's gaze trembled. Night demons? They were right outside. Their chosen location was actually quite concealed, but with the abundance of night demons who were extremely sensitive to all sorts of sounds, it was easy to be discovered. The people in the tower focused their gaze. Although they were tense, they were not afraid. Every person was prepared to die in the night demon nest today, seeking a slim chance of survival for the whole of Swirlin. Damn. It hasn't left, it's still approaching. The silhouette of the night demon, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared at the entrance. It sniffed with its nose and subconsciously peeked inside. Attack now. Night Guard and the others immediately took action, and the experienced guards in the tower instantly switched on the ultraviolet light. Caught off guard by the purple light, the night demon squinted its eyes and recoiled from the roar backward. Then, in the next moment, came the other's deadly assault. A fire axe, wielded by Night Guard, chopped into its shoulder. Old Tomato's chopping knife also plunged forcefully into its chest. Boom. The night demon screamed in pain, its body swaying, about to fall. These were its fatal weak points, but it forcefully threw off the 2 men and, even in such a state, managed to smash a nearby boulder with a slap of its hand and fiercely charged towards them, dragging its injured body. Damn it! Both men exclaimed. Whoosh! Xunziahuan's flying knife was even more powerful than before, piercing directly through its heart. The night demon finally collapsed to the ground with blood-filled eyes, never to rise again. The group's expression was somber, if one was so difficult to deal with, not to mention the others in the nest. The noise here isn't small. Before we attract more night demons, we must start the battle earlier, Xunziahuan said calmly. Everyone, get ready to move. Bring it on, Night Guard said gravely. Their battle didn't account for uncertainties, whether Subuxian made it or not, they needed to stick to the original plan. In the darkness, they led the survivors of Swirlin to launch one last attack on the night demon nest. If successful, this would be the last time, and Swirlin would no longer be a dead city. If they failed, this would also be the last time. The tower had staked everything on tonight, putting all its resources on the line. Though they were players, at that moment, they also felt the weight on their shoulders. Chapter 31 What the hell is that? The night demon nest was a huge cave, roughly the size of 2 football fields combined with the spectator stands put together, with various rugged rocks scattered throughout. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the huge oak tree in the middle that required 10 people to encircle. The dome of the great oak tree had moonlight shining through, and beneath it, several night demons were kicking round skull bones back and forth among the complex stone columns, and other night demons could also be seen. Even though most night demons would wander outside, some still stayed by this huge oak tree. They might not be smart, but they seemed to realize the importance of this tree. And just then, boom! An explosion sounded right outside the cave. The vibration instantly made all the night demons in the nest lift their heads, their crimson eyes revealing a hint of madness. Some of them leapt up and headed in the direction of the sound. But still, some remained here. It's working, although not greatly. Night Guard and the others were already stationed at a high-angled entrance, overlooking everything below. There are about 40 more. They used the explosion to attract the attention of the night demons, but they didn't dare use it a second time, as that would draw all the wandering night demons from the town and then it would be all over. And now Aki and another are in the car drawing attention, hoping to keep the recently chased night demons occupied for a bit longer. It's our turn to go. After signaling with a gesture, Night Guard threw several hand grenades in another direction. Bang! The explosion of the grenades kicked up clouds of dust. And at that moment, Night Guard and his team, along with Bearded Man's breakout group, directly leapt from a different direction. Charge! They swiftly took action. The surrounding night demons roared angrily and pounced with blood-red eyes, their terrifying bodies and steel-like claws seeming to rip these humans to shreds. Activate the ultraviolet light. Bearded Man roared. The personnel from the tower immediately turned on the ultraviolet spotlight, and the intense ultraviolet light forced the attacking night demons back. People from the tower didn't lead the main attack but provided support. Flames from machine guns spewed out, with countless bullets raining down on the night demons, opening a path for Night Guard and his team. And all this was to send a vehicle loaded with explosives, right beside the large oak tree. Here it comes. Ati was sitting at the driver's seat of an armed vehicle, seeing the path cleared ahead, and floored the accelerator, charging forward recklessly. Numerous night demons roared madly, swarming from all directions. They instinctively sensed the threat and pounced towards the vehicle. Block them. Old Tomato, changing from his usual timid demeanor, roared and swung his equipment, a blood-soaked rope flying out and firmly binding several night demons. At the same time, the ultraviolet light quickly lit up again, pushing back the approaching night demons. Charge for me. Ati floored the accelerator, heading straight for the great oak tree. In that instant, 5 night demons leapt up, aiming for the tower personnel by the ultraviolet lamps. They didn't have many brains, but they had some. Be careful. Tower personnel poured out countless bullets, rounds hitting the night demons' bodies. We must not let them destroy these. But there were too many night demons, and after pinning down tower personnel, 7 night demons jumped from the air towards the armed vehicle. Ati's face changed drastically, his hand ready to yank the steering wheel. Xunziahuan appeared on top of the armed vehicle, stepping on the roof and said solemnly, "Don't worry, floor the accelerator, leave the rest to me." Ati clenched his teeth. "Okay, let's show them the skills of someone who failed their driving test 3 times. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, floored the accelerator, and charged straight towards the great oak tree. Roar. More than 10 night demons opened their mouths wide, letting out a foul, decayed roar, standing by the big oak tree, ready to collide directly with the armored vehicle. Xunziahuan's pupils changed color as he was just about to use his powerful move. "I've got this." Night Guard roared, his palm flashing slightly with brass knuckles, indicating that he had been wearing this equipment, which when activated, would reveal his form. Boom. A terrifying air cannon was fired from his punch, the massive impact scattering the night demons on this road. At the same time, Night Guard was flung back 10 meters by the recoil. His body also suffered fractures, and he lay on the ground, barely alive, looking at the information that popped up. Vitality loss 30%, current physical strength 5 points. Night Guard gave a bitter smile and weakly said, "I charged, I fell, the rest is up to you guys." At this moment, Xunziahuan, although only armed with small knife, was extremely experienced in combat. His gaze was sharp, his expression stern, embodying an aura of having fought through various brutal corpse mountains and blood seas. He managed to block all the night demons approaching the vehicle. "It's going to hit." Ati's face turned stern. The armored vehicle was roaring forward at 100 miles per hour, slamming fiercely towards the big oak tree. At the same time, Xunziahuan reached out, grabbed Ati from the driver's seat, and dragged him out, then with a strong push of his feet, rolled to the side. Boom. A huge explosion sound lifted terrifying waves, splattering large amounts of dust. Numerous pieces of debris were ejected at high speed due to the impact. The explosion echoed inside the cave, causing everyone present to tremble and look excited and tense. Did it work? No. Bearded man's lips suddenly turned pale, his cigarette fell to the ground as he stared intently 5 meters in front of the big oak tree. A group of night demons had incredibly rushed up, using their bodies to forcefully block themselves there, even though the terrifying explosives blasted them into a bloody, limbless mess. "No. No." He roared, unwilling to accept this reality, his fingers clenched tightly on the machine gun trigger, the barrel melted and deformed from the extreme heat but he refused to let go. Initially hopeful, the expressions of Night Guard and the others gradually turned to astonishment, then their gazes dimmed. It actually failed. Old Tomato, covered in blood, turned his head away, not wanting to witness the desperation on the faces of the people in tower. He lowered his head and said, "I thought we were different from those past outsiders. But now, they still couldn't escape the outcome of failure." Xunziahuan remained as calm as iron, saying, "Retreat first. As long as we're not wiped out, we can't give up." At that moment, low roars from night demons also came from outside the cave. The explosion in the nest had called back the night demons wandering outside. Xunziahuan's face darkened as he saw the figures of night demons continuously appearing. It seemed that even retreating was no longer possible. Night Guard lay on the ground vomiting blood, his vitality continuously decreasing. Old Tomato had already been swatted away by a night demon's claw, and Ati could no longer get up from his roll. The survivors from tower looked utterly despondent. Just at that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from an entrance at the top of the cave, accompanied by the strange sound of a pipe, echoing throughout the cave. Solemn, low chanting, like thousands of swords clashing in a rainy night, full of vigor. Increasingly urgent, increasingly stirring to the soul. In such a scene, this sound not only moved them but even the night demons and survivors of tower. and one thought crossed everyone's mind. What the hell is that? Chapter 32. Sorry, put in the wrong disc. Everyone's gaze shifted toward the source of the sound. It was a speaker placed at the edge of a cliff, and beside the speaker stood a young man with a butcher's knife at his waist, his body casting a long shadow under the faint moonlight. Old Tomato's eyes snapped alert. It's Su Boxian. It's Brother Su. Sect hierarch of the Hustlers. Night Guard and the others were taken aback, looking at the bearded man who had blurted out the name. The bearded man coughed and said, "That's how he introduced himself when he came to the tower during the day." Faced with so many eyes upon him, Suchi looked back with an odd expression, saying, "Why are you all staring at me? Did the night demons around us just stop moving?" The night demons, which had been momentarily captivated by the sound from the speaker, had long since resumed their charge, bringing with them a howling wind and the scent of blood. "Damn it, it's all because of that crappy music. Watch out, everyone. Retreat, quickly." Night Guard couldn't help but grumble as he struggled to get on his feet, but the pain all over his body combined with his depleted physical strength made him dizzy and disoriented. This was a point of criticism for Abyssal Paradise among players. The damage and pain felt all too real. Though it had been toned down, it still greatly affected one's condition. "Crappy music?" Suchi asked in surprise, "But this is tenfold ambush, the most impactful entrance music. Come on, Brother Su, quit joking. If you have any skills or equipment, use them now. Every person we can evacuate counts." Old Tomato also knew the urgency of the situation. A team wipe would mean a complete failure of the instance. And at that moment, night demons were already lunging at them from the air. "Don't panic." Suchi squatted down, patted the speaker, and calmly pressed a button. "Let me change the disc." The background music of the speaker suddenly changed. From the pipe tune before, the sound now seemed like echoes from the abyss itself. Whispers and scraping noises as if someone was playing the violin with a saw and pounding on drums with heavy mallets. Through the lingering music, countless roars blended like a chorus. Terror, strangeness, spiritual pollution. A profound chill filled everyone's hearts. Could the shift in style be any more abrupt? The sound of the past has started playing. Until the music ends, your strength, movement technique, and physical strength will receive a twofold enhancement, lasting 3 minutes. Suchi's eyes flickered with a hint of red. His current status had surpassed that of normal humans, with the attributes of the night demon body receiving an additional double 30 in the darkness, plus another double 15 from the 100-man slaughter blade, and now boosted by the sound of the past. His strength and movement technique had both reached a terrifying 120. Suchi stood on the edge of the cliff, opening his arms wide, and let himself drop. As he fell, he leaned forward and suddenly kicked against the cavern wall. Boom! The powerful force cracked the wall. Suchi then leaped through the air faster than the night demons. "Bend down, young man," Suchi's voice echoed in Ati's ears. Ati hurriedly bent down. With a butcher knife from his waist now in hand, its cold gleam turned into a full moon, sending several oncoming night demons flying all together. So strong. Ati was stunned. Suchi didn't stop. He slightly angled the butcher's knife, his figure shifted rapidly, and he cut down the night demons lunging towards Night Guard in midair. He also took the opportunity to toss Night Guard toward Old Tomato, who, equally stunned, exclaimed, Good, good, good. It looks like we still have a chance. Prepare to retreat." "Retreat? With the advantage on our side, why retreat?" Suchi's words almost made Night Guard spit blood. "Bro, would you look up and see, the cave's surroundings are crawling with night demons that have been drawn over. There's no escaping." Xunziahuan furrowed her brows as she looked at the growing number of night demons surrounding them. Their nest had reached a terrible count of hundreds. "We're done for, we're definitely going to be wiped." Ati's complexion paled drastically. "Actually, we could try talking to the night demons." Suchi drew his blade from a fallen night demon and, looking at the densely packed creatures surrounding him, said, "As long as we are sincere, they might be willing to listen." "Are you hearing what you're saying?" the Night Guard weakly said. "Brother Su, I'm going to vomit blood again. I'm really going to die." Suchi chuckled lightly, sheathed his slaughter blade, and his eyes revealed an astonishing glow of red jade. At that moment, his entire presence dramatically transformed, and his voice, along with that terrifying music, spread throughout the entire cave. "Kneel before me." The sound thundered as though it caused the air to vibrate. All the fierce-faced night demons trembled, showing fear in their expressions, to the shock of everyone present. They thudded to their knees on the ground. And there stood Suchi, where he sheathed his blade, his figure like the lord of the night demons. See, with the right attitude, communication is possible. The group fell into silence, not just because of the shocking scene, but also because, in that instant, everyone's dashboard popped up with a notification. Spiritual power, 1, The night guard couldn't calm his heart for a long time, then abruptly turned to stare at the dazed Ati and said, "Why did you kneel too?" Ati came to his senses and quickly stood up, roaring, "I freaking tripped just now. Although I don't know how Brother Su did it, it looks like we might be able to resolve this now." Old Tomato exhaled in relief. However, Suchi said calmly, "To be honest, this was just for a scare. Night demons aren't smart, naturally they would react like this, but once they come around." Old Tomato froze. "Why didn't you say this earlier? We need to retreat first. Look, 2 night demons have already came to their senses. The night guard suddenly didn't know how to continue. 2 night demons had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. They were actually freaking driving a car. And one of the night demons even shouted, "The things are here. We can't get close to that big oak tree, or we'll be influenced. You have to do it." They were actually able to speak. One of the night demons lifted a huge canister that was on the back of the vehicle and tossed it to Suchi. Suchi caught it steadily, then ran directly towards that big oak tree. At this moment, the great oak tree, as if sensing danger, actually began to tremble slightly, and from the numerous leaves, like blood vessels, an astonishing amount of blood water started to seep out. Numerous night demons, affected by this, shook off their instinctual fear and all stood up. One after another, they leaped madly, forming a horrifying tableau like a tide of monsters, densely packed from all directions, charging towards Suchi. Dark Wind Boots activated, physical strength consumed by 100 points, your movement speed increases by 30%, movement techniques encompass many nuances, and movement speed is just one of them, but even so, it gave Suchi the feeling of what it's like to be a joyous wind man. It's when the brain can't keep up with the speed. If it could, it wouldn't be the joyous wind man anymore. Within moments, he had reached the front of the great oak tree. Contained within the large canister was a potion developed by Kran using the original bud specimen he had brought back. With Suchi's strength, it crashed directly into the infection tree that had been rooted in this land for 20 years. The blue liquid poured out. The great oak tree, as if poisoned and taking immediate effect, trembled wildly, emitting a monster-like screech. Is the effect that strong? Suchi also noticed the surrounding night demons clutching their heads, seemingly empathically suffering within that screeching sound, wailing in agony. He was just about to step back to avoid being sprayed by the dripping sap. Suddenly, Suchi's gaze froze. He saw an inconspicuous pattern on the trunk. A flame encircling a circle, within which were lines like those composed of various vertical pupils. It was as if a demon was staring at him. Chapter 33 He is the savior of Srilin. Suchi looked at the pattern. Although it seemed that the pattern had been carved some time ago, making the lines a bit mottled, and even slightly deformed due to the cracking of the bark. But he recognized it at a glance. The previous time, when the investigation bureau's Zhu Lingqiu and Liu Yishu paid him a visit, they had shown Suchi a photo, a tattoo on a murderer's body. The two were exactly the same. Suchi remembered that he had asked what the pattern represented at that time, but Liu Yishu had only vaguely mentioned some kind of evil belief, not expecting to see this pattern again inside an instance. The bark of the great oak tree continued to crack, and lines of foul-smelling blood vessels burst open, oozing thick scarlet sap. It was being eradicated of infection, purified of filth, and given a new birth. The potions that Kran had previously studied actually took a wrong turn because he was unable to eliminate the real source of pollution. Even if he healed the night demons one by one, they would just become reinfected under this great oak tree. Whereas Suchi had extracted the essence from the perfect blue version of the blood demon fruit and handed it over to Kran for cultivation and synthesis, perfectly suppressing the pollution of the great oak tree. Crack. Suchi tore off the cracked bark bearing the pattern and pocketed it. At this moment, each of the other night demons in the cave twitched on the ground, all of them writhing in pain amid the screeching, some still trying to struggle, but stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Kran's face turned slightly pale, but he wasn't too badly affected. He had already injected the healing factor, even though his body still had some features of a night demon, his skin had regrown, and his teeth and hair were becoming more human-like. He would no longer become frenzied. Turning around, Kran then saw a bunch of dark gun muzzles. The other tower survivors had surrounded the two of them, extremely tense and on high alert. Kran gave a wry smile, about to explain. "Gale." "Kran?" Bearded man's voice came through hesitantly. Kran was startled, then joyfully said, "You recognize me? At first glance, you do look a bit different, but that white coat of yours and the birthmark on your neck. It's definitely you," bearded man said somewhat excited, then turned to the somewhat feminine night demon beside him, feeling a bit familiar, yet unable to recognize. What the hell is going on? Bearded man couldn't help but ask about the most pressing matter, looking from Kran to the vastly transformed great oak tree and the writhing night demons on the ground. "I'm completely lost." Gran explained earnestly. In short, they won't pose a threat anymore. The great oak tree that was the source of pollution is no longer the source of the virus. Look carefully. Following Kran's pointing, the tower survivors looked towards the air, where tiny blue particles were falling from the lush branches of the great oak tree, and the night demons that came into contact with these particles were being cleansed of their infective symptoms bit by bit. They're being healed? Bearded man's eyes filled with shock. The remaining night demons will gradually return to their nests, and they too will have their infection cleansed and recover human consciousness under the effect of the healing factor. Kran's words caused everyone in the tower to shudder. Did you just say humans? Yes. Kran nodded emphatically, as if fearing the crowd couldn't hear clearly, and stated word for word, from now on, everyone will be completely healed, whether they are night demons or zombies. The 20 years of pain in this city, as if straight out of hell, are about to come to an end. We will also be liberated from the nightmare darkness. And all of this? Kran looked toward the distant Suchi. It's all thanks to him. When the dawn broke, all the night demons returned to their nests. As Kran said, once they entered their nests, they began to convulse under the effect of the healing factor, beginning to show humanoid signs. And all of this no longer required the help of Suchi and the other players. The people of the tower had returned inside the tower, excitedly summoning others, carrying the humans who were recovering but still unconscious to open spaces. There is a huge number of zombies in the city, but they will be easier to deal with than the night demons. The rest will be the business of the residents of Srulin themselves. After all the night demons were healed, a message appeared before all the players. Main quest completed. All instance players may now proceed to the tower to have the final meeting with the tower's leader and then leave the instance. The plot has concluded, which probably means there's some explanation to be given, or a reward, Old Tomato thought with habitual reasoning. Ati nodded in agreement and said with emotion. But we are just side characters, the real MVP this time is still Brother Su. If not for him dropping in like a godsend, we'd have been wiped out. Cough cough. What the hell are you talking about? Aki was bandaged all over at the moment, his vitality depleted to 20%, cursing as he spoke. Clearly everything was a success, yet nobody informed me. I was still desperately flooring it and duking it out with the night demons outside, nearly lost my life. Sorry. Just slipped our minds at the time. Night Guardian had his bones set as well, but the pain was still bothering him. He was a bit eager to leave the instance saying, never mind that for now. I'll go borrow a car, call up Brother Su and Brother Xun, and then head back to the tower together. He suddenly paused. Wait. Where are those two? At an exit outside the cave, upon seeing the system panel, Suchi bid farewell to Kran and the others. Congratulations on your reunion after 20 years, Suchi said with a smile as he watched Kran and the woman tightly gripping each other's hands. We owe it all to you. The woman, still not used to speaking, expressed her gratitude. Suchi accepted the thanks willingly, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, pointing at the bearded man sitting not too far away, smoking in silence. What's his issue? Kran turned his head slightly and spoke in a low, embarrassed tone. That 20 years ago, he was my rival in love. You understand? Oh. Got it. Well, you three take care of yourselves. After bidding farewell to them, Suchi planned to meet up with the others first and then head to the tower together. And just as he turned the corner, someone was leaning against a rock, seemingly waiting for him. Suchi recognized him at a glance. Zhao Huan. It's Xun Xiaohuan. Xun Xiaohuan couldn't help but scowl. What, you wanted to see me? Xun Xiaohuan, hugging his flying knife, leaned against the rock and after a moment of silence, spoke. You're impressive. Though you're a newbie, you're unexpectedly talented and strong. Suchi glanced at him. So, this guy was waiting here just to say that? He paused for a moment. Actually, I wanted to ask from the beginning, you're not a new player, are you? Xun Xiaohuan nodded gently, not bothering to hide it but added. I'm an inner tester. But not from the recent batch, even before that, all part of highly confidential testing. Of course, if you want to ask. He shook his head. I can't tell you. Suchi could tell, the man took issue with being called Zhao Huan. But was that going to stop him? Suchi looked up at the question mark above his head. A player who entered Paradise during the inner testing period, Chapter 34, Departure and Upgrade Paradise. This wasn't the first time Suchi had heard this new term, it had already appeared in a previous Hidden World line mission. But since the other party wasn't willing to talk, there wasn't much he could do. In any case, this guy seemed different, not only leveling up faster than others but also extremely skilled in instance battles. In this instance, Suchi also noticed that Xun Xiaohuan clearly had some cards up his sleeve that he hadn't played yet. Impressive. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the tower and met that old man over 80 on the top floor. The old man was very excited, his face, which had seemed devoid of hope before, was now streaming with tears of joy. If it weren't for the confines of his wheelchair, he probably would have come over to kowtow. Of course, that wasn't necessary. The old man regained his composure, but his voice was still trembling with excitement. We can hardly express our gratitude in words. Never have we felt such joy as we do today since the city fell into silence. So, my benefactors, please also accept our modest gifts of thanks. Old Tomato blinked. It was as if he was telling others. See, I told you there would be rewards. Aki and Dottie were also somewhat excited. They had never received so much gratitude before. Even when doing tasks for the counselor at school, it was like serving a lord. Each person received a different box, each containing a specialty item from the city of Srilin. I got equipment with a 10-point attribute bonus, Aki said excitedly. I got a skill, allows me to leap back 5 meters, but can only be used twice. Ati seemed a bit frustrated. The loot for Night Guard and the others was somewhat better, but all in all, fairly similar. It was Suchi's turn. He opened the box and found not an item but a badge. Name, Srilin's highest honor badge. Type, equipment, quality, perfect, function, when worn, it can block a fatal attack once in each instance, an attack that can directly cause damage to vitality. Note, this badge once represented the highest honor of the city and is only awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions. And you, as the savior of Srilin, they didn't fill a whole truck for you? Suchi didn't know what to say. That note was too greedy. It was as though it was voicing the thoughts in his own heart. However, the only badge born from the gratitude of all the citizens of Srilin, Suchi smiled at the old man. All right, I'll accept it. Night Guard and the rest watched the scene. The fate of this city was saved just like that, and seeing Suchi's somewhat serious demeanor, everyone felt somewhat moved, but indeed, he deserved to be called the savior of Srilin. Aren't you going to say something, Brother Su? Suchi paused. Let me think. Right, I hope my statue will be placed on that vacant lot by the tower? Night Guard massaged his forehead. Forget it, everyone get ready to teleport. My bones are still broken, I can't take it anymore. Let's go, remember to add me as a friend once we're out, Brother Su. Watching everyone teleport away one by one. Suchi, on the contrary, didn't teleport immediately. He took out that piece of bark from his pocket. Have you seen this pattern before? The old man's eyes flickered and after looking at the pattern, he actually trembled, saying in a hoarse voice. Of course I remember, that pattern is what those demons left behind last year. Suchi narrowed his eyes, it was indeed. They could get so close to the Great Oak and leave a mark, which meant their strength was enough to destroy the Great Oak and complete the main line. But why didn't they do it? Why do you have this? A voice with a hint of surprise came from the side. Xunziahuan had not yet teleported away. His gaze was fixed on the pattern. This was left on the Great Oak, do you recognize it? The force behind this pattern is a terrifying one. They regard the instance's humanity as weeds, other players as prey, committing all sorts of evils, extremely dangerous. Sounds very sinister. It's no exaggeration. If you encounter someone with this pattern in the future, immediately force quit the instance without hesitation. Suchi looked at the very serious Xunziahuan, narrowed his eyes, and asked. Why? Could it be? They can bypass system mechanisms and strike against players. Are they not doing the mainline missions? It had been mentioned before that once one attacks a teammate in the team, it means a permanent ban from the mainline tasks. Xunziahuan, however, spoke with a complex expression. Because their mainline tasks are different from other players. If our task is to save Srilin, then theirs is to destroy it. All the forces of good in every instance and all players are their enemies. Moreover, other players can't detect this, and by the time they act, it's already too late. Xunziahuan looked at Suchi. Just remember what I said, don't provoke them. Watching Xunziahuan's figure slowly teleport away, Suchi's expression was a bit odd. Zhaohuan, you are a bit too late with your warning. In reality, he had already provoked them, and quite severely at that, to the point where they self-destructed. However, Suchi did agree on one point, those bearing this pattern were indeed no good. The murderers were enough to prove it. The mainline tasks are different and hidden among players, isn't this just like werewolf? And Suchi muttered to himself. Would these people show exclamation marks like that murderer before? The player is now teleporting out of the instance. Player Subuxian has cleared instance number 589,171 for the team and also completed an additional hidden world line task. Game difficulty, hard, number of players, 6, game rating, 100, processing settlement, earn triple perfect level completion experience and 2,000 game coins, along with 1 lucky draw chance. Your level has been raised to 10, earned 15 assignable attribute points. Instance summary, you lack team spirit, don't follow procedures, and still don't understand the worldview, failing to empathize with the survivors' 20 years of pain in the tower. However, this doesn't matter, you've saved them, and that makes you the undisputed savior. Tsuchi wanted to curse at this conclusion system. Is it like this for all other players? Or is it just targeting me? Congratulations to player Suboxian for reaching level 10. Starting from level 10, every level up grants a number of assignable points corresponding to the current level. Title system unlocked. Titles, not bad either. The system would assign titles based on the player's performance in the instance. Savior of Srilin, Dark Knight Stalker, Pollution Destroyer. Tsuchi thought they all sounded pretty good. Congratulations to player for obtaining the title, Sect Hierarch of the Hustlers. Tsuchi? I was just speaking off the cuff. Chapter 35 New Skill and an invitation. Besides this title, being able to level up directly to level 10 wasn't something I expected either, Tsuchi muttered to himself. After all, the higher the level, the more experience it takes to reach the next level, and the difficulty, scoring, and completion of instances vary the experience and game coins awarded. And this time, the experience given was a lot, mainly. Probably because of the Hidden World line quest. Tsuchi casually opened his character panel and evenly distributed the 15 attribute points he had gained upon leveling up. ID, Suboxian, Level, 10, Vitality, 100%, Physical Strength, 400, Strength, 20, Movement Technique, 20, Physical Power, 40, Spiritual Power, 160, Special Attribute, Night Demon Gene, Item Slot, 1. Evil God's Eye, Passive, 2. 100-Man Slaughter Blade 3. Dark Wind Boots 4. Srilin Badge 5. Ancient God's Heart 6. Polluted Sheet Music 7. Horror Nursery Rhyme, Skill Bar, 1. Thunderbolt, only 2 usage opportunities left, current game coins, 6,000, Tsuchi observed his own panel. I do have a lot of items, but there's only one lonely skill. That too was inevitable, as it seemed skills could only be obtained from lotteries, whereas equipment was more easily acquired in instances. This also caused the price of skills in the forums to be many times higher than that of equipment. Tsuchi closed the panel, ready to gamble. He patted the box, muttering to it in low tones. We've met before, why not give me a skill this time? Amid a series of shakes, the lottery box popped open. Inside was a light ball. Good grief, it actually was a skill. Tsuchi's eyes lit up, he reached out excitedly. Name, Everlasting Buzz Around Your Ears. Type, Skill, Consumption, 200 Physical Strength. Function, designate a target, whose target will be continuously harassed by a mosquito. The mosquito's bites can cause 1% of maximum vitality damage, and the skill ends when the mosquito is killed. Note, don't underestimate this one mosquito, it once survived in the hands of a bald homebody man. Tsuchi's mouth twitched slightly, spending 200 physical strength to send out a mosquito. To suck blood. And it's gone as soon as it's swatted. This skill was ridiculously useless. The only valuable point was its ability to directly inflict damage on vitality. But the damage was terrifyingly low, it would probably need to survive until the new year without being killed. Forget it. I'll make do with it. Tsuchi placed it into his skill bar. Since he still only had 2 skill slots and it had appeared, he had to equip it for now. After sorting this out, Tsuchi then opened his mailbox. Inside were 2 friend requests, one from Night Guard and one from Old Tomato. Besides that, there was one special email. Just 5 words. Paradise Invitation, written in ominous blood red characters. It filled him with unease. Tsuchi raised his eyebrows slightly and opened it. Suboxian, he. You weakling, the first line was full of mockery? Shouldn't the start of an invitation letter be something like Dear Mr. Suboxian and so on? What the hell kind of invitation letter was this? You have no idea the true meaning of life, nor have you experienced true power. While you pride yourself on your perfect rating in your own instance, you fail to see that it's just an insignificant grain of sand in the vast ocean waves. The paradise many yearn for is not a place of tranquility. Once you accept this invitation, there will be no turning back. Tsuchi watched as a line of text slowly appeared in front of him. Yes or no, I see nothing but reverse psychology in these words. Tsuchi did not hesitate, choosing yes. He. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed around the entire room, as if someone had personally arrived to watch over Tsuchi, this laughter continuing incessantly, as if mocking Suboxian's foolhardy actions or his reckless decisiveness. The laugh became increasingly piercing, carrying a hint of madness until it crescendoed into an especially hideous crescendo, spitting out 6 words. Welcome to the Abyss. Player Suboxian has triggered the Paradise Invitation task. Task 1, collect 1 D-class pollutant, progress, 0 out of 1. Upon completing this task, Subsequent tasks will be unlocked. Pollutants. In the second instance, the one almost causing terrifying spiritual impacts, was indeed D-class. And the ancient god's heart, having been cleansed of pollution, could no longer be considered a pollutant. The blood demon fruit, being a reward for a hidden task, couldn't count either. So, are you telling me? If I had found a way to collect all the fluid inside those buds back then, it would have counted as directly containing a D-class pollutant? But since it had already been fed to the ancient god's heart, it didn't matter anymore. His spiritual power, growing more aberrant with each level up, had reached an astonishing 160. For him, a D-class pollutant could practically serve as a pillow behind his neck. No rush, take it slow. Tsuchi accepted the friend requests from both Night Guard and Old Tomato. Right after accepting, Night Guard sent him a message. Brother Sue, I thought you had forgotten about me. Am I not supposed to be pairing up with you too? Well, we both got a bit discouraged, decided to first boost our power. Brother Tomato went to solo queue, and I'm logging off to gather some equipment and skills. Oh, a rich second generation? Tsuchi was well aware of the current inflated prices of equipment and skills in the outside world. No. Night Guard appeared humble. That would be my dad. Night Guard paused, then added. Right, Brother Sue, a question for you. How much did you score in that last instance? 100? This time, it was Night Guard's turn to be surprised. Really? I've hardly ever seen anyone score 100. Didn't you just participate in one team instance? Seeing too many would be unlikely. Night Guard seemed to realize he misspoke, quickly added. I saw on the forums. That's even less surprising then. A lot of people browse videos, forums, websites, and never comment, and besides, weren't my first two instances also 100? Tsuchi's tone carried an air of baffled curiosity. Is it that hard? There was sudden silence from Night Guard's end, which lasted a long time before he sent another message. Let's not disturb Brother Sue anymore, I'm logging off to collect equipment. Okay. Tsuchi was somewhat surprised, the kid had fled so quickly. Just as he sent the response, the other party showed as offline. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion's courtyard, Night Guard exited his own dedicated gaming room, walked over 20 steps, and found his phone on the couch. Immediately, he made a call. Brother Zoo? I've finished the instance. Where are you? Okay, I'll come find you right away. Chapter 36 That Existence. Tsuchi didn't choose to continue gaming, instead, he opened the gaming pod and sat up. It was already the deep night. It had to be said that after spending a few days inside an instance, coming out felt somewhat magical, as if time had moved on, making everything seem less real. After he got up and went downstairs, he first ran 5 kilometers around the neighborhood before, with his stomach growling, he found a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. Physically, I'm not tired, but rather, I feel a bit too energetic. Tsuchi mused to himself, not knowing if it was just his imagination, but he always felt some kind of restriction while running, as though he could go faster, just like in the instance, but somehow he was being held back. During the meal, the people at the table next to his were actually discussing the game Abyssal Paradise. They were speaking with great excitement, while discussing strategies and even browsing forum posts to share with each other. These strategies were really just insights from beta testers, valuable, but not abundant. They soon mentioned the game clubs. There seemed to be even more clubs associated with this game than he would have thought, and they were not small in scale. A large amount of money was being poured into them, and many people didn't understand why, as the size of the clubs didn't seem to have much significance for the independent instances. But Tsuchi had a different opinion on this. It seemed that Paradise was where countless gamers took root, so these clubs were probably not just simple clubs. This is a deep pool. But let it be. He's just an active gamer, a sunny, cheerful big boy, maintaining this as his principle, and everything else doesn't matter. And besides, that's not the most important thing right now. Tsuchi looked at the beef over rice served to him, and his gaze became sharp. Good grief. I spent 20 on this beef over rice, where's my beef? Yishu put on a hat and headed straight out the door. 20 minutes later, he pulled up in front of the investigation bureau in his ostentatious car that drew countless stares. Brother Zhu. I'm here. Yishu pushed open the door without hesitation. Zhu Linkyu and Liu Yishu were sorting things out. Zhu looked out at the car and stayed silent for a moment. You'll make people think that the investigation bureau is a den of corruption and decay. Yishu coughed. I'm not from the investigation bureau. Spit it out, what's up? Zhu Linkyu bent over his work. I'm swamped right now trying to find someone who meets the teacher's requirements. They were in urgent need of exceptional newcomers who had enough strength, temperament, and significantly higher instance ratings than other players. So far, They found only 2 that were somewhat suitable. If they didn't hurry, it might be too late. Yishu was aware of this situation and said in a low voice. I think I might have found one for you. Zulinkyu stopped. Is it that player called Old Tomato from the offline club event? Did you scout him? His previous data was indeed good, and he was one of the potential standouts on the assessment list. Though I feel a bit sorry for Brother Tomato, it's not him. It's the guy called Suboxian, whom we met offline during the day. Him? Zulinkyu certainly remembered, for until now they hadn't been able to access the other party's data. Such a situation naturally wouldn't be due to a bug, it could only mean that the other party had a pollutant that surpassed his level of access, or was shielded by some special item from having his data revealed. We were in a duo match when we ran into Brother Su. Night Guard recounted the events that occurred in the instance. The most critical part is, when I asked him about his clearance score, he said it was 100, and it was the same for his previous attempts. Zulinkyu's expression changed immediately, showing a hint of shock, then he fell into deep thought. Did he say that himself? Zulinkyu seemed undecided and looked towards Liu Yishu. Brother Liu, you know we can't access his data right now, so we can't tell if it's true or false. Liu Yishu's gaze flickered slightly. Wasn't the original intention of establishing the club to observe and support promising newcomers? I think we can give it a try. This young man should be fine, at least without so-called data. Based on the instance he just described, he seems to have performed quite well. Zulinkyu mused. Alright, I understand. I will report this to the teacher. We can't delay this matter either. The new version of Abyssal Paradise is expected to arrive soon, and the first critically important trial since the public beta will also begin then. Zulinkyu said in a serious tone, other forces from Paradise are all making heavy bets on their chosen seeds. Before that, I just hope that the newcomers I've picked can quickly build up their strength. Perhaps they can even secure a spot for themselves. Night Guard's blood boiled with excitement, and he nodded. Brother, I'll put my all into it. You. Zulinkyu paused, unable to find the right words, and finally just patted his shoulder. Then work hard. Night Guard. That just made me feel even worse. He sighed. At least I still have hope. Worst comes to worst, I could seek help from my dad. Zulinkyu nearly stumbled. You better shut up. In any case, whether it's that major person from your family or my teacher, they are all very busy lately. You'd better not disturb them. Busy with what? Night Guard was curious. Zulinkyu shook his head. Don't ask. It's classified. Then I'll ask my dad. Crap, Zulinkyu's eyelids twitched. Why don't you just go die? Such an enviable. Ahem, such a helpless background. Zulinkyu sighed and said, anyway, you haven't entered Paradise yet, and there's a lot you still don't understand. In short, they are looking for traces of a powerful existence. I don't know much about the specifics, but that existence. You should have heard of him. Night Guard pointed at himself, surprised. Me? Although you aren't aware of his name within Paradise, he frequently appears in different worlds, and ever since the public beta, he seems to have been paying attention to and even contacting new players. Zulinkyu said with a deep look in his eyes, and he is known among you newcomers as the traveling merchant. I've never heard of him. With that one sentence, Night Guard made Zulinkyu want to smack him. Night Guard quickly raised his hands. It's true, I've never heard of it. The game has only been in public beta for so long. I can't be watching the forums all the time, and it seems like the number of people who have met him is quite small, right? Zulinkyu nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure either. Those who meet him are considered lucky. A long time ago, this existence made contact with a few individuals, and now, those individuals in Paradise are incredibly powerful and not to be spoken of. Night Guard. Everything is not to be spoken of, huh? You'll understand once you enter Paradise yourself, Zulinkyu said, not wanting to waste more words. He spoke earnestly. Anyway, orders from above dictate that if you encounter this existence, you must maintain a friendly attitude. Even if you can't win his favor, you mustn't annoy him. Night Guard looked at Zulinkyu's serious expression and subconsciously nodded. I understand. Chapter 37, Haunted by Weirdness? No such thing after dinner, Suchi returned to his residential complex. I have to start buying groceries and cooking for myself again tomorrow. It really pains me to spend the money. The main reason was that the game had just entered open beta, and he hadn't adjusted to the schedule yet. The gaming pod actually had a sleep mode feature, but for some reason, it wasn't made available to players at present. At that moment, Suchi's cell phone vibrated slightly, a message from Liu Yishu. Have you felt anything weird happening in the past couple of days? Since Liu had come to visit him that day, he had acted as Suchi's contact person, occasionally asking about strange occurrences. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Suchi typed. Today my sense of taste seemed off. I had beef over rice just now and couldn't taste the beef at all. Ryuyushu was taken aback and mused. This is the first time I'm hearing this. Others have been having bizarre nightmares, being chased by monsters in their dreams, then they're too scared to sleep night after night. How come it's totally different with you? Is it? I found out later that it seems the boss didn't put any beef in at all. Short waiting, false advertising. I suggest your investigation bureau take a serious look. Here's the address. Liu Yishu fell silent. I came here to ask about strange matters, and you're reporting a business to me. Anyway, he said gravely, you should be careful. Many who are haunted by supernatural occurrences are plagued by nightmares, and don't underestimate the things in those nightmares. They come from the symbols of the supernatural and will erode you more and more deeply. The ending will be like that murderer before, death by anomalies. In any case, just 5 words, pay more attention to spiritual power. Suchi paused for a moment, sensing the seriousness in Liu Yishu's voice, and replied. Alright, I'll be careful. The situation Liu Yishu described made Suchi think of the girl he'd met offline at the club called Milk Tea with 70% sugar. At the time, he thought her lack of sleep was due to overnight gaming, but now it seemed it was because of the nightmares. Maybe it's because I haven't been exposed for too long? That's why I haven't encountered it? Suchi returned home, rested for a while, and then prepared for bed. However, speak of the devil. After falling asleep, Suchi felt something was off. It seemed like he was having a nightmare. He could distinctly feel the chilly eeriness. He looked up. He found himself in a dimly lit residential building, with all doors and windows sealed shut. As if they didn't want him to escape. And a terrifying black shadow, emitting an evil darkness, was staring at him in the corridor. Hello, do you speak Chinese? Suchi greeted. But the black shadow let out a sinister laugh, its eyes full of ferocity, and lunged straight at him. You're a little too enthusiastic. And the next moment. Smack. With a slap, Suchi sent it flying. The black shadow, slapped into a mess, covered its face somewhat shockedly as it looked at Suchi. Its previous roar turned into a confused utterance. Huh? Huh, my ass. Suchi strode forward. The black shadow growled lowly, thinking the recent hit was just a fluke. It had recently caused a murderer to die miserably under its power. How could it not even deal with this ordinary person? Bang. The black shadow was kicked by Suchi and sent smashing into the wall 5 meters away. Its expression had become vacant, and its evil aura almost dissipated. So weak? And this is called supernatural? It wanted to cry but had no tears. Things should not have developed like this. Maybe I should just crush it to end this. The black shadow trembled uncontrollably. Suchi looked at the sealed house. But, looking at it this way, you can keep me conscious even while I'm asleep, which could be somewhat useful. Here's the deal, I'll give you a chance. The black shadow trembled as it looked at Suchi, as if asking what chance it was being given. How about we play hide and seek? Suchi revealed a smile even more unsettling than it. I'll give you a minute to hide, and if I find you, I'll scatter 1/5 of you. If you survive tonight, I'll keep you. The black shadow was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this game usually its own? Before, it was the ordinary people who were frantically running away, trying to leave the room, trying to escape the dream, while it toyed with them as if playing hide and seek. Why had the roles swapped now? The countdown begins now. Suchi's voice whispered devilishly, causing the black shadow to shiver all over and immediately drift towards some other place. It had to survive. Later. Suchi chased the frightened black shadow all night long in the nightmare. When he awoke, it was already morning. Opening his eyes, he felt refreshed and spirited, free from the touch of the bizarre. So this is the bizarre, certainly quite interesting. He wasn't about to eliminate it directly. It was rare to have fun even during sleep at night. Of course. Suchi wasn't really playing in the nightmare, he had a rough guess. This black shadow is clearly a spirit-type bizarre. Others get affected in reality, even to the point of acting crazily, but I am different. Suchi looked towards the gaming pod. His enormous strength in the nightmare and the spiritual attribute in the game were directly connected. Suchi made breakfast and while eating, he looked at today's official forum. There was new news from the headquarters today, an announcement for all players. Abyssal Paradise will undergo an update at 12 noon. The update version is 2.0. Daily shop, clubs, and other content will go live after the update. Suchi's eyes brightened. So my 6,000 game coins will finally have a place to shine, huh? But the update was at noon, so there was just enough time for an instance run. Suchi quickly laid down in the gaming pod. Initiating neural connection. Connection successful. Welcome player number 985,211, Suboxian, to the game. In the login space, Suchi checked his friends list. Both were diligent, already in-game early in the morning. Since the game's launch, many people had quit their jobs to fully immerse themselves in it, as a piece of ordinary equipment could be worth half a month's wages. Of course, this was only in the early stage of the game. As player levels increased, ordinary equipment and skills surely wouldn't meet needs, and if all items obtained from instances or drawings were sold, it might be hard to keep up with other players in the mid-game. It was a matter of give and take. Suchi opened the matching interface. His main priority now was to level up and see if he could find a new class depollutant. Notice, your level has reached 10, there is a slight increase in the chance of entering nightmare-level dungeons, difficult solo dungeon confirmed, matching in progress, player Subuxian has successfully matched, entering nightmare-level solo dungeon shortly. Suchi raised an eyebrow. It really is a nightmare. But he quickly noticed something peculiar. Please note, this is a special restriction-type dungeon, your level is limited to 1, item slot and skill bar are all sealed, unable to be used. A burst of mocking laughter echoed in Suchi's ears as his vision gradually darkened. Welcome to the Abyss. Chapter 38 Defection fills the orphanage. The pungent smell is so strong. Suchi hadn't even opened his eyes when a wave of stench hit his nose. Mixed with the disinfectant of a toilet, the pungent smell of urine, and the foul stench of feces. He opened his eyes. And knew immediately that he was in a toilet. He looked around. This is a public restroom. Suchi's voice suddenly stopped as he looked at his tender little hands and the cartoon-patterned clothes he was wearing. He was somewhat baffled. It's not that I've become two-dimensional, but that I've become a child. Before he could understand his current situation, a prompt box appeared before his eyes. Please note, the CG and introductory storyline will now play. A deep voice, as if whispering in his ear, began to narrate slowly. This is an orphanage, and you were just sent here yesterday. You are unfamiliar with many things about the orphanage. This orphanage has some strange rules and regulations. Breaking any of them will get you taken away, and you have already broken the rule of not leaving the dormitory at night. This chilling voice, with its eerie undertone, was accompanied by strange background sounds. Listen, the footsteps are nearby. Look, traps are hidden all around in the dark. Sleep, the child who does not return at night is disobedient. Eat, the child who is picky and wastes food is even more despised. You can't escape, you can never escape, this is your prison, from which you cannot leave. The scene before his eyes, along with a few phrases of the abnormal nursery rhyme, suddenly turned into a hideous laugh, then slowly faded away. And in the instant it disappeared. Suchi heard the footsteps outside, heavy, as if something was being dragged. So soon? He couldn't afford to contemplate the content from the CG, as the other party was now outside. If he remained standing here, it would be suicide. He immediately looked at the 3 toilet stalls. From the CG and the current atmosphere, whatever was outside was certainly very dangerous, now blocking the toilet door, expected to enter in just 5 seconds. He couldn't leave, he only had the option to hide. And the only places to hide were these 3 stalls. He had only 5 seconds. Suchi had a premonition. Choosing incorrectly would trigger a very dangerous event. There were no additional prompts. He had to rely on luck. After a brief hesitation, he quickly entered the 3rd stall, and as soon as he did, he smelled an overpowering foul stench, yet Suchi didn't make a sound. At this moment, a prolonged shadow appeared at the entrance to the restroom. The shadow peeked through the gaps beneath the stalls, seemingly dragging something heavy, then slowly moved into the restroom. Its movements were gentle, but the steps were significantly heavy. What was this? Suchi squinted, even though the restroom was pitch black, not a single light inside. However, he saw everything clearly. The black shadow was carrying something wrapped in a black bag in its hand. After entering the restroom, it untied whatever was wrapped on the rope above. And then, a thick scent of blood suddenly assaulted his nostrils. A large amount of fresh blood began to leak from the edges of the bag. Suchi's eyebrows twitched. Was this a corpse? And not a complete one. It was clear that there were small chunks of flesh leaking from the bag. The black shadow walked up to the front of the 3 stalls. Suchi held his breath, watching the black shadow's feet. He didn't know if his choice was right, but all he could do now was to gamble on his luck. No wonder this was a nightmare-level dungeon. The game started by placing him in an extremely dangerous situation. Without much hesitation, the figure reached out and slowly pushed open a partition door. The turning of the door made a light sound in the silent environment, emitting a faint rust friction sound. Click. The partition door in front of Suchi wasn't opened. The shadow entered the one next to it, then dumped everything out of its pockets into the trough. The sound of flushing roared. Suchi looked down and was sure that what was before him was not a human corpse, but a pile of animals. Judging from some characteristics, there were cats, dogs, wild chickens, and also pigs, cows, and sheep. Each one was cut into fine chunks, with fresh blood mixed with water, filling the air with a turbid stench. Tsuchi pinched his nose and, looking at these things, his eyes actually revealed a bit of interest. This beef is cut a bit large, but it would be pretty good for stewing. If the mutton doesn't have a strong smell, making a bowl of mutton soup could warm my belly in this deep night. He thought about it and felt a bit of hunger in this dungeon. Which was normal. After all, it was late at night in the dungeon, and the little boy he had become might have been woken up by the need to urinate, then forgetting the nighttime curfew to go to the bathroom. The figure, after disposing of the things, didn't immediately leave. It stepped out of the stall again. Then, it reached out to open another door. Coincidentally, Tsuchi wasn't revealed, as that other partition stored miscellaneous items. It took out a mop from there and started to clean up the bloodstains that had fallen on the floor. After all this, it stood still, sweeping a glance over the entire bathroom, seemingly confirming that nothing had been missed. Only then did it slowly turn around and leave the bathroom. Tsuchi squinted his eyes and didn't rush to open the door and leave. If the other party doubled back or hadn't left immediately, he would be exposed. This orphanage is very dangerous. Not just because of this one figure disposing of bodies at night, but also because of the many strange rules. And from the brief introduction, if I don't immediately return to the dormitory, I'm likely to face danger again. The CG had shown some rules that he had seen on the day he had just arrived. Tsuchi knew. The time for the dormitory check was quickly approaching. He must hurry back. While waiting, Tsuchi tried to open the item slot and the skill bar, but as expected, both were sealed and couldn't be accessed. The character panel was indeed at level 1, basic attributes only at 5 points. After all, this was just a child's body. However, a faint red light flashed through his pupils. Although everything was restricted, the night demon gene was not among them. He not only had a powerful night vision function, extremely fast physical strength restoration, but also gained 30 points of strength and movement technique in the darkness. Just now, if he had made a wrong choice, he would have had another way out, which was to directly fight. His attributes of 30 plus 5 were enough to pose a lethal threat to any adult. Only, it's still unclear what kind of dungeon this is. I also don't know the strength of the other party. Recklessness would be unwise. But with a backup, Tsuchi slowly pushed open the door and started walking toward the outside of the bathroom. Outside was just a dimly flickering street lamp and a corridor leading to the dormitory. Tsuchi moved quickly, his small body sprinting along, even the sound of his footsteps suppressed. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. He followed the route shown on the screen and returned to his own dormitory. The dormitory was a 4-person room, with the other 3 already sound asleep. Tsuchi reached out to grasp the doorknob, slowly opening it. And the moment the door was opened, a figure stood at the door, staring intensely at Tsuchi with a pair of green glowing eyes. Where have you been? Chapter 39:39, all are human, yet none are in the darkness of the room. Shock flickered in Tsuchi's eyes as he saw the figure before him clearly using the night vision function. This shadow that was half the size of Aosuke was not human at all. It had the head of a snake with a human body, sporting a snake's head and neck as slim as a snake, its textured skin luminescent in layers and crisscrossing patterns. As it spat out its forked tongue, its eyes emitted a cold green light while it loomed over Tsuchi with a chilling gaze. Tsuchi's gaze sharpened as he looked towards his other 2 roommates. One of them had the body of a crocodile and seemed to be sound asleep, still grinding its teeth. The other bore a pallid human face, but attached to it was a black body, with numerous spider legs curled up beside it. Snakes? Crocodiles? Spiders? What kind of scene was this? A world of animals. Moreover, Tsuchi couldn't help but notice something else. If his roommates looked like this, then he himself. Tsuchi saw in the mirror mounted on the wall nearby, and from its reflection, he noticed his own appearance. Gosh! He had never realized that there were 2 fluffy ears atop his head. Was his identity that of a rabbit? A twitch formed at the corner of Tsuchi's mouth. In this dormitory, he was actually on the bottom tier of the food chain. No wonder the creature before him was eyeing him with a green glint. Snake Man seemed dissatisfied with Tsuchi's looking around, and his voice grew even chillier, but so as not to wake the others, he whispered lowly, "You actually dare to go out during the curfew hours, aren't you afraid I'll report you?" "Hey, snitching is something only kids do." Tsuchi suddenly paused. "I'm a kid now, oh well, no problem then." He was just about to speak. At that moment, Tsuchi's ears twitched slightly, already hearing the faint sound of a door opening from outside, likely a staff member from the orphanage starting to check the dorms. Considering the current situation, Tsuchi understood that this was another deadly threat. Now every step was tantamount to walking on thin ice. The eerie strangeness of this orphanage had begun to show its signs. The fragmented pieces with animal features that he had seen in the restroom, those might belong to members of this very orphanage, those who had violated the so-called rules and regulations. And likely met their end in the same way, being flushed down the toilet drains. So what do you want to do? Tsuchi looked interestedly at the snake-head man before him, who had posed a question as if there might be some leeway. Of course. If there wasn't any. He would just knock him out with violence right now, although this action had risks that might trigger unforeseen accidents. There were 7 rooms along the dormitory corridor. Their room was at the end, and the sound of the first door being opened had just begun. There was still plenty of time. Snakehead man's eyes narrowed, his pupil shrinking and flickering, revealing a look as if he'd seen something delicious, yet he didn't dare to act rashly. Hissing his forked tongue, he spoke with an icy voice. I can help you hide this, but tomorrow. You must do something for me. Is it troublesome? If it's too much trouble. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Tsuchi's collar, his face fierce. Don't you know your position yet, newbie? A weakling with no strength to truss a chicken, still wants to talk terms. Your fate is already sealed, either you die today, or you work for me tomorrow, that's your only chance to survive. Tsuchi didn't dodge, he realized that the guy's strength was about the same as that of an ordinary adult. Even if he stood still and refused to move, the snakehead man wouldn't be able to budge him an inch. Tsuchi asked in a suddenly feeble voice. It's not that I won't agree, but can you first tell me what this is all about? The snakehead man's pupils showed an obviously impatient mood, but thinking of the task he had to undertake tomorrow, he still restrained himself, reining in his killing intent, and said in a low and sinister voice, tomorrow is game day. You just need to listen to me, and do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to defy me, I will eat you. His eyes gleamed fiercely, and he bared his fangs, understand? Tsuchi showed a frightened expression, I understand. In truth, following the protocol, the normal behavior would seem to agree with him. He was low on the food chain and had to continuously navigate through this group of monsters, then find a chance to carefully survive. But suddenly, Tsuchi did something unexpected. He hesitantly reached out and opened the door. The startled snakehead man showed a fearful expression at that moment. What are you doing? Tsuchi meekly said. I was in a rush when I came in just now and dropped something outside the door. I am afraid of being discovered and want to retrieve it. Close it quickly, do you want to kill us all? But Tsuchi shook his head, his tone becoming more firm and sorrowful. No, it's an important ornament entrusted to me by my family. I can't leave it outside, and if I get discovered, I'm afraid I will be killed too. The snakehead man's anger surged, and he growled, damn you, then hurry up and go fetch it. The one checking the rooms was still in room number 3, if he was fast enough, he wouldn't be seen. Tsuchi stepped out and then, in fear, drew his foot back. I can't, I'm afraid. As if truly scared, the snakehead man could see his feet were trembling, and his whole body was shaking. Scared of you? The snakehead man was filled with murderous intent. Watching Tsuchi shivering, he almost couldn't resist the urge to bite this waste to death. This fit his behavior when he first arrived. The snakehead man had set his sights on this prey then, not expecting him to forget the nighttime curfew and foolishly step out the door on the first night. Hurry up and get it. But my legs are shaking, Tsuchi said plaintively. I can barely stand. Bro, help me out just this once, I promise to do whatever you say tomorrow. And it's just a step away, my courage is too small, if I get caught, I'm dead for sure. Fuck. The snakehead man cursed in his heart. He was a cold-blooded animal and naturally wouldn't be moved by Tsuchi's pitiful pleas. But this guy was important to him. On game day tomorrow, he needed him to be the scapegoat so he himself could get through safely. Damn it. The snakehead man growled, where is it? I'll go get it for you. It's just at the door, look carefully at the corner on the ground. The snakehead man stood in front of the door but was very cautious not to step out of the room. Then, with a green glow in his eyes, he scanned the quiet, dark corridor, but after a sweep, he saw nothing. Frowning, he turned back, there's nothing. His pupils suddenly narrowed when he saw Tsuchi smiling, stretching his leg out, and mouthing what seemed to be, goodbye. And then he was kicked out with a terrifying force. And the next moment, the door closed with a click. The entire dark corridor was left with only the dazed snakehead man. Chapter 40 We, United. In this dark corridor, snakehead man, dressed in pajamas, looked like a middle-aged man who had been turned away at the door. He was dazed, confused, and shocked, with a bewildered expression on his face. Then came unending anger, a surging intent to kill. Damn waste. His eyes emitted a horrifying fierce light. He dared to deceive himself. What a joke. The orphanage, to check the dorms, didn't even lock the doors, all he needed to do was lightly turn the doorknob to open the door. As soon as he got in, he swore he would show this waste what terror meant. His rage peaked, and he reached out to turn the knob and then pushed hard. Yet, the door did not budge. Snakehead Man's expression froze once again. Why? He pushed even harder. He only felt another, more powerful strength blocking from the other side. He couldn't budge it at all. What's going on? He desperately pushed. But he couldn't open the door, and Snakehead Man totally panicked. How could that waste have such great strength? Could it be the other two came to help him? At this time, the dorm checking lights were shining at the third door. Listening to that sound, Snakehead Man showed an utmost fearful emotion, seemingly very afraid of the dorm checker's presence. His entire body trembled, frantically pushing the door. And he dared not speak loudly, only managing to whisper harshly, "Open the door quickly. Otherwise, once I get in, you're dead." Your words seem a bit idiotic, and it's curfew. I'm someone who follows the rules. I can't open the door, Suchi responded seriously. Fuck. Listening to Suchi's words, Snakehead Man nearly hurled blood, feeling his serpent heart about to explode from anger. But there was nothing he could do at the moment. The dorm checking light kept slightly swaying at the door of room 3, as if about to finish checking and come out. Snakehead Man bowed his head, fear completely taking over his heart. He broke down, pleading humbly, "I was wrong, let me in. I definitely won't oppose you anymore. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do. Save me. Otherwise, I'm really dead. Save me." He was already on his knees, and if it hadn't been for his inability to cry, his tears and snot would be flowing right now. And just then, Suchi suddenly opened a crack in the door, asking with an innocent tone, "Really? Of course, it's true." Snakehead Man forcefully squeezed through the crack, his anger rising from the heart, his chest filled with murderous intent. Once inside, he instantly changed from his crying and pleading demeanor. Opening his snake-like mouth, showing his fangs, fury and murderous intent erupted together, he hissed, "I'm going to devour you now, you ignorant." He stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Suchi extended one hand, grabbing his neck. The terrible strength made him unable to talk, even breathing became labored. Snakehead Man's eyes showed a frightened expression. He incredulously rotated his green pupils, looking towards Suchi. Suchi pondered. "Actually, I gave you a chance, but you don't seem to want it." Snakehead Man was struggling. After struggling, he grew even more terrified. Such absurd strength, he absolutely couldn't break free. "You hear that, the one doing the room checks? Just open the fourth door, he will be here soon." Suchi stared at it. "What do you say I should do?" Snakehead Man showed an overwhelming fear, not only because of fear of the inspector but also because of Suchi. At this moment, Suchi's eyes, in the darkness, were redder than before, and the aura of the night demon was being released from his body, carrying the oppressive feeling typical of a powerful D-level pollutant. Boom. At that instant, Snakehead Man seemed to see an endless sea of red blood filling his vision, delivering a powerful shock to his psyche. Suchi watched as the other trembled and shook with fear, disoriented. He remained expressionless but was contemplating inwardly. Indeed, his abilities were not only effective against powerful night demons, they also had a strong oppressive effect on ordinary beings in this instance. After a while, it gasped heavily, as if just pulled from water, its gaze now devoid of any murderous intent or anger, filled only with deep fear. "What do you say?" "I understand. I will follow your orders in everything." Snakehead Man trembled as he bowed his head. Suchi, however, smiled and said, "Don't be like that, we are dorm mates, and besides, look. The other two roommates surely agree." "Others?" Snakehead Man was stunned, his gaze shifted to the two roommates who had been sleeping soundly but now seemed to be stiff. They had already woken up? Right. The noise earlier would have woken anyone. Suchi's voice in the darkness was like a death knell. "Fellow roommates, I would like to be the dorm leader. You'll help me, right?" "Will help, right?" Snakehead Man too uttered in a menacing tone, flicking his snake-like tongue. "You damn turncoat." The two roommates trembled, then opened their eyes in fear, nodding weakly. 2 minutes later, the inspector stood at the final door. He slowly pushed it open. One hand holding a lamp, the other a blood-stained saw. He slowly walked in. Suchi lay on his bed, eyes tightly shut. This was the rule during inspections, absolutely no waking up, and if awake, one must pretend to be asleep, otherwise, he would begin using the saw in his hands for a long sleep. The inspector wasn't merely wandering, he would shine the lamp on your face, sweep the saw across your skin, and even suddenly lean in close, giving off a foul stench along with a hint of the smell of death. Especially close to Suchi, he lingered longer, his murky eyes flashing with heat and greed, a gaze Suchi could feel even with his eyes shut. Rumors were that the old priest, the old director, Like little boys. Tsuchi didn't move, but he was ready to strike back. Tonight's events were sudden, he needed to respond instantly, finding himself in a passive situation, so Tsuchi decided to use the night demon gene to turn reactive into proactive. By tomorrow's daytime, he would lose this ace up his sleeve. He had to gain some initiative and advantage, and perhaps even find an opportunity to strike. Time passed slowly. The inspector did nothing out of the ordinary, made sure everyone was asleep, then prepared to exit the room. Just then, Tsuchi squinted his eyes. Bold yet careful, with boldness leading, ensuring the light source was not in front, he risked being discovered, trying to catch a glimpse. The figure stood with its back to him, hunched over, somewhat aged, but on its head was a deep red. As said before, the deeper the color, the greater the danger. This level of danger had not been seen for a long time. But Tsuchi's first reaction wasn't to look at what was above, but his gaze, somewhat shocked, moved toward the figure's head. It was a large sheep's head. Its two sharp horns curved slightly, engraved with complex patterns. This guy's head, it was identical to the shrine of evil god in the first instance. And the deep red exclamation point also displayed the text. Win in the game's day, it will lead you to a reunion with an old acquaintance. Chapter 41-41, Master of Stealing. Home in the darkness, Tsuchi was pondering everything. Was it merely coincidence? Or was there a connection? The contents of the exclamation seemed quite profound. Could it be that after winning the so-called game day, he could meet the evil god again? Better not think about that. After all, everyone was internet friends, meeting offline and dying wouldn't be good. At that moment, a system message appeared in Tsuchi's vision. Main quest released, survive game day and find the key to the orphanage gate to escape. He squinted his eyes. It was a nightmare-level dungeon. But the main quest didn't require him to win, just to survive. It seemed that tomorrow's game day would be extremely dangerous. In the darkness, Tsuchi asked, "What kind of activities do you have on game day?" These three guys weren't asleep yet, they had just been nearly trembling due to that inspection. Snakehead Man immediately responded hoarsely. "It's different each month, depending on what the three staff members find amusing." There were 3 staff members in total at the orphanage, the cook, the supervisor, and logistics. "They are terrifying," Croc Brother revealed his fear. "If you rank low in the game, you will be killed." Tsuchi asked, "How were you brought here?" This place was called an orphanage, meaning the others here were also just children, young, parentless, abandoned. "Because." Spider Boy lifted his pale face, showing a bleak smile. "Outside, we are all monsters. Others are afraid of us, including our parents." "Stop smiling, failed man. It was really scary. Here, we can only struggle to survive like monsters," Snakehead Man said painfully. "The staff enjoy watching us like this." He weakly added, "Me attacking you is just normal for this orphanage, after all, it's survival of the fittest. Just stop trying to justify it, it won't wash clean." Tsuchi rolled his eyes. He withdrew his gaze. "So, it's the same with everyone else. In this enclosed orphanage, everyone was forced to follow the primal rules of nature." Croc Brother nodded with a sense of resignation in his tone. "Yes. But there is no choice, everyone is just fighting to survive, and those gaps left by the deceased will soon be filled by newcomers. That reminds me," Snakehead Man's voice faltered, unable to help himself. "You should be careful about the people from room 1 tomorrow, don't provoke them." They are among the earliest at the orphanage, having survived the longest by any means necessary, and they are very close to the 3 staff members, which makes them act without fear." Snakehead Man pointed at Tsuchi's bed. "The last person who lived here was Brother Dog, who angered the people from room 1 during the last game day, then was retaliated against. Those guys tied him to a street lamp and bit off his limbs. That night, Brother Dog never returned." Croc Brother said softly, his head low. "Actually, I kind of liked him." Tsuchi fell silent. He looked at the tops of the others' heads, where question marks displayed their current thoughts. "Submissive, not daring to make waves," from Spider Boy. "Fearful of this life, missing the outside world," from Croc Brother. "Revisiting the feeling of recent suffocation," from Snakehead Man. Tsuchi's eyelids twitched. What was up with the last one? "Let's sleep, we need to be fully alert tomorrow," Croc Brother reminded. "It's already past midnight. If we don't sleep now and wake up too late tomorrow, it'll also be counted as a violation." "Alright. Good night, everyone," Spider Boy said quietly. But Tsuchi didn't make a sound, as if he were already asleep. The others stopped talking too, and one by one began to close their eyes, preparing to sleep. About half an hour later, Tsuchi slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the black as ink night outside. In such a dangerous place, how could one possibly sleep? After some deep thought, Completing the main quest seemed not difficult to him, but what he cared about more was the sheep head and a dark red exclamation mark above it. If he wanted to complete it, it might not be so simple. Tsuchi currently only possessed the Night Demon gene as his trump card, and it only activated in the night or in darkness. If he wanted to gather more clues and help, he had to make use of it. Tsuchi watched as the other three slightly began to snore, shaking his head. At this age, you guys can actually sleep. He slowly rose and cautiously pushed open the door, an endless darkness opening like a giant mouth, ready to swallow him whole as he stepped out. Fear, chill, anxiety about the unknown. Sorry. Brother Su was unmoved. He gently closed the door behind him and walked out. His small body walked cautiously in the perilous orphanage, surrounded by darkness, with only the faint glimmer of the streetlights flickering dim yellow. Tsuchi continued down the corridor. Besides the night demon bonus, he actually had a special ability, which was enhanced hearing brought by his long ears. He could hear very faint sounds. This was also a skill the instance gave Tsuchi to survive. But all these were still far from enough for Tsuchi's goals. The night was deep and everything was silent. Tsuchi walked down the corridor to room number 1, and he could clearly hear the snoring of people inside, deep in sleep. He then looked towards the end of the corridor. The cafeteria was further away, the office cottage was on the left side of the orphanage's large iron gate, and the storage room was in the corner under the right street light. It seemed these 3 staff members were residing here. He hadn't approached yet. His ears suddenly twitched, hearing a burst of talking coming from within the darkness. There's someone outside. Tsuchi leaned against an object for cover. He carefully moved closer. In the backyard of the orphanage, 3 figures stood by a campfire, their shadows casting eerie reflections on the wall. Blood. Is there enough? Adding tomorrow's, that should be enough. We've raised them too long, developed some feelings, he. What about the old director? After checking the dorms, he should be preparing for tomorrow's arrangements. The old director has longed for this day for too long. After all, he was nearly dead 6 months ago, surviving only by consuming flesh and blood, finally looking forward to this day. Tomorrow's the last game day. Everyone should enjoy it. Of course. The guy emitting a strange laugh was lifting a jar, pouring a large amount of fresh blood into a well. While the other 2 seemed to be drawing patterns at the edge of the well, conducting some sort of ritual. It looked very likely. Tsuchi watched this familiar scene. Sure enough, it related to his good brother, Evil God. This proved one thing. Each instance seemed not to exist independently, whether it be pollutants or the followers of the Evil God. Everything was interconnected. Time to sneak around. Tsuchi looked towards the 3 houses. With time pressing and tasks critical, he needed to find useful items before these people completed their drawings. Or find an opportunity to take down one. Chapter 42. The game day begins the next morning. All the inhabitants of the orphanage gathered in the open space. 7 rooms, 4 to a room, a total of 28. A group of oddly shaped boys and girls, each with unique animal features, were emerging from their rooms. Tsuchi glanced around subtly, noticing everyone appeared very tense and uneasy. The tall ones from room 1, however, seemed somewhat excited. At that moment, one of the staff members emerged. His body was swollen with obesity, dressed in a blood-stained apron, and his pig-headed face featured 2 outward extending fangs. Pighead Man's gaze fixated on the others, his voice raspy. It seems you're all afraid. Everyone's body trembled slightly. Tsuchi kept his eyes on him. He had seen this entity once last night, but in daylight, it was an entirely different vision. This guy. Had he not brushed his teeth? There were remnants of blood and flesh on his teeth. Pighead Man squinted his eyes. Why be afraid? Game day is a lot of fun. He calmly displayed his fangs and said. I simply don't understand. Can anyone explain? When Pighead Man's gaze swept over the group, whoever met his eyes quickly lowered their head in fear, avoiding the gaze. He licked his lips, staring at a boy with antlers beside him. Can you explain? The antlered boy was trembling all over. He struggled for a while without speaking. Bang. Pighead Man kicked him away, too slow in responding. And what about you? The Pighead Man turned his expressionless gaze to the Spider-Man beside him. Spider-Man, despite his frightening appearance, was even more timid, stammering, I don't know. He hadn't even finished speaking. Slap. A smack landed across Spider-Man's face, the force turning his head dizzyingly. But Spider-Boy didn't dare to move, nor did he dare utter a word of complaint. He didn't want to die. After Pighead Man finished slapping, he said indifferently, You really do look dreadfully bleak, I couldn't help myself. He paused. You don't have any objections, do you? Blood rushed to Spider-Boy's pale face as he trembled, shaking his head. Have you gone mute? No objections. Spider Boy hurriedly replied in fright. The oppressive air around Pighead Man made it impossible for anyone to speak against him. His gaze then coldly shifted to survey everyone present. You lot, a trashy existence, shouldn't have been born into this world, each one of you a waste, no wonder you're all unwanted orphans. And yet I have to get up early in the morning to make your food. It seemed that Pighead Man was venting his irritation at having to wake up, but everyone was accustomed to this routine, all bowing their heads in silence, not daring to speak. He reached out a hand and pulled open the door to the canteen. Roll in. Everyone scurried in as if granted a pardon. The four from room 1 looked towards Pighead Man panderingly as they passed by. Uncle. It's game day, what have you prepared? Can you give us a hint? Pighead Man looked at the four indifferently. They may have dared to act tough in front of others, but in front of the staff, they were nothing more than slightly older dogs. After receiving that look, the four shivered, quickly ceasing to talk and hastening into the canteen. The so-called canteen. In reality, it was nothing more than 3 tables pushed together to form a long table. Pighead Man watched everyone with a dark gaze, his voice hoarse. Today. It's game day, and I've prepared something fun too. It lifted a piece of cloth from the center of the table, revealing a pot of soup that had been simmering until it turned a reddish-black color, emanating a foul stench. But to Pighead Man, it was as if he smelled some kind of culinary delight. He even squinted his eyes, savoring. This soup is made with many ingredients. It's this old man's painstaking effort, the embodiment of culinary skill. However, many don't appreciate it. Those who don't, guess what becomes of them? Every single one of them turned into soup. Everyone gets to scoop 1 bowl. Let's see who among you can identify the things inside it. He sneered. The more you say, the better, the more pleased I'll be. Maybe I'll let you off the hook, but if you say too little, then it proves you bunch of losers don't deserve to eat what I've made. Do you understand? Everyone trembled, half out of fear, and half due to the overpowering foul smell. Suchi, standing in the crowd, didn't stand out at all. With his childlike stature, he glanced at the soup and thought it was something not even the darkest anime cuisine could match. If there were special effects, there'd probably be screaming skulls all around the pot. Come, take a bowl and scoop your soup. Pighead Man commanded coldly. Everyone hurried to grab bowls, then rushed to scoop the soup with spoons, one after the other. Watching this scene unfold, Suchi couldn't help but reflect. Just look. This is the downfall of a monopolized canteen. Even if the food's as bad as crap, they still rush for it. He didn't need to scramble for his. Snakehead Man had already scooped a bowl for him. Meanwhile, one fellow was squeezed out by the people from room number 1, trembling as he finally grasped his bowl and quickly picked up the spoon. But in the next moment, Pighead Man pressed him down onto the table with a loud bang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It looks like you don't like my soup, being the last to come. Then, he dragged him into the kitchen, from where screams could be heard. Suchi watched this unfold. It seemed this was the first deadly peril. Knowing he had no real strength, he was simply bottom of the food chain among these people. Had he not prepared in advance, he'd already be declared dead during the rush for the soup. He looked down at the soup in front of him. Hairs, pus, clots of blood, and the like. It even contained excrement. The smell was indescribable, as if he was being pinned down on a toilet, almost suffocating. Honestly, anyone who could take even one sip would surely be considered an earth-shattering figure. The next moment shocked Suchi. The people around him clutched their bowls and guzzled non-stop, bodies twitching and even retching, but they kept it down. They were all worthy characters. Suchi soon realized something. The slower drinkers or those who finished before Pighead Man re-emerged were probably facing deadly peril too. Snakehead Man finished extremely rapidly, his mouth forming a huge circle as he guzzled down the soup. No wonder he had survived, he was ruthless. Suchi, smiling, patted the very fast Snakehead Man on the shoulder. Come on, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Snakehead Man was stunned. Bro, not like this. He tried to refuse. But if you don't drink, you won't guess what's inside. No worries, I've been known since childhood as the gourmet of Fan District. Just by the smell, I can tell what ingredients are in it. Later, I can tell you a few more. Really? Just take it as true. Suchi poured the soup into his mouth. And a few seconds after that, Pighead Man, covered in blood, holding a bone-cutting knife, came out. He coldly surveyed everyone and the empty bowls on the table. Not bad, looks like everyone's finished. Come. He held the knife and turned into the kitchen, then looked back, one by one. Come in here and tell me. Whoever answers the most, I'll reward. Chapter 43. What a piece of junk. The people around remained motionless, their eyes warily observing each other. Suchi understood too. If he answered in a way that pleased Pighead Man, Then he could come out of the kitchen. If not, he wouldn't be able to leave. And right now, no one wanted to be the first, they just wanted to gauge the correctness of others' answers to gather a bit more information. Although answering with the highest number of ingredients would lead to victory in the game, they were simply trying to survive. Inhabitants of each room huddled together, sharing clues with one another. "What do you think is in this bowl?" Spider Boy asked cautiously. Suchi responded indifferently. "It's shit, what else could it be besides shit?" While many agreed with his statement, no one dared to give such an answer. Croc Brother glanced at the others and whispered. "I tasted a fingernail, it must be from a monkey. I got a mouthful of hair. I can't tell what kind, might be a rat." Snakehead Man stuttered. "Is it just me, or does it taste like my mom's cooking?" "Your mom's cooking is this bad?" The group was stunned. "I tasted snake skin." Snakehead Man was on the verge of tears. This was too hellish. The crowd fell into a somber silence. Suchi, looking into the distance, said with interest. "Someone's going." Clearly forced, the individual trembled and shuffled their feet. The four from room 1 kicked them. "Hurry up and remember to say the information I gave you." This gang was using them to find their own answers. After a minute inside, screams were heard, then they gradually faded, and Pighead Man announced coldly. "Next." The inhabitants of room 1 sneered, lifting another person. So ruthless. Croc Brother found it hard to watch. "That's why room 1 has survived so many game days," Snakehead Man hissed. "They've learned the brutality of the staff and secured their footing in the orphanage." And after another minute, this person actually came out alive. The four from room 1 smiled. They must have had some correct information. Combining that with their own, it was enough. Quickly, another volunteered to walk into the kitchen. Now someone else has moved. Because that one doesn't like the same answers over and over, wanting to hear new ingredients each time, the later it gets, the harder and more dangerous, Snakehead Man said with a rueful smile. Only the people of room 1 dare to stay till the end because they continuously force the people who come out to tell them information. Suchi pondered. "Is that so? Well, alright then. The three of you follow suit later." "But we still haven't grasped enough information." Croc Brother shook his head. "Cow dung, cockroaches, dead maggots, frog juice, rat urine. These should be enough." "Oh right, it also added a big dollop of its own snot," Suchi muttered to himself. "For real." The others' faces paled. "Would I lie to you?" "Ugh." The three retched underneath the table. Ignorance is bliss, but once you know, it becomes completely unacceptable. As they saw someone emerge, they clenched their teeth. "We're going to." They were simply trying to survive, winning the game was not even a consideration. Suchi stayed in his place and didn't go with the others. He calmly watched the panicked expressions of the people around him, certain that he was going to win this game. And his opponent were those four from room 1, who were right now constantly threatening and then gleaning information. But Suchi was still not anxious. Time ticked by, other players kept moving in and out of the kitchen, entering with sweat-drenched brows and leaving like they had shed a layer of water, relieved to have survived. It feels like a student reciting to the teacher in the office. Suchi could even afford such an association. Soon, the four from room 1 also noticed Suchi, who had been stationary the whole time, and their eyes narrowed slightly. Soon after, everyone else had taken their turn, leaving only them and Suchi still unmoving. "Is that the newbie?" The one who seemed to be the leader spoke, a formidable rhino horn protruding from his head, his eyes emitting a cold light. "Just a minor character, let's go first," the other three sneered. "There's no surprise who the winners will be this time. It's us again. Once we get the reward, we'll really be able to enjoy the next game." The three of them one by one entered the kitchen. Rhino Horn's gaze fixed on Suchi, but he found that Suchi was also looking back at him, then displaying an innocuous smile. He actually seemed intrigued as he asked, "What are you waiting for, newbie?" As soon as he spoke, every other gaze immediately turned towards them, all landing on Suchi. The three men with snake heads suddenly tensed up. "Don't provoke them." The snakehead man lowered his head, quickly whispering a few words, trying to discourage Suchi. But Suchi had already cheerfully replied, "I'm waiting for you to go in." Rhino Horn's gaze narrowed, a sneer appearing on his lips. "Interesting, and follow behind me to become food in the kitchen?" "No." Suchi remained calm. "I will survive, and I will also win this so-called game." Rhino's gaze sharpened, and he actually stood up, his body pushing the table aside, his expression fierce. "You little squirt, you think you can win? Have the guts to say that again?" Everyone else was startled but then showed a faint sympathy. That's how Brother Dog had gone down. This newbie. If he didn't die here, he would somewhere else. "Rhino, calm down." The three from room 1 had emerged, jumping at the sight. "No fighting in the dining hall," And at this moment, the commotion outside had caught the attention of the pig-head man in the kitchen, who pulled back the curtain with a cold look in his eyes. "What are you standing up for? Looking to die?" Rhino slumped back into his seat, not daring to utter a sound, but his eyes remained fixed on Suchi. Pig-head man's gaze shifted between Rhino and Suchi, eyes slightly squinting, not moving towards the kitchen, his voice hoarse. "Looks like it's just the two of you left. Let's just get it over with, right here." He idled his bone-cutting knife, revealing a cruel smile. "Of course, whoever speaks last must mention 3 new ingredients. If they fail..." The outcome went without saying. Rhino, not expecting any surprises, still hastened to respond, his voice hoarse as he divulged all the information he had gathered, a comprehensive list. Over 20 ingredients. He even added a sycophantic comment at the end. "This is the richest, most delicious soup I've tasted." Pig-head man, however, did not show pleasure at his words, his gaze remaining flat as he looked at Suchi. "He's almost finished listing the ingredients, there's only 2 left, kid. Even if you say them, it seems you've lost." Suchi looked at pig-head man's bone-cutting knife, glinting sharply. "Can I say a few last words, then?" Pig-head man didn't respond, seemingly allowing it out of interest. "I just want to say..." Suchi paused, stunningly asserting. "This is the worst, most disgusting mess of ingredients I've ever seen. No one would eat this. It's utterly inedible. This is eating shit. No. This is even worse than shit." Chapter 44, Collecting the Reward. And by the way, his statement instantly plunged the entire cafeteria into silence. Everyone displayed looks of disbelief, their courage shaken. Even Rhino, that fierce fellow, couldn't help but be shocked. What was this guy talking about? Though everyone agreed with what he was saying, daring to speak openly in front of this person. He was truly one of a kind. "Man. You really are my brother." Snakehead Man and his friends were on the verge of exploding. "We told you not to provoke the person from room number 1, and you went straight to pulling in the boss." Pig-head man displayed a clearly surging murderous intent, ready to walk over and drag him into the kitchen to be gutted and strung up. Yet Suchi was looking at the remaining soup in the bowl. "It's just a pity, ruining such a good soup base." Pig-head man's eyes slightly sharpened. "What are you talking about? A truly good chef's soup does not rely on the ingredients, but the soup base. They only know the taste of what's in their mouth but remain ignorant of the secret in the soup." Suchi's expression was quite serious at this moment. Because he was not joking, this pig-head man's culinary skills were really good. Goji berries, Cotinopsis soaked in water, then using boiled chicken fat to flavor, and carefully sequenced smashed chicken, dug, and fish, mixing with bonito flakes, dried scallops, and aged wine and simmered for nearly 5 hours. Suchi sighed, "It's just a pity it all went to waste on this garbage food." After he finished speaking, the cafeteria once again fell into silence. The crowd looked somewhat dazed. That stuff he just mentioned. Did it really exist? You've got to be kidding. Was that disgustingly foul soup worthy of such an excellent soup base? Isn't his like trying to find golden dung? Rhino looked at Pighead Man standing silently, thinking it was too angry to speak. It turned its head and growled. "What nonsense are you spouting about goji berries and Cotinopsis? All that stuff you mentioned is trash, spoiling this delicious soup. Take a look. Some people get so used to eating crap, they start to think all crap tastes delicious." Rhino wanted to say something more. Slap. A bone-cutting knife was suddenly held against its neck, scraping out a blood mark, and Pighead Man's hoarse voice rang out, "Do you really think the soup tastes good?" Rhino trembled all over, displaying a nervous smile. "Of course. Well, that whole bucket is yours then." Pighead Man pointed at the leftover soup. "If you can't finish it, you know what will happen." Rhino's face went pale, but he had no choice but to comply, showing a reluctant smile, then took a deep breath fervently and walked over. Meanwhile, Pighead Man's gaze slowly moved to Suchi, calmly saying, "I have been here for many years, cooking every day for this bunch of idiots, and you are the first one to discern the secret of my soup base. No. You flatter me. I didn't even taste it, I figured it out by looking." Pighead Man sneered, "These idiots don't understand at all, so they only deserve to eat this rubbish. I also enjoy seeing them eat crap but praise it as if it's delicious. Well, you know that stuff isn't so different from crap. The most important thing in the soup is the ingredients? Nonsense. It's the soup base." Pighead Man looked at Suchi, squinting his round pig eyes. "You, kid, are very good. Excellent. I have decided, you are the winner of this game." He turned and pushed back the curtain, walking in. "Follow me to the kitchen, I'll give you your reward." Suchi also headed towards the kitchen, passing by Rhino who was drinking the soup and glaring fiercely at him. "Stop looking at me, I'm not going to compete with you." Suchi entered the kitchen. Actually, this kitchen's horror factor was less than Tentacle Man's apartment. The horror there was a direct assault on your sanity. Now, it was just plain bloody imagery. Pighead Man walked to a cupboard, speaking in a hoarse voice, as the first one to taste out the secret of the soup base. So, Pighead Man opened the cupboard door. Inside was a jar. Upon opening it, there were no disgusting ingredients inside. Instead he took out a pudding, then sprinkled it with a thick sauce. Try my real skills. Tsuchi looked over but did not refuse as the sauce was just the jam he made. And his panel also appeared in his view. Name, Pig Chef's carefully crafted snack. Function 1, after eating, your level restores to level 5. Function 2, you can choose to unlock an item or skill. Function 3, during this instance, your physical strength will not decrease, you'll be immune to poison damage. Note, worry not, everything inside is proper, I'd only make this for one person, that's the old director. Pighead Man sneered. Without my skills, the old director would have likely. He suddenly stopped, not continuing further. Tsuchi took it without changing his expression, feeling slightly relieved inside. He finally had some real power and new trump cards. But it was still not over. Pighead Man said, if it were those guys before, I'd just randomly give them some trash to deal with it. But today I'm happy, I'll make an exception for you. He reached out his hand, groping deep in the cupboard, rustling for a while, then took out a small box. He opened the box. Inside was a wind-up toy, now fully wound, but held back by a button. Name, Return Spring Quality, Perfect Type, Instance Till Function. You will gain 5 minutes of bullet time, which starts when you hold down the button and pauses when you let go. Can it be taken out of the instance? No. Note, 5 minutes. Once it's used up, that's it. Tsuchi was inwardly overjoyed. No guns, no cannons, the enemy makes them for us. Of course, Pighead Man said with a hint of chill in his tone. You'll have to give it back to me once it's used up. Tsuchi nodded. Okay. He had a momentary impulse to unlock Thunderbolt and take out Pighead Man right then and there. But he changed his mind. This Pighead Man was probably the strongest of the three, not to be underestimated, and with the unfathomable old director still around, starting trouble now would complicate matters later. Alright, little guy, it's time for you to head to the next game venue. Understood. Watching Tsuchi and the others leave, Pighead Man withdrew his gaze, looked coldly at the bloody mess in the kitchen, and then loaded the cans onto a trolley before heading in the direction of the old director. The group soon arrived at what was called the next game venue. It was the warehouse room, where the windows were sealed and paper notes with crooked writing were hung. No noise allowed, Snakehead Man quickly whispered a reminder to Tsuchi in an extremely low voice. This warehouse manager isn't as powerful as the last one, but he has a terrible temper and horrifying methods. He has excellent hearing, yet he likes to sleep, and if someone makes even a slightly loud noise after entering, he would unconsciously kill in his sleep, he added. Which is why this place has the highest death rate. Tsuchi looked around. Everyone appeared even more terrified than when they met Pighead Man, including Rhino, who now dared not speak loudly. After all, this opponent was not as reasonable as Pighead Man. Tsuchi gave an okay gesture. Everyone then entered the warehouse. The warehouse was large and messy, with a personal room for the warehouse manager beyond the main area. Paper notes were plastered everywhere, seemingly organizing a workflow. In short, 3 tasks: fix things, clean up trash, and organize items. Simple, but no noise allowed whatsoever. At that moment, Snakehead Man suddenly turned pale and shakily pointed toward the manager's room door. Following his fingers, they saw a note posted outside the room. It read, "Cleaning of this area is assigned to everyone in room 7. Some showed sympathy, others a bit of mockery." Rhino's nostrils flared as he smirked sinisterly, staring hard at the group. Snakehead Man and the others started trembling again, wanting to say something, but fearing even to make a sound. He quickly looked to Tsuchi. But Tsuchi had boldly picked up a broom and walked over. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. "Hey! Are you that brave?" Snakehead Man and the others stared at each other with wide eyes. Hesitated for over 10 seconds before gritting their teeth and following him in. There was no choice, as it called for everyone in room 7. They tried their best to hold their breaths and keep their heads low, terrified that their own breathing would disturb the terrifying presence. And upon entering, they smelled a stench of blood in the dim room. Their minds were gripped with fear. Could it be? Tsuchi was already dead after walking in? But when they looked up, they found. Under the dim light, Tsuchi sat unharmed on the chair that originally belonged to the warehouse manager, playing with a Rubik's Cube on the table as if he owned the room. They trembled all over, almost turning around to flee. They couldn't imagine how furious the warehouse manager would be if he awoke and saw this scene. Right. Where was the manager? With fearful and puzzled glances around, their expressions suddenly froze. The warehouse manager, covered in thorns, was inexplicably impaled by a long iron spike. Stuck to the wall. Close the door. Tsuchi's calm voice made their bodies stiffen. Snakehead Man might have been used to handling big situations, but he trembled as he reached out and firmly closed the door. Completely shut. What on earth was going on? Was it suicide? Or internal strife among the staff? Or was it? Snakehead Man looked fearfully at Tsuchi. And Tsuchi, seemingly aware of their thoughts, shook his head. Don't think too much. He paused, and in the dim light, his smile showed a faint and mysterious change. I did it. Chapter 45. Who agrees, who disagrees? The three of them fell into a deadly silence. They stared blankly at the warehouse manager, then at Tsuchi, who had an innocent smile on her face. For a moment, they didn't know who was more terrifying. I know you're shocked right now, and you have many questions, Tsuchi said, her smile fading as she looked at them. But that's not important. Now. I'll give you a minute to think. Think about. What? What do you think? Tsuchi glanced towards the wall. Croc Brother and Spider Boy were somewhat confused, but Snakehead Man seemed to have realized something. His pupils shrank, and he looked frightened, disbelieving, yet excited. Could it be? Tsuchi did not hurry them but continued to play with the Rubik's Cube, filling the room with its twisting creaks. Last night, Tsuchi had chosen to sneak into the warehouse manager's room, where she did something extremely bold and dangerous. She ambushed him inside the room. At great risk, she killed the warehouse manager. And today, all the notes people saw were also written by Tsuchi herself, including the cleaning task on the door. Without hesitation, Snakehead Man heavily slapped the table. Leader, whatever you're planning, I'm with you. So it's about escaping the orphanage. Even if it's fraught with hardships, even if it leads to death upon capture, I'm in. Indeed. Those who showed their loyalty the fastest could at least vie for the position of a leader. I'm in too. I can't stay here any longer, even if it means dying. I'd rather die outside. Spider Boy spoke up quietly, his resolve stronger than before, probably inspired by Pighead Man's slap. Croc Brother pondered deeply, his gaze gradually becoming firm, gritting his teeth. Let's take the plunge, in this orphanage. We live like bugs, constantly in danger of death. Croc Brother gritted his teeth. Since that's the case, let's escape together. Seeing the firm look and excited atmosphere of the three, Tsuchi silently put down the Rubik's Cube, her expression somewhat odd. Wait a second. When did I say anything about escaping? The three of them were stunned. Didn't you kill the warehouse manager, and since the matter will definitely be exposed, shouldn't we escape before the others react? First. Tsuchi pointed to the corpse of the warehouse manager, correcting, this isn't about fear of crime, it's about dispensing justice. Second, Tsuchi said calmly. We're not planning to run. The three exchanged glances. Then what are we supposed to do? Of course it's. Tsuchi said calmly. Kill the remaining three. Why haven't those guys come out yet? Rhino looked towards the warehouse manager's room with a puzzled look. Of course. He dared not go forward to open the door. But, it had already been an hour. And everyone else had almost completed their tasks, during which a faint noise had scared them half to death, but no spikes had been seen shooting through the iron walls from the room. What exactly happened? At least there should have been some noise if those guys had died. Click. Just then, the door was finally opened and out came Spider Boy. With its numerous spider legs, it dragged something, looking determinedly at everyone as it walked out. Everyone's gaze was fixed on it. Rhino squinted his eyes, wondering what the kid was up to. Everyone. Spider Boy actually began to speak. Everyone's faces drastically changed, immediately showing fear, and they quickly cowered and covered their heads. The warehouse manager's spikes could hunt by sound, and it's very easy to be accidentally killed. But there was no apparent motivation or intent to kill. Spider Boy remained unharmed and resolute. I want to show you all something. Row after row of spider legs unfurled, and it opened several pieces of white paper, all bearing different fonts, even photographs. Everyone stared blankly at the items. Those were the records of every game day, the photographs seemingly depicting something fun, capturing numerous grisly scenes. Everyone felt chilled to the bone, yet still dared not speak. These are the blood-soaked days of the orphanage, and in their eyes, we are just the next batch of insects to be ruthlessly slaughtered, Spider Boy said somberly. Every game day, they treat us as toys to vent their desire to kill. Do you all really want to keep living like this? Rhino squinted his eyes and kept quiet, pondering why the warehouse manager had not taken action after hearing the noise. Could he not be here? At that moment, someone seemed to realize this too and whispered lowly. But we have no way out. There is a way, as long as we unite, we can escape from this orphanage. Spider Boy said with a deep voice. His words immediately changed everyone's expressions. What is he saying? Let us unite. And escape? Impossible. Someone stepped back a few steps, shivering. It's not possible. We can't escape. Eyes deep with fear, the crowd responded. It's not like no one has ever tried, and you can imagine what happened to those who did. No one has ever escaped. Who would be crazy enough to join you in this? Facing the rising noise among the people, Spider Boy displayed an anxious expression. Don't be like this. If we all come together, there is still a chance. Rhino also understood everything by now. Squinting his eyes, he thought, it looks like the manager really isn't here. This is my chance to show them. With a cunning look and a loud voice, he said. You in room 7, taking advantage of that adult's absence, planning these things, you are audacious. Wait till I get out of here, I'll tell the adults and you all will be dead. He then turned his gaze back to the crowd, and you idiots. Rhino sneered. Daring to echo this guy, you are accomplices. The people's faces turned pale. No, we didn't. Who knows? Rhino's hoarse voice threatened. Once I report to those above, do you think you can escape? The crowd shivered all over. But you still have a chance. Suddenly pointing at Spider Boy, Rhino spoke playfully. If you pull out all his legs and nail those few people in the room to the floor, I might speak less to the warehouse manager afterward. Hearing Rhino's words, everyone looked at each other, seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes. Someone had already clenched their teeth and moved. A disappointed look appeared in Spider Boy's eyes. See? I told you it would be useless. You had to try anyway. Snakehead Man also stepped forward. Croc Brother appeared at the door. If we could unite, there wouldn't be so much killing. You bunch of fools. Rhino spoke coldly. It seems I have to kill you here. The manager would surely be pleased to see this. Is that so? Too bad. He will no longer see it. A slow voice sounded. Shoo. A spike, glowing cold and blood-stained, shot out from the door, piercing straight through Rhino's chest. He didn't even have time to react before he fell painfully to the ground. You are like a scattered plate of sand, only strength and iron-bloodedness can make you fear and obey, having lost the instinct to resist. No wonder they call you trash. Suchi's figure slowly pushed the door open, and he was dragging a body, throwing it in the middle of the warehouse. Everyone's gaze was stunned. This. Isn't that the manager? They looked terrified at the body and then at Suchi. Phew. Suchi was pulling out the spike embedded in Rhino's body, blood gushing out, and Rhino's screams echoed in everyone's ears. But Suchi was unmoved, his gaze fixing on everyone. And from now on, I want you to join me in overthrowing the powers of the orphanage. Remember, this is not a request, but an order. Those who obey stay. Those who fear, kill. His calm voice made everyone shiver. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 46. Confused Supervisor, Brutal Beating. Scorpion Supervisor was lounging, his legs propped up as he sat on the office chair. Behind him, his deep green tail swished and swayed. At that moment, his mood was excellent because the long-awaited game day was about to arrive. He was different from the other two. His favorite thing was to torment those useless beings. What meaning was there in killing them all at once? The most fun thing was to use the potent poison on his tail, letting the opponent struggle continuously, screaming in agony as patches of skin erupted like slashed wounds, and then let them die over the course of an hour or two. That was when he felt most delighted. It's about time for them to reach me, he thought. He raised an eyebrow. Game day was actually a torture game among the three of them. Each person had a rule. They could not exceed 4 hours, and the order was determined by a draw. He was somewhat annoyed now, because the time was nearing evening and was about to exceed the stipulation. Don't let the old man kill them all. Damn it. I had some fun stuff prepared. His game was simple too. It was about huddling into groups. He would just throw out a number, and those people would group accordingly. Anyone extra would get his tail injecting poison directly. If the number in the group was incorrect, he would let these people fight amongst themselves, kicking one out, and then have the group torture and kill that individual. He could already imagine the kicked-out fellow. How desperate the expression would be. Fun. It's really too much fun. Scorpion Supervisor looked toward the door, having heard a dense shuffle of footsteps. His pupils gleamed. TSK. They're finally here. He stood up from his chair, glanced at the pale yellow twilight outside the window. You really made me wait. It won't be fun. Starting with the last fellow to step in will suffice. He walked out of his bedroom and saw a crowd entering the hall. He suddenly felt something odd. Everyone's footsteps seemed heavy as they entered, but their eyes did not hold the usual fear. Instead, there was a sort of resolute acceptance of death. His eyes narrowed, letting out a maniacal laugh. Seems like you've changed a bit. The crowd tensed momentarily. Scorpion Supervisor stroked his chin. It seems they were too gentle, not many of you died. It doesn't matter, I'll make you little guys remember what fear is. He looked toward the door. First, let's see who the unlucky fellow is. He saw the last person to come in was a little boy with rabbit ears. TSK, 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 so young, I kinda feel sorry. He said so, but his tail had already moved first, showcasing a cruel smile, but who let him be so unlucky? Whoosh! Scorpion Supervisor's tail launched a needle, coated with a deadly poison, at an incredibly fast speed. Tsuchi hadn't expected this sudden move. A sneak attack? That was a bit unsportsmanlike. Tsuchi didn't retaliate immediately because he knew that Scorpion Supervisor never used fatal blows straight away, he only liked to poison. But having eaten Pighead Man's snack, he was now immune. However, Tsuchi didn't plan on getting hit either. He instantly activated bullet time, his figure flickering slightly as he dodged the attack. He dodged it? Kid, you're quick on your feet. Unlike the others, Scorpion Supervisor became even more excited. He enjoyed prey that fought back, as it made the torment more interesting. Thanks, I've trained at Shellline Temple since I was young. Scorpion Supervisor didn't understand, but Tsuchi's fearless voice excited him even more. Interesting, come on, if you little guy can dodge 10 times, I will let you go. Shall I give it a try? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Scorpion Supervisor's tail needles shot out continually at high speed, faster than before, almost like arrows. And Tsuchi decisively continued with bullet time. In his vision, everything slowed down, even the spikes. He didn't need to consume any physical strength to move, and though his speed didn't surpass the limit by too much, it was enough. Tsuchi wondered if he should send a brocade banner to Pighead Man. If it weren't for Brother Pig's gift, it really would have been tricky. As Tsuchi dodged, his gaze remained fixed on the opponent's scorpion tail, its most lethal weapon. To beat this guy, he would have to deal with the tail first. Approaching rashly wasn't a good move. Others watched Tsuchi nervously, fearing he would be pinned to the ground in the next second. At that moment, truth be told, everyone, forced into a corner, felt a mix of resistance and hope deep within. When the Scorpion Supervisor saw his attacks miss several times, his brows furrowed slightly, and he stopped. Squinting at Tsuchi. This guy is pretty fast. Tsuchi paused briefly, looking strangely at it. Tired? Very well. In that case. It laughed coldly, abandoning the spikes and directly attacking with a scorpion tail. Lashing at Tsuchi with even greater speed. Boom. Tsuchi leaped aside swiftly, the ground beneath him was blasted open, leaving a cracked pit. His gaze was calm. This was his purpose, as soon as the opponent started moving the scorpion tail. His chance had come. Boom. Another precise strike of the scorpion tail. It left a big hole in the wall too. Fuck. The Scorpion Supervisor was getting annoyed, his patience was wearing thin after several unsuccessful attempts. It growled lowly, the scorpion tail suddenly stretched longer, the segments clattering as they tensed to the extreme. Then swept across. Next, let's see how you dodge, little guy. But Tsuchi's eyes brightened even more. Good fellow. Finally, my chance. He sharply dodged sideways, avoiding the first blow, then grabbed the front end of the scorpion tail. Then, the Scorpion Supervisor began to sneer, TSK, 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 but you didn't expect this, the tip of my tail is also highly poisonous. You, my friend, are dead. Tsuchi watched in horror as venom flowed from the tip, contacting his skin, and then cried out in pain. Ha ha ha. Next, every inch of your flesh will shatter like ants under the venom, feel the excruciating pain. The Scorpion Supervisor's lips curled up, watching Tsuchi, not wanting to miss a second of his agony. But a few moments passed. Tsuchi showed no signs of poisoning at all, instead, while crying out in pain, the strength with which he clung to the tail grew stronger, far surpassing the strength of an ordinary person. The Scorpion Supervisor's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be the poison didn't contact properly? No, what was he crying out for then? And the next moment. Attack. Croc Brother and Snakehead Man pulled out long knives from their pants and struck the Scorpion Supervisor's tail faster than lightning. The Scorpion Supervisor, taken aback and about to withdraw, found Tsuchi unleashing even greater strength. Not only that. The others also rushed in, pinning down the middle section of the tail. Quick, chop off that segment. The Scorpion Supervisor roared in fury, what are you doing? Seeking death? And the next moment, both men chopped down with all their might. Snap. The toxic section of the tail was severed. The cry turned from Tsuchi to the Scorpion Supervisor, its eyes bloodshot, head shooting up. But it saw. Tsuchi, holding the venomous section of the scorpion tail, was looking at it, completely unharmed. Why? Why, aren't you poisoned? The Scorpion supervisor gasped. Tsuchi's gaze was teasing. Haven't I mentioned? I trained at Shellline Temple. And he looked around. Everyone was pulling out an assortment of sticks, iron hooks, and spikes from their clothing, from their pants, from their backsides, from their overalls. Then they all roared and charged at it. He spread his hands and said, "Bet you didn't expect this." Chapter 47. Is this a miracle? The doors and windows of the office hut were tightly closed, not allowing the slightest sound to escape. The desk that had once belonged to the Scorpion supervisor had now become Tsuchi's place. Tsuchi sat in his chair, twisting the Rubik's Cube in his hands. "Brother Su, tea for you." A person with a cat's head and tail excitedly brought over a cup of hot tea. Where did this come from? Tsuchi looked at the tea leaves in his cup. From that guy's storage locker. It hummed. Now everyone is turning the tables and torturing him to vent the humiliation they suffered. It seemed that once the Scorpion supervisor lost his intimidating presence, everyone else's courage had greatly increased. "Then why didn't you go?" It said with shame. "There were too many people, I couldn't squeeze in." "However," it solemnly said, "we all understand that all of this is thanks to you, Brother Su. Everyone has seen hope, and no matter what happens next, we will not back down. We will follow Brother Su's commands in everything." Tsuchi glanced at it. "It seems you're the spokesperson for them now. What's your name?" "My parents liked eating pomelos, so my name is Pomelo Cat." Tsuchi felt it sounded familiar. He paused. "All right then, go tell everyone to leave him with a breath, don't kill him. And prepare yourselves, once it gets dark, we'll commence the operation." "Understood." Listening to the Scorpion supervisor's pitiful pleas for mercy from the hall, Tsuchi began to contemplate a pre-battle deployment. The situation had become very clear now. Just two enemies. One elite boss pigman and one big boss sheephead Dean. The former was tough-skinned, but not that difficult. The latter, however, was key, for Tsuchi didn't know what sort of strength the opponent possessed. On his own side, aside from the assortment of miscellaneous soldiers in this room, the main attacker was still Tsuchi himself. His combat power also had some guarantees now. First, his level had been restored to level 5, plus the night had come, augmented by the night demon gene. He now possessed a strength and movement technique of double 40. Currently, he had the return spring bestowed by the pigman, and he had unlocked the skill Thunderbolt, which was his most powerful move thus far, naturally becoming his trump card. The two could also be used in combination. The rest was the toxic scorpion tail. And the Rubik's Cube he was twisting in his hands. Tsuchi looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. This was the second exclamation mark he encountered in this instance. The information was also simple. Return the scrambled Rubik's Cube to order 50 times, current progress 47 out of 50. Each time an exclamation mark appeared, it would either relate to a hidden plot or yield a special item. And it often involved some, behaviors that didn't match the theme. Just 2 more times left. Tsuchi watched the Rubik's Cube that had just been solved, only to be scrambled again the next moment, and then his fingers deftly made their turns. He knew a lot of things, and the Rubik's Cube happened to be part of his expertise. The last time progress reached 50, as this message appeared, Tsuchi noticed that the Rubik's Cube seemed to have absorbed a hint of strength and presence from thin air, transforming into something different, much like the situation with the previously encountered 100-man slaughter blade. Immediately after, it transformed into a sphere of light and merged into Tsuchi's body. Click. The door opened in response. This scene was simultaneously witnessed by the Snakehead Man, Croc Brother, and Spider Boy who had just entered the room. They stood there, stunned, watching the sphere of light merge into Tsuchi's body. All 3 actually kneeled down, prostrating themselves excitedly. Is this a miracle? Tsuchi fell somewhat silent too. Miracle? I'm just absorbing a skill. But after thinking for a moment, he spoke slowly. It seems that you've seen it too. Well then. He paused, his tone mysteriously ethereal. Actually, I'm not from this world. I hail from a secretive organization. The Hustlers. Their pupils constricted, murmuring. The Hustlers. Tsuchi, without a flushed face or skipping heart, said. It is a mysterious power that exists across countless worlds, an organization of order that stands for, fairness and justice. He looked at his title that wasn't showing. And I am the sect hierarch. The others widened their eyes, shaking, kneeling with even more vigor. Can we join too? Tsuchi shook his head. No, you're not qualified yet. A few people showed extremely disappointed expressions. Then how can we get the qualifications to enter? This. At least you must reach a certain level first. I still need to make up this part of the content. Before he could finish, Snakehead Man suddenly clenched his fist tightly and looked up. I understand now. Tsuchi was shocked. What do you understand? To become part of the Hustlers, you'd at least have to be a notable figure, right? That's possible, Tsuchi snapped his fingers. Snakehead Man looked at Tsuchi with admiration and said firmly. I'll strive towards this goal. Tsuchi remained silent and then slowly spoke. It's up to your determination from now on. Yes. After the few excitedly left, Tsuchi silently opened the panel. Name, Rubik's Cube, type, skill, quality, perfect, function. Once activated, it can drag any enemy into the magic cube domain. Others cannot enter or attack. The domain lasts for 5 minutes, and it can't be used consecutively on the same person. Note, the domain blocks external attacks and will break open once it exceeds its limit value. Consumption, 500 physical strength values. Note, true men start a duel with a 1v1, Tsuchi furrowed his brows. It seems pretty powerful, but also kind of average. The power lies in being able to specify who to drag in, but the averageness lies in still having to deal with them myself. Let's keep it for now. Tsuchi closed the panel, his gaze turning to the outside. At this moment, twilight had already faded away, and the last few rays of light were swallowed by the night. His eyes emitted a faint red glow. The night demon gene had returned. It's time to gather for the group fight. Tsuchi pushed open the door and saw that everyone in the hall had already hung up the scorpion supervisor. It was in a pitiful state. There was scarcely a piece of flesh on its body that was intact, weak and powerless, like a defeated wild dog, but it still had a lucid consciousness. And Tsuchi approached. Everyone quickly made way for him. The scorpion supervisor struggled to lift its eyes and stare at Tsuchi, its limbs impaled by spikes, its tail also skewered to the floor by several iron hooks as thick as arms, unable to move, bleeding incessantly. Tsuchi said, "Look. A sting shot out too sharply will one day spin back and pierce oneself." He he he. The scorpion supervisor actually laughed, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, but I did not expect that you fools would unite one day. This only shows your lack of imagination." It stared at Tsuchi with a strange smile. "Do you think you can escape? I can only say it's useless. In the end, you'll all fall into despair." Tsuchi didn't expect this guy to be surprisingly tough, even while being torturously retaliated against by the crowd. His mouth was still incredibly defiant. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the scorpion supervisor's tail moving, managing to break free of the thick iron and starting to whip around. They cried out in alarm. "Be careful." Tsuchi held the return spring, but did not activate it. Because at the next moment, thud. The scorpion supervisor actually stabbed its own heart ferociously with the iron stinger on its tail. Its grim and sharp voice rose in everyone's ears. "You have no idea of the secret of this orphanage, nor do you know what we are truly preparing for. The real hell is about to emerge, and I will sacrifice everything for the true God. And none of you will escape." Its voice, full of hate and coldness, made everyone shiver. Tsuchi looked at its gradually drooping head, now devoid of the signs of life. He sighed. It seems old acquaintances are truly going to reunite now. Chapter 48 Burst. Sheephead Dean and Pighead Man were standing in a desolate room. The entire floor was covered with a large number of patterns. "The blood from the well is enough now," Pighead Man said in a muffled voice in front of the other, surprisingly tinged with a hint of fear. "According to the ancient tome, the ritual should take place tonight." The Dean's voice was ancient. "What about those two?" Pighead Man shivered slightly, his eyes shifting as he looked toward the closed door. "I don't know, the game should be almost up." He couldn't help but curse. Those fools better not have gotten so carried away that they forgot how important today is. Dean's eyes lifted slightly, pupils filled with emotionless murk and dead silence. His voice, hoarse like insects gnawing at tree roots, "Go check." "Yes." With his tall, rugged body, Pighead Man dragged his heavy steps outside. He had just pushed open the door. His brows suddenly furrowed as he saw a pair of rabbit ears and a figure much shorter than himself standing at the door. "It's you." Pighead Man's brows furrowed deeply. "Why are you here? Wasn't this guy supposed to be in the office? And why do I see only him, and not the scorpion?" Tsuchi fluttered his innocent eyes. "It's like this, I heard that if someone wins first place in all 3 games on game day, the Dean gives a reward personally." Pighead Man squinted his eyes, his voice raspy. "Did you win the other 2 events as well?" "Barely made it." "Killed them, that counts as a win, right?" Pighead Man exhaled roughly from his nostrils. "Right, it's not hard to win with the thing I gave you. So, can I go in?" Tsuchi looked into the darkness. "You cannot." Pighead Man blocked his view, his expression gradually turning cold. "What about my reward? You seem to have misunderstood something." Tsuchi's eyes narrowed sharply as Pighead Man reached out his hand, but he didn't resist immediately. Pighead Man grabbed Tsuchi by the neck, his eyes fierce. Only what we choose to give you can be called a reward, and you fools aren't entitled to demand it. Understand? Tsuchi seemed to be choked, struggling to speak in intermittent, labored breaths. I thought. At least. You were different from the others, with some kindness. Pighead Man squinted his eyes and let out a few raspy laughs. Kid, you're thinking too much. Kindness is something I absolutely do not have. Moreover, the darkness made Pighead Man's face even more gruesome and terrifying. Tonight is the last day of the game day, and everyone must die. It's just that since you appreciated my cooking, I gave you a chance to live a little longer. But by then, Tsuchi could no longer speak, seemingly suffocated, his hand slowly dropping. He squinted his eyes and then reached toward the bulging pocket of Tsuchi, ready to take back his belongings. But as soon as he touched it, he felt his fingers pricked by something. Pighead Man's fingers instantly felt numb. What was that? At the same time, Tsuchi's previously drooping hands, unbeknownst to Wen, had drawn out two spikes, stabbing fiercely and precisely from below right into Pighead Man's crotch. The terrifying penetration pain. Instantly, Pighead Man's eyes filled with blood as he let out a thunderous, agonizing scream. Ah! In pain, he flung Tsuchi away. Tsuchi let go of the spikes, flew through the air, and landed 10 meters away, stabilizing his stance and looking at Pighead Man. Such tremendous strength, but luckily, I don't play fair. But that wasn't the end. Others who had been lurking around pounced, using the old method to pull out sharp weapons and directly stab Pighead Man. Thud. SSST. Various sharp cold blades entered the thick fat, but then they could go no further. Everyone's expression changed. And Pighead Man, finally recovering from the pain, roared, sweeping broadly with a massive grip and a burst of brute strength. Everyone holding a weapon was stunned into dropping it by the immense force. You're courting death. Pighead Man's eyes blazing red, he pulled a sharp iron rod from his body and then swept it across with great force and weight. Close by, everyone was swept away. Watching this scene, Tsuchi couldn't help but think. A modern-day warrior. However, this was still part of the plan. He hadn't expected those people to actually kill Pighead Man, just to complete their mission. At that moment, Pighead Man's face suddenly turned pale, his legs giving out, and he knelt on the ground. Its pupils constricted. Is this poison? It quickly realized that the poison came from all the weapons just now, and the only possible source could be that scorpion. That meant Pighead Man's face had already turned cold, a nearly murderous intent emerging in his gaze. You really want to die? I've heard such talk. Us orphans have endured long enough. Now death or a great plan, both lead to death. Waiting for death, can we perish as a nation? Pighead Man couldn't understand, roared trying to stand up, but felt half of his body numb, unable to move. Tsuchi's voice came through. It seems this poison hardly affects you, but now that you can't move, that's enough. Although he was speaking, he had already moved into action. Holding an axe that was disproportionately large for his form, he charged at Pighead Man at an extremely fast pace. You wretched little thing. Pighead Man's eyes were split with rage. He hadn't expected Tsuchi to be able to swing such a large axe, and with such speed too. And he couldn't move now. He couldn't dodge at all. For this, Tsuchi had even activated Return Spring, making everything around him extremely slow during bullet time. Everything was exceedingly swift, catching his opponent off guard. Though Pighead Man was stronger than the other two, he ultimately wasn't enough. Tsuchi could take him down without even using a skill. But at that moment, Tsuchi's body felt as if it had been swept by a cold wind, his whole body plunging into an ice cave. His eyes widened, a sense of extreme danger approaching like a tiger from the darkness behind the door. Not good. At the height of his composure, under the effect of bullet time, he forcibly stopped his axe. The next moment, puff! A sharp knife had suddenly penetrated Pighead Man's chest and without any pause, as if a bullet, it rapidly moved towards Tsuchi. Tsuchi, fixing his gaze on its trajectory, quickly dodged to the side with the assistance of bullet time. Crack! The dagger plunged directly into the ground. Tsuchi's gaze intensified. Had he chopped down just now, his own body and Pighead Man's would have been skewered by that long knife. He turned around, his expression cold and piercing as he stared into the darkness. Dean. Pighead Man's face was pale, disbelief took hold of him, but the next moment his expression dimmed, and he lowered his head. Croc Brother trembled. Are you even sparing your own people? But with this, only one enemy is left. Snakehead Man exclaimed excitedly. Yet Tsuchi suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet and step back. An old and hoarse voice slowly arose from the darkness. Old age feels somewhat surprised and gratified that you have finally grown up, knowing how to revolt. Tsuchi wanted to speak. A few game days could change the population of an orphanage. Using such a tone watching you grow up hardly seems appropriate. The old director coughed a few times, appearing extremely weak. I established this orphanage 10 years ago. Using it as a center, I began to collect the desperate blood of fear, numbness, and unwillingness. I was really helpless because I'm about to die. He slowly stepped forward, his figure revealing under the moonlight. This was an extremely old man, his skin almost sagging off, covered in various grotesque spots. His face was horrific, one of his eyes had gone blind, and his face looked like the bark of a rotting tree, visibly aging and at least 1 foot already in the coffin. Why not just die then? Might have even got a tombstone from the kids 10 years earlier. Tsuchi assessed his opponent's strength. That one dagger had already proven that this old man was not simple. Now he understood why Pighead Man's soup had so many medicinal herbs, all for this old man, but he never really cared about him. The old director's murky gaze fixed on Tsuchi, showing changes, an odd emotion, somewhat greedy, slowly returned to calm. He hoarsely said, "But I don't want to die. Every night, seeing your tender bodies, my heart craves for all your flesh and blood, transferring it to me." Tsuchi calmly said, "I can understand that. Looking at other people's account balances, I feel the same, but as a being, you've gone too far into abnormality." The old director, sagging skin, moved his dry lips. "You are too young and cannot understand the terror of death and the things the old must still do, but it's not important. Everything is finally complete." At this moment, he stepped on a pattern on the ground. And beneath his feet, lines extended from inside the room to the outside, continuously connecting to a well's mouth and then sinking down. A massive amount of blood began to boil. At an astonishing speed, it started flowing towards him. His old, dying body was transforming step by step. The weak heart, too, was slowly but powerfully beating. His voice seemed to change along with it, becoming more forceful and more intimidating. A sound of terror echoed in everyone's ears. "Now, old age will make you all a part of me." The horns on the sheep head had patterns flashing. At this moment, Tsuchi moved. He had seen enough. Was this old dean trying to use this ritual to live another 500 years? And there was a somewhat familiar aura on the sheep head. It reminded him of unpleasant memories. In any case, definitely not a good thing. This evil ritual and even this sheep-head old man must be related to the evil god invoking it would end everything. And this was a restricted instance. Although the surrounding individuals were said to be abnormal, they were all within the range of ordinary people, and this old guy couldn't be too strong. Moreover, Thunderbolt, a devastating skill, was already prepared. You might not have seen this before, but I just want to say. Tsuchi didn't hesitate, kicked hard on the ground, his body swiftly rising, directly attacking the old director. Old director. Get ready for bursting coins. Chapter 49-49, Reunion with an Old Friend. At this moment, the old director still had his arms spread wide, squinting his eyes and feeling the countless streams of fresh blood pouring into his body, thoroughly enjoying the pleasure of recovery. His dried lips, too, became tinged with color, as his frail and aged body gradually straightened up. Honestly speaking, when he saw Tsuchi charge forth from his spot with an expressionless face and muddy, indifferent eyes, he understood that every child in the orphanage was nothing more than a malformed product at best, possessing merely the strength and speed of wild beasts, not worth mentioning. But the next moment, whoosh! A condensed orb of thunder suddenly appeared in Tsuchi's hands, accompanied by his movement. A sharp friction sound filled the air. Everyone's eardrum seemed to be caught by the frequency of this volume. Only then did the old director's expression change, his eyes revealing a look of surprise and shock as he saw the thunder orb in Tsuchi's palm. What is this thing? It seemed to be something beyond his expectations. But it was already too late to think further. That thing posed a lethal threat to him. The old director wanted to retreat, but Tsuchi had already closed in. In a split second, with a loud boom, the thunder orb in Tsuchi's hand